Chapter 295, 112 MTR Characteristic Medicine, Aliens Terrifying Connections, Second Update, _2 tomorrow morning at 8:30, that was Ren Qian's fastest speed. Thank you, Ji Mulan hung up the phone. By her side, Assistant Suen and Dr. Li both heard their conversation. Their sinking hearts still hadn't eased. Whether or not they could find the needed toxin on Bacter Street was another matter. Moreover, a place like Bacter Street would require full armament to enter. Assistant Suen looked towards Ji Mulan, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Ask Mr. Ren if there are any familiar mercenaries around." Next to them, Bai Lian leaned slightly against the wall. Her brows and eyes carried a faint expression, eyelashes drooping, as she twirled her phone in her right hand, piecing together cause and effect. About 3 minutes later, she looked up at Dr. Li. "Can the mass spectrometer be taken out?" The mass spectrometer was given to the hospital for research by Jiang Fulai. It was seldom used. It would be impossible for anyone else to take it out. But this person was Bai Lian, so there might be a way. "If you need it," Dr. Li put down the examination results in his hands, "I can apply to the hospital director." "Thank you," Bai Lian nodded, gripping her phone. "Are you busy right now?" Dr. Li shook his head. He was essentially working overtime. He had never seen symptoms like Suan's before, so he had stayed to observe his BODIS data, which would be his academic paper. "Okay," Bai Lian bowed her head, dialing a number on her phone at an unhurried pace. "Bring the mass spectrometer down, it'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance." Bai Lian walked toward the elevator, pressing the call button, and looking back at Assistant Suen. "Did you drive here?" In the corridor's dim light, her face appeared cold and indistinct. It bore an elegance with a hint of rebelliousness. "Yes," Assistant Suen replied instinctively. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Bai Lian walked in, looking up, "Then come with me." At the hospital entrance, the assistant brought the parked car over. Dr. Li, along with several other male doctors, managed to move the mass spectrometer to the hospital's entrance. The mass spectrometer was a bit large, but fortunately, the assistant had driven a minivan that day. After folding down the last row of seats, the mass spectrometer fit just right. Bai Lian sat in the back. Dr. Li sat down in the front passenger seat. "Miss Bai, where are we going?" the assistant asked, looking in the rearview mirror, as Bai Lian was looking down at her phone. Bai Lian, with eyes downcast, leisurely opened a vocabulary database. "Straight ahead." Assistant Suen followed the route Bai Lian had given, finding it more and more familiar as they went. Finally, after passing through Purist Street and coming to a bridge, both Assistant Suen and Dr. Li saw the words Bacter Street at the end of the bridge and gasped. Miss Bai," Assistant Suan's hands and feet became somewhat weak. He and Suen had both heard of such places, especially the bar and auction house. Even international mercenaries didn't fare well there. Dr. Li wasn't in much better shape than the assistant. Both were terrified in their hearts. If they had known Bai Lian intended to direct them here, Assistant Suen wouldn't have dared to come, not even if he were at death's door. "Keep driving." Bai Lian didn't even lift her head, her tone neither cold nor warm. Assistant Suen had no choice but to drive forward. Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped, and the assistant along with Dr. Li finally let out a sigh of relief. Neither of them had even considered how Bai Lian knew about this place. "Miss Bai, this area requires a pass for entry, and Elder Ren said that the earliest would be tomorrow morning," Assistant Suen explained as he looked in the rearview mirror. "Moreover, our hired help hasn't arrived yet. We better leave first." Dr. Li, trembling with fear, clutched his seatbelt. "Right, we can't even enter now." Bai Lian finally raised her head, but she didn't speak, simply looking ahead. The assistant subconsciously followed Bai Lian's gaze. At the entrance, a young man slowly approached. The young man wasn't old and looked scholarly. Subconsciously, the assistant felt he looked somewhat familiar. The young man just gave a nod to the person guarding the entrance. Before Dr. Lee could finish speaking, both he and the assistant were dumbfounded to see the gate slowly rising. Bai Lian put away her phone, lightly tapped the case, and said, "Aren't we going in?" "Ah." The assistant snapped back to reality as a car honked behind them. At this moment, there was no room for backing down, nor for wondering why the gate was raised. He looked away from Xiaoqi and hurriedly started the car to drive inside. The Qinglong bar was right at the entrance. Bai Lian instructed assistant Suan to park the car on the vacant lot opposite. The Qinglong bar, like the auction house, had a very conspicuous sign. The name Azure Dragon, in 2 languages, was arrogantly hung on the side, each character as tall as a floor, shimmering with multicolored lights. Bai Lian got out of the back seat, stood in place, staring at the illuminated Azure Dragon characters, appearing somewhat silent. "Miss Bai." Assistant Suan came to his senses, quickly turned off the engine, and carefully got out of the car. Then, he looked up at the legendary Qinglong bar. A feeling of alarm rose in his heart. He had heard Suan mention the Qinglong bar several times, but he had never been to Bacter Street before. It was chaotic here. Unless one understood the power dynamics of Bacter Street, even Suan wouldn't dare say that one could come out safely. Just then, about a dozen men in black suddenly appeared at the Qinglong bar. The leader was a blonde man. He glanced left and right and then headed straight towards Bai Lian. "Those are the Azure Dragon's men, one of the 3 major powers of Bacter Street. What are they up to?" Assistant Suan swallowed, recalling what Suan had told him. The previous owner who had taken over the territory, Mr. Liu, had some connections with the Qinglong bar. That's why even Ren Qian feared him, and Suan had tried to meet Mr. Liu several times without success. Some connections could be so influential, let alone the group in front of them who were from the Qinglong bar itself. Assistant Suan felt his heart pound in his throat. "Miss Bai, do you think they're coming toward us?" The smell of blood on each of them was strong, giving off a profound sense of oppression. Even the usually uninvolved Dr. Lee realized that these people were no ordinary folks. His legs shook as he gripped Assistant Suan's arm. He was more panicked than Assistant Suan. He was just an ordinary doctor. Before this, he had only heard about Bacter Street from the elderly, and now he was faced with people from the Qinglong bar. Dr. Lee watched the blonde head straight towards Bai Lian without deviating from his path. Assistant Suan also saw that the blonde man was heading for Bai Lian. He turned his head, just about to speak to Bai Lian. Bai Lian shoved her phone back into her pocket and walked forward, only glancing at Mao Kun. "I told you to find 2 people to move things. Why did you bring out so many?" 10 bodyguards parted to create a path for her in an instant. Chapter 296, 113 Mysterious Miss by _1 Mao Kun touched his head. He didn't know what Bai Lian was up to. He originally thought she needed help moving some heavy equipment and was worried there weren't enough hands. If Xiaoqi hadn't notified him that Bai Lian had arrived, he would have continued rounding up more people. Bai Lian continued walking towards the bar. "The thing is in the trunk, bring it in." With a wave of his hand, Mao Kun gave the order. The black-clad bodyguards opened the trunk and spotted the mass spectrometer inside. Gentlemen, these bodyguards had obviously never seen a mass spectrometer before. The device looked delicate and complex, making them hesitant to touch it. "Can we move it just like this?" The bodyguard's hand was still on the rear door of the car. With their intimidating looks, they politely inquired of Dr. Lee, who was wearing a white lab coat and a name badge on his chest. A cool breeze blew by, and Dr. Lee finally snapped back to reality. "Just don't touch any buttons, and carry it in like this." With the go-ahead given, the black-clad bodyguards sprang into action. Screens, analyzers, colorimeters. Each bodyguard carefully carried a piece inside. Concerned about damaging the delicate instrument, they moved with slow, cautious steps. "Gentlemen," the bodyguard once again slightly turned towards Su-En's assistant and Dr. Li, gesturing, "After you, Mr. Mao invites the two of you inside." Su-En's assistant walked with an uncertain gait. It was probably the first time someone had referred to him with such respect. And the ones showing him respect were Backter Street's bodyguards. Even Su-En's assistant, who had accompanied Su-En through countless major events, couldn't believe it. He exchanged a look with Dr. Li and they both walked inside with their heads buzzing. Dr. Li slightly tilted his head, looking at Su-En's assistant with an obvious question: "What exactly does Miss Bai do for a living?" Su-En's assistant was even more baffled. His knowledge about Bai Lian was limited, and his mind was in a whirl too. How would he know? The interior of the bar was spacious, with 3 floors. The first floor was shrouded in smoke, lit by multicolored lights, with a crowd circling the central stage. People in the corners smoking and drinking looked up for a moment when they noticed a group of bodyguards passing by. Fortunately, there was no one brazen enough to cause trouble. The bodyguards, escorting the equipment and Su-En's assistant and Dr. Li, made their way to the 3rd floor, which was quiet and had thick carpet spread along the U-shaped corridor. Only waiters pushing carts with drinks passed by, pausing to let the bodyguards go first when they saw them. The bodyguards led Su-En's assistant and Dr. Li straight to the private room at the end of the corridor. Although it was just the 3rd floor, the bar owner still gave the room a very auspicious number, 8888. As the door swung open, they saw Bai Lian, standing with her back to them by the window. The giant crystal chandelier overhead was lit, revealing the interior of the room without a shadow of concealment. The bodyguards gently placed the items on the coffee table, and only then did Bai Lian turn slightly, lowering her head to look at the mass spectrometer on the floor. "Sis, what is this?" Beside her, Mao Kun was curiously sizing up the mass spectrometer while offering Bai Lian a cigarette. Bai Lian took it casually, biting it in her mouth, and Mao Kun lit it for her with due respect as she tilted her head slightly. Mass spectrometer. Bai Lian, in a very ladylike long dress, pristine white with elegant vines embroidered by Ji Hing, her long hair loosely coiled into a bun, held a slender cigarette in her hand, a striking contrast. As the two conversed, Su-En's assistant and Dr. Li sat stiffly on the couch, listening in a daze. Until Bai Lian looked towards Dr. Li and politely inquired, "Dr. Li, you should be able to use the mass spectrometer to analyze toxins, right?" Dr. Li came back to his senses. "Yes, but you need to have the nerve toxins." Emisham. Bai Lian casually flicked the cigarette ash into the ashtray. The thin veil of smoke obscured her eyes and brows as she looked at Mao Kun with a slight turn of her head, yet she said nothing. Mao Kun made a phone call with his mobile. Halfway through the call, he turned to Dr. Li. "He's asking which nerve toxin you need." "He's asking which nerve toxin he wants." Dr. Li's mind momentarily froze. Was this something he could just have if he wanted it? So nerve toxins are as common as cabbage, and he could choose. Bai Lian sat on a sofa on the other side, leaning back, purchase one of each kind. To identify the source of the toxins, naturally one would need a sample of each type of nerve toxin. Okay. Mao Kun went downstairs to personally handle the transaction. Such toxins are generally used by international mercenaries to deal with enemies or to apply to their targets, and are not widely circulated. However, some can be found on the black market. Hearing Bai Lian and Mao Kun casually discuss nerve toxins as if they were talking about cabbages, Dr. Li and Su-En's assistant, who had just managed to calm themselves, couldn't help their lips twitching again. Both men looked towards Bai Lian with caution. Under the crystal chandelier, her face also appeared enigmatic, until... Chapter 297, 113 Mysterious Miss by _2 Epic. The Pleistocene Epic. The mechanical female voice emanated from Bai Lian's phone. Taking her time, Bai Lian snuffed out her cigarette. She had left in a hurry that day and didn't bring headphones, so she played the vocabulary audio out loud. After repeating the words several times and memorizing their meanings and spellings, she swiped to the next word. Looking up, she saw Assistant Sue and Dr. Lee watching her. Bai Lian raised her head. Am I disturbing you by studying vocabulary? She was actually studying vocabulary. In Baxter Street, at a bar. Unexpected yet logical, Assistant Sue vaguely recalled that Bai Lian was still a high school senior with college entrance exams next year, and Ji Heng had mentioned that she was diligent in her studies. Not at all, he replied. Please continue with your studies. Bai Lian nodded and continued reciting vocabulary, albeit in a softer voice. In less than half an hour, Mao Kun came upstairs with 4 tubes. He arranged them in a row in front of Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee, take a look and see if you can find the neurotoxin you're looking for. Dr. Lee stood up, seriously plugged in the mass spectrometer, and began analyzing the components of each bottle. This wasn't something Assistant Sue or people like Mao Kun could assist with, they could only pass things to Dr. Lee when he required them. Assistant Sue felt that Mao Kun was much more approachable than the group of black-clad bodyguards, and cautiously asked him, "Are you Miss Bays? How did Bai Lian make such a friend?" He looked quite formidable. Mao Kun smiled at Assistant Sue. "We got to know each other through a fight." His hair dyed blonde, he had the air of a ruffian leader. Hearing Mao Kun describe it that way, Assistant Sue remembered Ji Mulan telling Su An before coming to Xiangqing that her daughter was rebellious and would do anything. But having seen Bai Lian many times before, Assistant Sue thought of her only as a senior in high school keen on studying. It wasn't until now that he began to reconcile Ji Mulan's description with Bai Lian. "Is this neurotoxin common in Baxter Street?" Assistant Sue asked, turning to the matter at hand. "Not really," said Mao Kun as he lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes, "but as a bar bodyguard, I often hear the mercenaries bragging that they've just obtained a batch of neurotoxins. You guys are in luck." He glanced at Assistant Sue. Assistant Sue took a deep breath. Indeed they were lucky, thank you. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Yet, this person was also a bar bodyguard. Assistant Sue couldn't help taking another look at Mao Kun, not surprised that Azure Dragon Bar had such strong security. Just then, Dr. Lee took out a tube of the drug, excitedly stood up, "Found it, this is the one." He handed the tube of poison to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, looking closely at the vial that was labeled entirely in English, CN neurotoxin. She closed the vocabulary app, opened WeChat, and sent a photo to Lance. "Lance, okay, I'll ask around." Having found the source of the poison, everyone took a sigh of relief and headed downstairs. Xiaoqi was mixing drinks at the bar and looked up in surprise when he saw Bai Lian and the others coming out. "Sis, you're not staying a bit longer?" "Didn't bring my homework." Bai Lian glanced at Xiaoqi and remembered something. "Are you really not going back to continue high school?" Xiaoqi shook his head. "Well, see." Assistant Sue, standing aside, overheard and took a look at Xiaoqi. The group returned to the hospital. Ji Mulan and Lance were still there. Su An still hadn't woken up. If not for the beeping of the heart monitor, one might wonder if he was even breathing. Ji Mulan was beside herself with impatience. She didn't know where Bai Lian and Assistant Sue had gone. Lance sat on a chair to one side, speaking calmly with others only when Bai Lian was present. When she was not, he didn't care who the others were. His stern demeanor made him unapproachable. Even the hospital director dared not disturb Lance. Staff from the medical department came for the third time to ask, "Ms. Ji, when do you plan to transfer to Jiangjing?" The longer the delay, the greater the damage to the patient's brain. Ji Mulan, her heart in her throat, frantically signed the transfer form they held. "Transfer, right now." She had been foolish. How could Bai Lian find an antidote that even Su Wenyao had trouble obtaining? The medical department prepared for the transfer. "We're not transferring now." The elevator doors opened, and Assistant Sue rushed out, taking back the transfer form from the nurse's hand and looked at Ji Mulan. Stunned, Ji Mulan gazed at Assistant Sue. Assistant Sue, let's stay in Xiangqing for now. Assistant Sue interrupted Ji Mulan. Chapter 298, 113 Mysterious Miss by _3 Before heading to Bachter Street, Assistant Sue had been only half convinced, but now his trust in Bai Lian was absolute. Ji Mulan was somewhat stunned, always feeling that Assistant Su's attitude towards Bai Lian had changed again. She couldn't help but look towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian ignored her, passing by to find Dr. Lance. "Does MTR have an antidote for CN?" she asked. Dr. Lance was leisurely flipping through a medical book from Xiangqing Hospital. Hearing Bai Lian's voice, he finally looked up and spoke in very fluent English. "Yes, I have already had someone call it back." One spoke English, the other Chinese. And yet there was no barrier in their communication. Ji Mulan watched Bai Lian, recalling that Bai Lian had never passed an English test. Could she understand what Dr. Lance was saying? In the meantime, Assistant Su's cell phone rang once. It was from Su Wenyao. Assistant Su hurriedly stepped outside the ward to answer, speaking with great respect. "Young master. I contacted Jiangjing Hospital." The voice over the phone, Su Wenyao, was too distracted to focus on studying. He was standing in the biting cold wind, holding car keys and walking outside. "There is a department willing to research it." "Where are you now?" Bai Lian took Assistant Su and Dr. Li away so quickly that the ensuing events were too fantastical. Assistant Su had only just recovered his senses. He glanced at Bai Lian speaking with Dr. Lance inside the room, then paused. "Young master, I think we might not need to return to Jiangjing after all." "What?" On the phone, Su Wenyao stopped in his tracks. Given the overly fantastical description of neurotoxin by his classmate, he had imagined countless possibilities. "My father, no," Assistant Su hurried to explain, his expression somewhat complex. "We just got our hands on the CN nerve agent, and we've confirmed the source of Su En's poisoning." He recounted the events from beginning to end. Bai Lian. This was the first time Su Wenyao had heard this name, and he was surprised. Aunt Jai's daughter. Su Wenyao was focused on scientific research, not very familiar with Bachter Street. "Assistant Su, you need to ensure my father will be better off staying in Xiangqing." Since Su En's life was at stake, Su Wenyao dared not take it lightly. The pressure on Assistant Su was also great. But he was willing to believe what he had seen. "Okay." Upon hearing Assistant Su's assurance, Su Wenyao slowly said, "I will come to Xiangqing right away." The following day, Xiangqing No. 1 High School had science exams in the morning and was off in the afternoon. The difficulty level of the science comprehensive test wasn't high. Bai Lian completed all the questions she could, and with half an hour remaining before the answer sheets were due, she handed in hers and left. Assistant Su was waiting for her at the school gate. He knew Bai Lian had a test that morning until 11. But he had arrived early to wait for her, and seeing Bai Lian come out half an hour early, he was somewhat surprised. "Miss Bai," Assistant Su greeted her. Bai Lian, carrying her backpack and squinting slightly, said, "You were originally planning to return to Jiangjing, right?" "Yes." Then, Bai Lian nodded, speaking at a calm pace, "Tell everyone that Su En has already returned to Jiangjing." Assistant Su didn't ask why, but nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, he and Su Wenyao both knew there was something wrong with Su En this time. Su Wenyao's rush to Xiangqing was not only to see Su En but also to investigate what had happened to him. Just then, a car stopped beside them. The rear door of the vehicle opened, and a person got out. Seeing Bai Lian, he smiled. "Classmate Bai." Assistant Su was slightly surprised to see the elder who suddenly got out of the car. Bai Lian turned slightly, greeting politely, "Principal." Have you finished the exam paper? The principal estimated the time Bai Lian spent on the exam and smiled very tenderly. Did you do the chemistry part? The principal had more than once subtly inquired with the chemistry teacher. Logically, with physics and mathematics being so difficult and Bai Lian always scoring full marks, how could she have no marks every time in chemistry? Bai Lian, I did a bit. Did a bit? The principal's eyes lit up. He had studied Bai Lian's papers. Doing it meant she knew how. Very good, not bad, keep it up. Aim to do a bit more next time. That meant Bai Lian's chemistry was no longer scoring 0. Okay. Bai Lian nodded. The principal's tone became even gentler. Next month is the final exam, and it will be a big joint test. Try to solve a few more questions. As they talked, Assistant Sue, had the timing been different, would have had a hard time repressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So this was the school principal. And then, why was the principal praising her for doing just a bit of the exam? But upon further thought, it made sense. He had heard that Bai Lian was not a good student. Ji Mulan had previously wanted to transfer Bai Lian to Jiangjing Private School, but Bai Lian had not agreed. Assistant Sue had witnessed Bai Lian studying vocabulary in a bar, working so hard yet still performing poorly. He sighed, looked down, and pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Su Wenyao. If you have time during this visit, could you help reinforce Miss Bei's learning? Su Wenyao had just arrived in Beijing, stepping off the plane. Sure, does she have any particular goals? Su Wenyao was grateful for Bai Lian's significant help. After the principal had left, Assistant Su carefully weighed his words before tentatively asking Bai Lian, Miss Bai, which university do you aim to apply for next year? Chapter 299, 114 Chief Chin arrives, second update, _1 Bai Lian never concealed her own goals. She watched as the principal left. Upon hearing that, she spoke in a tone as light as a breeze, Jiangjing University. Jiangjing University, huh? Assistant Su nodded as he held his phone, texting Su Wenyao a reply, and it wasn't until halfway through that he realized, Jiangjing University. He looked up, bewildered. What? Bai Lian glanced back at Assistant Su, raising her eyebrows. The black of her pupils reflected the sun, languidly, almost like a different person from last night at the bar. Assistant Su was somewhat silent, nothing. Emichim, just remember not to leak that he's still in Xiangqing, that will do, Bai Lian said as she looked off in a direction, bidding farewell to Assistant Su. I've got something urgent, we'll go to the hospital later. She had originally asked Assistant Su to wait for her to go to the hospital together, but Hall Master Jean had suddenly sought her out. All right. Assistant Su followed her gaze. At the entrance of the milk tea shop stood a man, his head slightly lowered, his face unclear, but one could tell from his bearing a sense of cold pride. As if he felt the gaze upon him, he looked up nonchalantly and glanced in this direction. Just one look across the street. The sun was still high above, and Assistant Su shivered uncontrollably. Who is this? Assistant Su rubbed his arms, and when he looked up again, Bai Lian had already entered the milk tea shop with him. Assistant Su took out his phone and reported to Su Wenyao, Miss Bai wants to get into Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao, ? Milk tea shop. Zhang Fulai also asked Bai Lian how her exam went. They skipped right over math and physics, focusing only on chemistry and biology. The questions were easy. I did fairly well on biology, Bai Lian said lazily, leaning to one side as she watched Zhang Fulai line up, giving orders skillfully, get one for Zhang Xiai's, too. They were going to see Zhang Xiai's first and then head to the Calligraphy Association. Yesterday morning, Bai Lian had her exam, so Zhang Fulai had rescheduled the visitation for today at noon. There were many people buying cakes at this hour. Back room. Qi Yundai, who was just carrying out a bunch of fresh cakes, caught a glimpse of Zhang Fulai, outstanding among the crowd, stumbled, and nearly fell over. Master Qi, a young worker from the milk tea shop, quickly steadied him. Are you all right? Ha! Qi Yundai, somewhat in a daze, handed the cakes over. I'm fine. He immediately turned and went back to the kitchen. On his way, he couldn't help but stealthily look back. Jiang Fulai just happened to look over indifferently, and with that emotionless glance, Qi Yundai recoiled as if he had seen a ghost. It really was young Master Jiang. Qi Yundai took off his chef's hat at once, and then his jacket, before taking out his phone to post a friend circle update. Just saw a ghost. Director Chen commented with a question mark. After visiting Zhang Xiai's, Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian then went to the Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian met with Hall Master Jean first. Jiang Fulai waited for her at the Calligraphy Association, keeping an eye on Jiang He. Jiang He was practicing calligraphy with a group of children, his face splattered with ink dots, yet he still maintained a cool and silent demeanor that made the other children want to speak but not dare to. Jiang Fulai casually took out his phone to take a picture, then sent it to Bai Lian without much thought. Next door. Hall Master Jean poured a glass of water for Bai Lian, and after a long silence, he finally asked, "Are you sure you want to invest in the martial arts academy?" Yes. Bai Lian, who had barely used her 10 million, leaned back in her chair slightly. The development here is promising, and reopening the martial arts school is just a matter of time. Hall Master Jean knew that as well. This place was planned to be a tourism route, and recently many people had approached him to buy the martial arts school. I've seen your plan. Hall Master Jean looked up, but reopening the martial arts school won't be easy. Speak. Bai Lian blew on the hot water and looked up. Hall Master Jean smiled reluctantly. Jingfeng Martial Arts School won't let us open it that easily. Jingfeng Martial Arts School. Bai Lian knew about this school, where many people learn Taekwondo and Muay Thai. Yes. Hall Master Jean's gaze shifted towards the door. They have backers. In Xiangqing, many martial arts schools closed down because of them, eventually having to change business paths. Knowing this, do you still want to invest with me? Of course. Bai Lian's phone on the table lit up. She checked it and saw the picture sent by Jiang Fulai. She chuckled lightly. Are you serious? Hall Master Jean's grip on his teacup tightened slightly, his gaze fixed on Bai Lian. But they really do have powerful people behind them, powerful people. Bai Lian looked up, leaning back, her fingertips idly tapping on the table, her demeanor relaxed. Then I'm quite curious to see who exactly that might be. Xiangqing Hospital. Chapter 300, 114 Chief Chen arrives, second update, _2 Su En's hospital room. Dr. Lance's antidote won't arrive in Xiangqing until tomorrow, and at the moment, oxygen was still being administered to his face. You're saying it's a CN nerve agent? The police officer looked at Zu's assistant with some hesitation. Are you sure? Zu's assistant nodded. These were all detected by Dr. Li, and he has the records. The officer nodded affirmatively and made a note of it, finally turning to Ji Mulan. Ms. Ji, if this involves foreign elements, the investigation will be much more difficult. Why? Ji Mulan asked the officer, visibly agitated. Old Su has been poisoned. Look at him now, lying on the hospital bed, his life hanging by a thread. The officer, understanding the emotions of the victim's family, held his notebook. Our authority isn't that extensive, and it's highly likely this will end up unresolved. He was being honest with Ji Mulan. Xiangqing, being near the border, had too many such cases. The two officers almost spelled it out. The waters were too deep for ordinary people to dare to wade in. We will do our best, another officer tried to soothe Ji Mulan. But looking into their eyes. How could Ji Mulan not know they were just making excuses? If you don't have the authority, then find someone who does. She was about to say more, but she was stopped by Zu's assistant, who shook his head at her. Zu's assistant escorted the two officers out. He then called Ren Qian. among the people they knew, only Ren Qian had a significant influence in Xiangqing. Mr. Su returned to Zhongjing. Ren Qian had already received the false news from Zu's assistant. Zu's assistant followed Bai Lian's wishes and subtly changed the subject without a trace. Yes, so is the police force in Xiangqing limited in handling international cases. Upon hearing this, Ren Qian answered seriously, "It's not exactly that there's no way." Zu's assistant was startled. "Please, tell me." Zu's assistant, "Can't you guess?" Ren Qian did not say it directly. But Zu's assistant understood. "Thank you." Ji Mulan sat in front of Su An's hospital bed and tilted her head slightly. What does Ren Qian mean? Is there someone who can take care of old Zu's issue? Who is it? Zu's assistant was somewhat silent. You should have heard of him, Chen Yongkuan. Chen Yongkuan. Ji Mulan looked up blankly. She had heard the name more than once. Suan had been in Xiangqing for so long and, with his status, hadn't been able to invite that Mr. Chen for a meal. Only Su Yajun from Jiangjing had met Mr. Chen once. To meet him was already so difficult, yet to ask Mr. Chen to investigate Su An's case. Zu's assistant took out his cell phone to leave. He was calling Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was on the way from Beijing to Xiangqing, and as he heard the news, his gaze turned to the window outside, so we cannot hold them accountable. There's no way, sighed Zu's assistant, having experienced more than Su Wenyao, it's already an unexpected stroke of luck that Mr. Su was saved this time. Ren Qian and the others made it very clear. Regarding this matter, he suspects that it might be Mr. Liu, so perhaps only Chen Yongkuan would be able to intervene. After all, the project that Suan had was snatched from Mr. Liu's hands. Suan had been here so long, and Mr. Liu was the only enemy they knew of, not aware that Mr. Liu had already disappeared. Su Wenyao pursed his lips. I'll contact Su Yajun. He and Su Yajun had been high school classmates. In times like this, they could only contact her. No one in the Su family knew Mr. Qin. When Bai Lian brought Ji Hing to see Su An, Zu's assistant had just hung up the phone. Miss Bai, Mr. Ji. Seeing both of them, Zu's assistant greeted them respectfully and proactively opened the door to the hospital room. What happened? Bai Lian walked up to the bed, casually checking Su An's pulse. She asked indifferently. Ji Mulan was upset at the moment. Dr. Lance hadn't delivered the antidote yet, and she didn't know whether she could trust Bai Lian. As for Su An's case, they still hadn't found anyone to investigate it. Bai Lian asked her question, but Ji Mulan couldn't be bothered to reply. Ji Hing sat silently on the side, quietly asking Zu's assistant about Su An's condition. Zu's assistant explained a few words to Ji Hing, and remembering Bai Lian liked tea, he found a can of tea and went out to get some hot water to brew it for her. He then answered Bai Lian, the police said this case will be difficult to investigate, it's impossible to gather evidence, and it's very likely it'll come to nothing. Zu's assistant didn't spell out the specifics. It was only this morning after going to school that Zu's assistant realized Bai Lian was just a high school senior. Why? Bai Lian withdrew her hand, gesturing for Zu's assistant to place the tea on the table, her eyes slightly narrowed. She wasn't very familiar with modern laws. Ji Mulan looked up at Bai Lian, pressing her temples. You go back and focus on your studies, why ask so much? We already have enough trouble, don't get involved in this, child. Bai Lian took out her phone, slightly tilted her head, her eyebrows and eyes unusually cold. Miss Bai, Zu's assistant didn't pay attention to Ji Mulan, explaining to Bai Lian, because it involves foreign jurisdictions, we need assistance from Interpol to investigate and gather evidence. Mr. Chen might have a way. But he didn't voice that thought. Bai Lian's phone then rang. Okay, Bai Lian answered the call. Standing by the window, she looked down at the floor below, third floor, room 312. Room 312 was Su An's hospital room. Zu's assistant looked at Bai Lian with surprise. Who was on the other end of the phone? Is it really that troublesome? Ji Hing still held his large tobacco pipe, which wasn't lit. Most of the time, it helped him calm down. So he carried it everywhere. Ji Mulan sighed, "Dad, don't ask if you don't know. Even Ren Qian can't do anything for now." She mentioned Ren Qian, and Ji Hing understood the severity of the situation. Then what do we do? What to do? Ji Mulan didn't know either. During the silence, there was a knock on the door, and Zu's assistant snapped back to awareness and went to open the door with the kettle in his hand. Outside stood a middle-aged man dressed in casual black attire, holding a bunch of sunflowers. His face was stern as he nodded slightly at Zu's assistant before entering. When he saw Bai Lian and Ji Hing, he greeted, "Miss Bai, Uncle Ji." He placed the sunflowers beside Su En's pillow. He didn't greet Ji Mulan. "Director Chen, this case." Bai Lian put away her phone, focusing only on Su En in the bed, her tone measured. "Will it end unresolved?" Her tone suggested, Chen Yongkuan, dare to say, yes, and see what happens. Chapter 301, 115 Chen Bureau Major Action _1 Director Chen's alarm bells were ringing in his head. He knew better than Qi Yundai that some people truly were lawless villains. Who said that? He turned around, his forehead wrinkling, his back straight, serious and upright, his aura intensified in that instant. He was always gentle and casual around Ji Hing on normal days. But now, switching to the cold visage of King Yama seemed effortless. Of course, being able to seamlessly blend into Jiang Fulai's team in Xiangqing and infiltrate the Ji family's inner circle, Director Chen was no ordinary man. Even Ji Hing was startled by Director Chen's sudden transformation. Bai Lian did not speak. She stood by the window, where the sunlight burst through the clouds and invaded the room with golden cold rays, exploding behind her, giving her face a shrouded shadow and making her plain white clothes reflect the light like a haloed pearl. The expression was not easy to discern, but Director Chen felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet in an instant. Bai Lian's gaze shifted towards Assistant Su. Director Chen got it, his eyes landing on Assistant Su. "Speak." Director Chen had come with Ji Hing to see Su En today, still unaware of the details surrounding Su En's poisoning and hospitalization, only having a general understanding from Ji Hing's explanation. Assistant Su had never met Director Chen. All the information was circulated through Su En's hands, and he had no clearance to know it. But he too was startled by Director Chen's imposing manner and recounted the incident from start to finish. Abroad? CN nerve agent. Director Chen realized the gravity of the situation. A large-scale biochemical weapon prohibited by international conventions, the ability to bring it in meant there were connections. Director Chen sat on the sofa, his fingers tapping on his knee, knowing that the people behind it must be difficult to deal with. He might not dare to investigate deeply on his own, but right now he was not alone. Director Chen had an epiphany. It was as if an outstanding service award had been delivered right to his doorstep. Assistant Su looked at Director Chen, who after hearing the word, abroad, sat on the sofa pondering, and tried to alleviate the situation. "I know this case might be difficult to pursue." Director Chen immediately stood up and glanced at Assistant Su. "Come with me." Assistant Su was taken aback. "Go with him." "Where to?" He didn't fully grasp what was happening and instinctively looked to Bai Lian for confirmation. She nodded at him. "Uncle Ji, I'll head to work first." Director Chen informed Ji Hing and left with Assistant Su without further explanation. He took out his keys and his phone, dialing as he used the keys to open the elevator. Chapter 302, 115 Chen Bureau Major Action _2, Assistant Su. The officer glanced toward the direction of the meeting room before lowering his voice. "You even got Chief Chen out of retirement. Do we even need to discuss this case? Xiangqing is about to have an earthquake." The suspicion in my heart turned into reality. Chief Chen. It was really that Chief Chin. As soon as Assistant Su left, Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to face Ji Mulan anymore. She came today to see how Suan was doing. After saying a word to Ji Hing, she left. Dad, Ji Mulan didn't dare to speak until everyone else had left. The Mr. Chin just now is, she remembered Chief Chin. When she had gone to see Ji Hing before, Chief Chin was always carrying a creel with him. But the Xiao Chen Ji Hing had just mentioned was so different from the one she had met at Ji Hing's home. He is a policeman. Ji Hing looked at Ji Mulan and didn't continue talking about Chief Chin, but instead questioned, after you left the Bai family, how did Alien live? Why did she suddenly leave the Bai family? Ji Mulan detected the tone in his voice. She could have gone further with the Bai family. Why leave and then just go jump into the lake? Jump into the lake. Ji Hing suddenly looked up, his cold gaze fixed on Ji Mulan. From now on, you don't need to involve yourself in any matter related to Alien. When I am dead, Ji Hing's gaze shifted to the comatose Suan. I would rather trust him. Dad! Ji Mulan exclaimed in shock. That will be all, Ji Hing said, picking up his pipe and rising to his feet, though he didn't add any more to it. But his heart felt heavy. From the time Bai Lian first returned to Xiangqing, he felt he owed her an apology. Because he hadn't raised Ji Mulan well. Each one of them, Ji Xiaojun, Ji Xiaorong, had been educated by Ji Hing from a young age, and his wife taught their two sons literacy. But not Ji Mulan. His wife was also of the rare panda blood type, and she passed away from a difficult childbirth and excessive bleeding when Ji Mulan was born. Since then, he became reticent and focused solely on making a living for the three children, giving almost no education to Ji Mulan, who grew up under the protection of her two older brothers. She had never suffered. Which indirectly caused all of today's issues. Ji Mulan was in her 40s, even having gone through a divorce, but Ji Hing felt she was too lucky, and thus still hadn't grown up. Sometimes Ji Hing was relieved that Bai Lian had truly grown up. And sometimes it was inevitable to feel pity for her. The stature of a person is torn apart from the second they take on their fate. Bai Lian's calm and clarity, even sometimes her perseverance, which even Ji Hing admired. He couldn't imagine what Bai Lian had gone through to reach where she was now. She was only 19 this year. Yet, it seemed like she had experienced more than him. The library. Bai Lian glanced down at her phone. It was a document sent by Jean Kai. Take a look at the contract. Of course, Bai Lian didn't understand it, so she forwarded it to Jiang Fulai. Sitting next to her, Jiang Fulai unexpectedly received a document, his slender fingertips still resting on a printout, slowly turning his head as a lock of hair fell across his forehead, not concealing the puzzlement in his eyes. Why send a WeChat message when you're this close? Bai Lian twirled her pen in hand, jotting down a line of numbers. After noticing his gaze, she looked over lazily, then raised an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai looked away, expressionless on his cold, pale face, as his fingers opened the document. It was about a martial arts gym cooperation contract, Bai Lian's investment. Jiang Fulai paused momentarily. Then he took another careful look. No mistake, 8 million. For Xiangqing, investing 8 million in a martial arts gym was a huge sum, but for the heir who regularly dealt with billions, Jiang Fulai was silent over these 8 million. He read the contract from beginning to end, identified a few unreasonable clauses, opened the document on his phone to draft a new version, and reviewed it once again. Only then did he resend it to Bai Lian. Although very silent, Jiang Fulai had no intention of investing in this project himself. He knew that this capital was enough for the initial operation of the martial arts gym and that this was a project entirely Bai Lian's own. Of course, Jiang Shijue would have to make a fuss about it. Those international transactions worth hundreds of millions that Jiang Fulai merely glanced over, sometimes not even bothering to look, and now a contract of 8 million that not only did he read from beginning to end 5 times, but he also personally amended it. Having sent off the revised document in his usual calm demeanor, Jiang Fulai didn't continue with the original documents. Instead, he told Bai Lian and went downstairs with his phone. As soon as he left, the people across from him immediately relaxed. Tang Ming dared to look at the document on the table, asking Ning Xiao, "What is this?" He understood English, but when it was all connected together, he couldn't comprehend it. Ning Xiao shook his head. Bai Lian, who was doing her homework, glanced casually and answered, "It's about constructing xenon gas for double beta decay." Chapter 303, 115 Chen Bureau Major Action _3 Both of them, the police station. The office. Chief Chen sat in his seat, and the two giant 3D screens opposite projected the solemn figures of two men. Chen Yongquan, "You deployed special task personnel to Xiangqing," the elder on the left spoke with a heavy voice, "and even used elite combat equipment, planning a big move. The police force of Xiangqing alone was naturally not enough." Chief Chen called upon manpower and equipment from Jiangjing. He had recently become conspicuously influential in Jiangjing, and many who envied his position had brought their complaints directly to the Qin family. Now, these two were lecturing Chief Chen. Squeak, the door to the office was pushed open, and a tall figure slowly walked into the center of the screen. Chief Chen immediately rose to his feet. Jiang Fulai's gaze swept indifferently over the two projections, then casually sat down on the chair Chief Chen had pulled out. Elbows resting on the armrest, his eyelashes casting a slight shadow, even when silent his presence was considerable. The two men on the screen seemed as if their throats had been choked, their voices vanishing instantly. Chief Chen poured tea for Jiang Fulai. "I've already had Jiang Shijue double the amount of equipment used." Jiang Fulai took the tea, sipped it leisurely, then barely lifted his eyes, his tone indifferent. "You can consider the people as borrowed from me." Any other questions? Nobody spoke. What could they say? The Qin family, a household of martial artists with little earning ability, had survived to this day only because of the Jiang family's unwavering support. Chief Chen raised his eyebrows. He had said, he could sway people. At the hospital, the assistant Su had not yet returned. In Su An's room, however, stood a young man holding a black cotton-padded jacket, clad in a white long-sleeved t-shirt, his demeanor refined as he attentively listened to Dr. Li describing Su An's condition. "So, the antidote won't arrive until tomorrow." Su Wenyao nodded and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Li. "Thank you, Dr. Li." Once Dr. Li had left, Su Wenyao turned to thank Ji Mulan. "Aunt Ji, thank you for taking care of my father all this time." Su Wenyao and Su Jiue had always been like this. They were courteous to everyone, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Ji Mulan stood aside, shaking her head, also rarely gentle. "Why thank me? How are you and Jiue?" "We're fine." Su Wenyao looked around. "Where's Assistant Su?" Ji Heng was reluctant to talk with Ji Mulan about Chief Chen's matters. Ji Mulan currently couldn't give an answer either. He went to the police station for an investigation. At the mention of the investigation, Su Wenyao's mood became heavy. He looked down, checking his phone, and just then received a message from Su Jiue. File. Su Jiue, I've compiled the key points from your notes before. Print them out for her. Su Jiue, I'll go steal Jiangjing Dog's notebook for you tomorrow. Su Jiue, how is my sister? Shy. JPG, Su Jiue, big brother big brother big brother big brother. Su Wenyao, she is older than you. Su Jiue, this is even more painful than being 10 points below Jiangjing Dog. Su Jiue was in her 3rd year of high school, and Su Wenyao hadn't told her about Su En's matter. He only mentioned that he was going to Xiangqing to see the Ji family. When Assistant Su came back, Su Wenyao was on the phone with Su Yejun. Meanwhile, Ji Mulan was also very anxious, knowing that it was Miss Su on the other end of Su Wenyao's phone. Wen Yao, as you know, Su Yejun sighed, Chen Yi is busy with countless affairs every day, he certainly won't bother with such matters. In my opinion, you guys should quickly get President Su back here, Xiangqing is really chaotic. Su Wenyao ended the call and shook his head at Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan sat down, bewildered, does Miss Su not have a way? Having known Su En for so long, she understood that this Miss Su was someone the Su family couldn't currently catch up with, nor did she understand her circle. I'll inform my grandmother, Su Wenyao said, as he hadn't told Mrs. Su about Su En's situation yet, fearing she couldn't bear it. I'll ask her to inquire with the Yu family. It's a matter of a word for the Yu family if they want to see that Mr. Chin. The Yu family again. Ji Mulan temporarily didn't understand all these connections, but she could tell that the Yu family was definitely not simple. Young master, Assistant Su waited until Su Wenyao finished his call, then casually stated, you don't need to call the old lady, I've already met Mr. Chin this afternoon. Chapter 304, 116 Arrogant Alien, Second Update, _1, What? Su Wenyao and Ji Mulan were both shocked. Zu's assistant had already calmed down. He explained the whole situation to the two of them. Ji Mulan found the setup hard to accept. Are you saying that the guy who goes fishing with my dad every day, that's the same Mr. Chin? She recollected how Chin Yongkuan looked, with a fish basket hanging on his waist, treating Ji Xiaojun like a brother, very casual, nothing like the important figure, Mr. Chin, described by He Wen and the others. Yes, Zu's assistant explained to Su Wenyao, Mr. Chin has already taken over the investigation. Don't worry. Ji Mulan sat to one side, drank a glass of cold water, but still couldn't settle her feelings. Her own father had become fishing buddies with Mr. Chin. That is, the same person she often saw in Ji Heng's courtyard. Su Wenyao didn't expect it either, only having heard from Zu's assistant about the Ji family right before they came. He seized the key point, didn't you say the Ji family was just an ordinary family from Xiangqing? How could they be in contact with foreign labs? And Mr. Chin as well. Is this really just a Xiangqing family? I only just found out myself that Mr. Chen and Ji Heng are close fishing friends. But it's true that the Ji family has always lived on Purist Street. Ji Xiaojun is a teacher, and they even have a son who has entered the Ren family. Zu's assistant reflected on Bai Lian's carefree demeanor, truly an astonishing stroke of luck. Everything seemed so ordinary, except Mr. Chen's presence was quite illogical. Zu's assistant thought for a moment and then lowered his voice, murmuring, young master, there's going to be a change in the winds in Xiangqing. And Bai Lian wants to apply to Jiangjing University. It seems she'll be heading to Jiangjing in the future. That is, it's going to be a bit difficult for her to get into Jiangjing University. Remembering this, Zu's assistant asked, how many days can you stay, and when will you start tutoring Miss Bai? Physics is Su Wenyo's strongest subject, and that's also his current research field. He had been admitted to Jiangjing University as one of the top 10 in his major during the entrance exams. Zu's assistant felt that tutoring Bai Lian would be a challenge even for Su Wenyao. Monday. Chemistry class. Although the chemistry teacher was aloof, her hair was always sticking up. It was because of Bai Lian's chemistry test paper. From scoring 100 points, she had dropped to 40. Although this test was simple, looking solely at Bai Lian's score, it was still at the bottom of her grade, but it had been less than 2 weeks since the last joint exam, and she had scored 0 then. After school, Pu Xiaohan and her friends chattered about Bai Lian's 40 points. Wang Qi, with the loudest voice, announced, Alien, you have to treat us. Bai Lian listened to them calmly as she casually scrolled through her phone. A new friend request popped up on her mobile. Hello, this is He Wen. This was the person Jiang Fulai had mentioned to her at noon. She accepted the request. He Wen replied quickly, screenshot, it was a mathematical model. He Wen, thank you, Bai Lian. 1. Jiang Fulai had not told Hewen specifically who Bai Lian was, so Hewen thought she was just another ordinary math genius he had found. Not far away, Director Chin, who overheard the students' conversation, should you treat them to a meal for scoring 40 points? How dare you treat Miss Bai this way? Uncle Chin. Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, and others greeted Director Chin. Because of the Zhang Xiai's incident, the students from Class 15 were very familiar with Director Chin. Uncle Chin, you're off work so early. It's all right, Director Chin said with a smile as he waved to the students. Then he walked with Bai Lian and the others towards the Zhang family's place. Ning Xiao and the others went to move the flowers first, and Director Chin, trailing a step behind Bai Lian, updated her about the investigation. We've discovered a lead and are currently gathering evidence. It's unclear how they've been trading. After contemplating for a moment, Director Chin found the connection with Hewen very odd, hard to trace. I understand, Bai Lian nodded slightly, without expressing any further opinion. Director Chin had always found it difficult to fathom what Bai Lian was thinking or trying to do. Her thoughts were more inscrutable than Jiang Fulai's. He helped the Zhang family move a couple of pots of flowers, then suddenly got a call about new developments in the case, which prompted Director Chin to leave. Are you heading to the martial arts hall? Having moved the flowers, Pu Xiaohan took a camera out of her backpack. Bai Lian, head down, was carefully pruning a bunch of iris flowers, She was going to sign a contract with Jin Kai. I'll come with you. Let's take an overall shot of the courtyard first, and then we can film another one after the renovations. Pu Xiaohan estimated the timing. Such renovation videos were popular. This was Pu Xiaohan's new idea, to film all the shops and artisans on that street. Once the tourist route was established, the number of visitors for check-ins would likely increase as well. Xiangqing Culture and Tourism had contacted Pu Xiaohan, hoping she could help with the promotional activities for Xiangqing Culture and Tourism. Upon finding out that Pu Xiaohan was a high school senior, the bureau quietly set aside the plan for the time being. Chapter 305, 116 Arrogant Alien, Second Update, _2 Students are the foundation of a nation, and they wouldn't disrupt the studies of high school seniors at such a time. 6 o'clock. Xingyi Martial Arts School. By the abandoned dried-up well, Bai Lian and Jin Kai stand with one holding a document, as Jin Kai looks down, examining the content seriously. Hey, raise some water for you two students. Madame Jean offers water to Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan, then brings out some fruit. Bai Lian had already finished reading, sitting across with her school uniform unbuttoned. She took the water and smiled at Madame Jean. Thank you. Auntie, yes, that's the right move. Let me just add a scene to that. Pu Xiaohan was filming Jean Kai's daily surroundings, and at that moment, the camera was aimed at Madame Jean. Bang! The door to the backyard suddenly got kicked open. Pu Xiaohan got a fright, her hand shaking for a moment, almost dropping the camera. Upon seeing the group of people who had just arrived, Jin Kai, who had been reading the document, looked up, his expression changed, and then he instinctively glanced at Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan didn't recognize these people, but she knew Chen Wei in the crowd and involuntarily took a step back. Standing behind Bai Lian. The students of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School were extremely fearful of the powerful and domineering school bully Chen Wei. Jin Kai, I was wondering why you kept refusing to sell the Xingyi Martial Arts School. Zhou Jian entered with a bunch of people, his face all smiles, but his demeanor carried a sly softness as he glanced at the three people present. His gaze finally settled on Bai Lian, hinting meaningfully, so it turns out you have someone powerful backing you up. That's why you're so bold. Mr. Zhou, Jin Kai stood up, looking at Zhou Jian, said coldly, I've already said, the Xingyi Martial Arts School left by my ancestors is not for sale. Please leave. Zhou Jian was wearing the black practice uniform of Jingfeng Martial Arts School. All the people behind him were dressed the same. Pu Xiaohan's gaze lingered on Chen Wei, her voice lower as she said to Bai Lian, "The academic god wasn't wrong, she really does practice Muay Thai, truly deserving of the Qin family." Madame Jean frowned, recognizing Zhou Jian and knowing that Jingfeng Martial Arts School had backing. But she didn't know who it was. All she knew was that the sudden closure of Xingyi Martial Arts School years ago was related to Jingfeng. Hearing Pu Xiaohan speaking with Bai Lian, she asked, "Miss Pu, do you know who these people are?" "That Chen Wei," Pu Xiaohan whispered, "is our school tyrant, she's from the Qin family." "That Qin, do you know?" "In Xiangqing, there are only two prominent families, Chen and Ren. They often appear in the local news of Xiangqing." How could Madame Jean possibly not know? She sharply looked up at Jean Kai. "So, the Qin family is behind Jingfeng Martial Arts School." Jean Kai, who practices martial arts, has excellent hearing and heard what Pu Xiaohan said very clearly. Zhou Jian's face still held a perfect smile as he saw the fearful look in Pu Xiaohan's eyes, but he didn't mind it and just bent over to pick up the contract from the table. He read it from beginning to end. Without a word, she simply turned her head to glance at Qin Wei. "Miss Qin, I need a few minutes to deal with some private matters, can you wait?" Chen Wei's eyes swept over Bai Lian. "Fine." She basically went to Jingfeng Martial Arts School to practice Muay Thai every day. She was brought here today by Zhou Jian, but it wasn't a big problem. "Thank you, Miss Chen." Zhou Jian had brought Qin Wei here on purpose, as the mere mention of Qin was enough to deter most people in Xiangqing. He casually threw the contract onto the ground and said warmly to Jean Kai, 8 million to buy you out. How about this, for 9 million, I'll buy Xingyi Martial Arts School. 9 million was a high price for the current state of Xingyi Martial Arts School. But once developed, given its location, the starting price would be 10 million, with no upper limit. Jean Kai had already been under too much pressure, and when he heard Pu Xiaohan mention the Qin family, and Zhou Jian say, "Miss Qin," he knew that this matter could not be brushed off like in the past. He subconsciously looked at Bai Lian, still remembering her words that day. This was the only way out Jean Kai had found for Xingyi Martial Arts School. "You're looking at Miss Bai, huh?" Zhou Jian followed Jean Kai's gaze toward Bai Lian and suddenly laughed. "Let me guess who is behind Miss Bai, Mr. Su, right?" Those 8 million were also from Mr. Su, weren't they? Of course, Mr. Su is indeed a nice backer, but Jean Kai, perhaps you should ask Miss Bai if her support is still available now. Zhou Jian had always thought that Bai Lian's confidence came entirely from Su En. Therefore, once Su En left Xiangqing, Bai Lian would have no cards left to play. Hearing Zhou Jian go on and on, Jean Kai's face finally changed. He slammed the stone table fiercely, his eyes fiercely fixed on Zhou Jian. "Jingfeng Martial Arts School is too bullying. I want sell Xingyi Martial Arts School." "Don't be so hostile, I'm just having a proper discussion with you," said Zhou Jian, looking at Jean Kai. "This area is going to be planned as a tourist route. If you don't sell, do you think it's possible that the tourist route might just pass through Xingyi Martial Arts School, Jean Kai's body trembled as he looked at Zhou Jian. With those words, he realized that the power behind Zhou Jian was even greater than he had imagined, even capable of altering tourist routes. "Secretary Zhou, you're quite well informed. Also, altering tourist routes, aren't you afraid of being reported?" In the silence, a languid voice arose. It was Bai Lian. Zhou Jian narrowed his eyes as he looked over, the smile on his lips turning cold. Madame Jean also realized that Zhou Jian was not to be trifled with, shaking her head at Bai Lian. "Report." Zhou Jian laughed oddly, taking out his phone and waving it at Bai Lian and Jean Kai. "This is Ren Qian's number, why don't you ask him?" Bai Lian put away her own phone and took 2 steps forward. If the news about the Qin family made Jean Kai and Madame Jean feel breathless, then the emergence of the name Ren Qian was the last straw that broke Jean Kai. Seeing Bai Lian moving forward, Jin Kai reached out to grab her school uniform. The Ren Qian he mentioned, that's the Ren family. All Master Jin, I've said it before, trust me, don't I? Bai Lian casually brushed off Jin Kai's hand with a nonchalant demeanor. Jin Kai was also a martial arts expert, and he stared blankly as his hand was effortlessly brushed aside by an undeniable force. Bai Lian slowly approached Zhou Jian, and she reached out to take Zhou Jian's phone. The dim light of the courtyard cast a hazy shadow on her face. Secretary Zhou, Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a lazy smile, her black eyes dark as ink. How would telling Ren Qian be enough? I suggest you go even higher, like to people such as Chen Yongkuan. Pa! The phone dropped carelessly from her hand to the ground, landing right beside the contract Zhou Jian had thrown down. Chapter 306, The 117 Most Terrifying People _1 Mr. Zhou. The lackey by Zhou Jian's side didn't recognize Bai Lian and was also unaware of the name, Chen Yongkuan. With a cold expression on his face, he was about to step forward. But he was stopped by a hand from Zhou Jian. The lackey gave Bai Lian a fierce glance and took a step back. Hearing the name, Director Qin, from Bai Lian again. His connections were not many. Today was merely about leveraging the power of the Ren and Chen families to force Jin Kai to sell the martial arts school. What Zhou Jian didn't expect was that Jin Kai had been bluffed by him. Yet Bai Lian, a mere high school student still wet behind the ears, was not intimidated. The three words, Chen Yongkuan, exerted too much pressure on Zhou Jian. The sly expression on Zhou Jian's face slowly receded as he scrutinized Bai Lian's face before slowly bending down to pick up the phone he had dropped. He clenched the phone tightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Who exactly was behind Bai Lian? His gaze finally swept over the faces of Bai Lian and Jin Kai. Let's go. But, Jingfeng Martial Arts School had long coveted this territory, and letting them just walk away was hard to swallow. But Zhou Jian had already turned and walked out the courtyard gate. The lackey glared at Bai Lian, spat viciously, and then left. Only one person didn't leave. The energetic and optimistic little angel Pu Xiaohan clung to Mrs. Jin's arm, not daring to look at Chen Wei. Chen Wei naturally didn't look at her either, just crossed her arms and said to Bai Lian with a grim voice, Bai Lian, what's the deal with Zhang Xi's? She naturally had also caught a lot of people at school to ask, but everyone in class 15 shook like chaff at the sight of her. It was a conversation that was going nowhere. As for Bai Lian, the class 15 teacher treasured her as the apple of their eye, keeping Chen Wei away as if she were a malign tumor. Other times, Bai Lian did nothing but study. Bai Lian also bent down, picked up the contract with nonchalance, and blew on it lightly without looking up, her tone casual. Zhang Xi's was detained in a righteous cause. Her words were light as a breeze. Chen Wei was naturally unsatisfied with such an answer. She took a step forward. Hey, Chen classmate, Pu Xiaohan threw the camera into Mrs. Jin's embrace. She stood between the two, putting on a brave face as she said to Chen Wei, we Lianjia don't know about these kinds of things either, right? How could the police let common folks like us know about their investigations? Why give her a hard time? Next year, just ask that idiot, just ask Zhang Xi's himself. Bai Lian stood behind Pu Xiaohan, gazing up as night fell. A lot of people in class 15 knew about Zhang Xi's case, but because it involved Yan Lu and several other female artists, the case was not made public, and Zhang Xi's himself didn't explain. Although Yan Lu had already self-exposed to Zhang Xi's friends, the class 15 students chose to keep it secret in solidarity. As for those from other classes who might gossip, no problem, Bai Lian would suppress them with violence. Xiangqing No. 1 High School was very peaceful. Chen Wei was too dangerous. Pu Xiaohan and the others wouldn't reveal Yan Lu. Knowing she couldn't get any answers, Chen Wei left anyway. After everyone had left, Pu Xiaohan slumped onto the stone bench, patting her chest. That lady is too scary. The Jean Kai beside her, with a tanned face, looked somewhat puzzled. Isn't it? Don't you think your classmate is scarier? The high-level expert had just been brushed off with such a light flick of the hand. Speaking of which, Jean Kai's gaze turned towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow and held up the agreement to him. No more disturbances, let's continue signing. Oh. Jean Kai reined in his curiosity and sat back down. About the travel route he mentioned, change the travel route. Bai Lian tapped the pen at the signature spot lightly, finally leaving behind two flamboyant characters. She looked up, her tone leisurely, for that, had need to be alive to change it. Jean Kai, Pu Xiaohan took a quick glance, that was not Bai Lian's usual by-the-book handwriting. After signing, Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a few words to Director Qin. Xiangqing Hospital. 7 p.m. A bunch of people were waiting downstairs. Many passers-by watched this scene. What's going on? So many doctors. Don't know. Was there some kind of mass traffic accident, a consult for multiple traumas? The discussions buzzed around. Su Wenyao stood behind Dr. Li and the dean. At 7:05 p.m., a black commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance. The CN antidote had finally arrived. After confirming the license plate number, Dr. Li hurriedly stepped forward. The driver's window rolled down, and the fierce, cold man passed a silver case to Dr. Li. There was a tiny MTR logo on the bottom left of the silver case's front. Dr. Li carefully accepted the case. The moment he took the case, the car window closed with a swish, and with a rev of the engine, the driver sped away, leaving as if what Dr. Li had received wasn't medical supplies from MTR but a bomb. Dr. Li didn't think too much of it, while everyone else's gaze was fixed on the antidote in his hands. Dr. Li, is this the medicine that can save my dad? Su Wenyao asked. Dr. Li walked into the hospital. The dean followed Dr. Li. Let me handle this case for you. I'll go and call a few experts from neurology over. Since Dr. Li had been communicating with Bai Lian from the beginning, Suan was under his care, and naturally, the medicine was also managed by him. Although Su Wenyao and Ji Mulan were the family members, at this moment they were squeezed aside by a group of doctors and interns. In Su En's ward, Dr. Li eagerly stared at his thesis. No, at his patient. He recorded the physical symptoms, then took out the CN antidote, withdrew 1/3 of the transparent liquid with a syringe, and injected it into Su En. The dean took over the medical records from the nurse's hands and personally noted the changes in vital signs. Outside the ward, Su Wenyao, Ji Mulan, and assistant Su were also anxiously waiting. 8 o'clock. Su En finally woke up, and the ventilator was removed from him. He was lucid, but weakened by the constant infusions. He lifted his head to look at Su Wenyao, very surprised. How did you come to Xiangqing? Assistant Su recounted the events to Su En. So much had happened during the 2 days he was unconscious. Su En weakly lifted his hand. Wenyao, you go ask the Ji family for help on my behalf first. Due to Bai Lian's request, it was inconvenient for Su En to show himself right now. I know, Su Wenyao had already arranged it. Also, keep an eye on your grandmother, Su En remembered the matter with the Yu family. He worried about Ji Mulan and urged Su Wenyao, don't let them get in touch at any cost. The Yu family. Su Wenyao remembered this family. They're prone to being a target, and their character, Su En paused thoughtfully, is bound to be agitated by people stirring trouble and malicious flattery. In the past, Madame Yu of the Yu family was best friends with Su Wenyao's grandmother, and the Su family, being better off, had always been helping the Yu family. In the last 2 years, the Yu family had suddenly risen to great heights, their status climbing too rapidly, looking down upon their former friends and relatives. Being excessively flattered by others, Madame Yu was prone to being arrogant and self-centered. Also, Su-en remembered something else, alien. She doesn't want to come to the Su family, you need to manage that situation carefully. The next day. After school in the afternoon. My grandpa said he would like to treat you this weekend, Bai Lian said, taking a sip from the straw of her milk tea before responding to Pu Xiaohan and her friends. Ji Heng was to take her to the Su family banquet today. Pu Xiaohan excitedly jabbed her straw into her milk tea, then okay. She couldn't pierce through, and the sharp end even crumpled. This straw is just like a math exam paper, why does it always do this to me? Pu Xiaohan borrowed a straw from Bai Lian, let me use your straw. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, glanced at the straw and milk tea in Pu Xiaohan's hands. Then, she pushed her phone into her pocket, snatched the straw from Pu Xiaohan, showed her how it's done right in front of her, and casually used her forefinger to block one end of the straw, and gently pierced the top of the milk tea cup. Pu Xiaohan watched, dumbfounded, as Bai Lian easily inserted the straw. So, is this the right way to use a straw? She asked, stunned. Sometimes, Bai Lian wondered how Pu Xiaohan ever learned physics. She sighed, patted Pu Xiaohan's head with meaning, it's okay, too. Although one door closes, another opens, your videos get plenty of views. Meanwhile, in a private room at Wanha building, Ji Mulan was describing Bai Lian's personality to Su Wenyao, please be more tolerant towards her, she has a different character than you and Su Jiue, she's a bit prickly, and her grades are also, she had seen the time when Bai Xiaoke was the top scholar of the entire city. The Bai family brought Bai Xiaoke home with much fanfare, and at that time, every newspaper in Beijing was featuring this news. Bai Kaiming's two illegitimate children were indeed outstanding, so much so that Ji Mulan doubted herself. After divorcing Bai Qiming, she met Su En, and Su Wenyao was also a student at Jiangjing University. And Su Jiue, he was the second best at the affiliated high school. A contender for the national top scholar. Both of them were not only excellent but also very modest. Having met so many outstanding individuals, Ji Mulan sometimes wished irritably why Bai Lian couldn't be like Bai Xiaoke. Su Wenyao had been listening to Ji Mulan attentively. He was unfamiliar with the affairs of the Ji family, having only learned about them through Su En the night before and having made further inquiries with Assistant Su. But the three of them saw three different personalities in Bai Lian. Su En, very well behaved. Assistant Su, loves studying but never excels. Ji Mulan, a wastrel with a messy group of friends. Especially Ji Mulan and Su En had almost polar opposite evaluations of her. However, Su Wenyao also received a profile of Bai Lian and the Ji family. The information was sparse, simply summarizing Bai Lian's age and residence, and it seemed like there wasn't much else. Basic and superficial. As the two of them conversed, the door of the private room was knocked, and Assistant Su's eyes lit up, Miss Bai and the others have arrived. Su Wenyao immediately stood up to open the door. Chapter 307, It's time to show the real skills, second update, _1 The door opened to reveal an elderly man and a young girl. The old man held a smoking pipe, and his face was deeply lined with wrinkles, this must be Ji Mulan's father. Su Wenyao bowed slightly, Grandpa Ji, hello, I am Su Wenyao. Then he looked towards Bai Lian. It was not cold in Shangqing during winter. She was neatly dressed in a school jacket, her dark hair secured with a wooden hairpin, and a white backpack draped over her shoulder, embroidered with a lazy cat. One hand held a milk tea, the other a mobile phone, as she lazily looked at her phone with her head lowered. Su Wenyao's voice was gentle, hello, student Bai. Bai Lian slowly lifted her head, her response succinct, hello. She didn't say much but was indeed as polite as Su En had described. Zu's assistant also stood nearby, respectfully greeting her, "Miss Bai." The group took their seats. Su Wenyao was no less skilled at warming up the conversation than Su En. He smiled and found a topic of interest to Ji Hing. "I know there's a national treasure embroidery piece from Jiangjing, the imperial Jiangjing scenery." At the mention of this, Ji Hing paused. Then he looked at Su Wenyao in surprise, his expression softening considerably. It's rare for young people nowadays to be aware of such things. While the two were talking, Ji Mulan didn't interject. Because she knew even less about embroidery than Su Wenyao did. Bai Lian was scrolling through her phone. Jean Kai had sent her a photo. He had finished cleaning the martial arts training ground, ordered a batch of weapons, and was discussing interior renovations. Enrollment would begin in half a month, but the training ground didn't need any refurbishing and could be lent out to those in need for some extra income. "A few classmates are coming over for dinner this weekend, right? Your aunt and uncle need to shop for groceries beforehand." During the meal, Ji Hing brought up the matter and asked Bai Lian. "About 8, she said. It was just Wing Qi, Ning Xiao, and a few others." Ji Hing looked at Su Wenyao and explained, "She scored 40 in chemistry in the monthly exam. Her classmates wanted her to treat them." Bai Lian's chemistry scores had been almost 0 all semester. This was the first time she'd scored 40. Not just the students from class 15, even the chemistry teacher wanted to join the public celebrations, but he was too aloof. Ji Mulan gripped her chopsticks tightly. Scoring 40 out of 100 brought an indescribable sense of shame. She kept her head slightly lowered, feeling fortunate that only Su Wenyao was present today, as opposed to Su family's old lady or someone else. By the way, Su Wenyao smiled and picked up a printed document from beside him, finally taking the opportunity to hand it to Bai Lian. "This is a summary of high school key points prepared by Jiue. I hope you find it useful." Bai Lian took the summary of key points from Su Wenyao. She was somewhat surprised. It was mostly key points in science and math, which suggested Su Wenyao knew she had switched from a humanities to a science track. "Thank you for your trouble." Ji Hing raised his glass to Su Wenyao in gratitude. Su Wenyao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had passed Ji Hing's test. "It's what I should do. I'll still be here for a few days. Which subjects are you weakest in?" He was implying that he wanted to give Bai Lian tutoring lessons. Hearing this, Bai Lian looked up. "Thank you, but it's not necessary." Indeed, she was currently catching up on biology and chemistry. "But young man, please spare yourself the effort." "Wenyao, don't listen to her." Ji Mulan, who had been quiet until now, looked coldly at Bai Lian. "Wenyao is a student at Jiangjing University. Having him tutor you is something many people can't even ask for." Then, turning to Su Wenyao with a smile, she said, "Wenyao, I hope you take good care of her. If you really have nothing to do." Bai Lian crossed her legs, lifted her head slightly, and looked at Ji Mulan with a half-smile. "Can't you just squat by the front gate instead?" Ji Mulan was speechless. This time Ji Hing didn't interrupt either. Su Wenyao sensed some tension. It seemed Bai Lian and Ji Mulan were not on good terms, so he remained silent. Ji Hing had drunk a bit more today and, before 7 o'clock, Zu's assistant escorted him home. With the atmosphere between Ji Mulan and Bai Lian not sitting well, Ji Mulan left with Ji Hing. Bai Lian seemed to be heading to the library. She and Su Wenyao were at the door seeing off Ji Hing when Su Wenyao offered Bai Lian the meeting gift and asked, "Are you sure you don't need tutoring? I heard from Zu's assistant that you want to apply for Jiangjing University." Su Wenyao had always been an excellent student and was adept at socializing from a young age, but in front of Bai Lian, he found none of his social skills useful. Understanding Ji Hing's preferences was easy, and Bai Lian's interests supposedly lay in studying. But despite skirting around academic topics for so long, Bai Lian seemed utterly uninterested. "Do you still want to apply for Jiangjing University?" Bai Lian twirled her phone, opening her mouth lazily. someone else is tutoring." As she spoke, a car slowly came to a stop across the street. Chapter 308, It's Time to Show the Real Skills, Second Update, _2 Su Wenyao still wanted to inquire about Bai Lian's tutoring arrangements. Bai Lian waved at him. She walked to the other side and got into a car. A black business car, pretty luxurious. Su Wenyao stared at the vehicle, taken aback. He remembered that the Ji family's information indicated they had always lived on Purist Street, without changing locations. Was the driver a friend or a relative? Su Wenyao took out his phone and snapped a photo of the license plate. Then, he opened WeChat, the account of Bai Lian he had just scanned. She hadn't accepted it yet. In the car, Jiang Fulai sat in the back seat, his computer on the table, and his slender fingers tapping on the keyboard. The light from behind shone on his face, casting a cold, jade-like curve that seemed unapproachable. "Where's Jiang He?" Bai Lian didn't see Jiang He. She held her phone and, seeing Su Wenyao's request, accepted it. Jiang Fulai closed his laptop nonchalantly, honestly complaining to Bai Lian, "He's like a mushroom." Bai Lian, Jiang He had been in self-isolation all day, because of the ink dot on his face. When Bai Lian arrived at Jiang He's room, he was still crouched under the small drawing table. He must have heard the door open. He covered his ears with his hands, head bowed. Jiang He was relatively easy to care for considering his autism. He neither screamed nor harmed himself or others. He truly personified the term self-contained. Mushroom, 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 Bai Lian couldn't stop thinking. She rid her mind of the young master Jiang thoughts and then squatted beside him, reaching out and flicking the back of his head. Sensing who was nearby, Jiang He slowly relaxed his hands and looked towards Bai Lian. "Have you eaten?" Bai Lian asked softly, rubbing his head, her drooping eyes unusually gentle. Jiang He shook his head. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, then, "Shall we go out to eat?" Jiang He nodded slowly. Jiang Fulai leaned in the doorway, hand casually in his pocket, watching Jiang He and scoffed. "You go ahead and get busy." Bai Lian flicked Jiang He's forehead again and said to Jiang Fulai, "He'll take him downstairs to eat." Mondays were the busiest for Jiang Fulai, with team meetings, summaries, and setting tasks for the upcoming week. He had been at odds with Jiang He all day. Only now did he have time to go to the study to take care of lab affairs and hold an online team meeting. Jiang Fulai returned to the office not very pleased. Bai Lian took Jiang He downstairs to eat. Ming Dongheng had already set the meal and then sat on a sofa nearby, ready to take orders. Bai Lian had eaten at Wanha Building and was now pulling out her homework, sitting next to Jiang He and beginning to work on problems. She casually placed her phone aside. Jiang He nibbled on white rice and glanced over, just in time to see a message displayed on the screen. "Do you really not need me to tutor you? I'm from the physics department." Jiang He paused, checking carefully to make sure he wasn't misreading the characters, as the WeChat on the table didn't show names. He began to eat faster. Chief Chen had heard that Bai Lian was here. After finishing his work late at night, he rushed over to report to Bai Lian on the progress of the case. "Miss Bai, the person you asked me to watch had some movements tonight." Bai Lian looked down and finished a problem. She nodded in acknowledgement. As expected, the progress was swift, and Chief Chen also took the rare opportunity to relax. He sat down next to Ming Dongheng and suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Ming." Ming Dongheng looked up at him. "I was listening to an internal meeting at the Qin family today, because Bai Lian was doing her homework." Chief Chen lowered his voice. "Chen Jingyu passed the preliminary application and is about to be officially assessed. Did you know? Also, her senior brother seems to have a recommendation quota too." Ming Dongheng's eyes narrowed. "I'll ask for you," Chief Chen pondered slightly. He was aware of Ming Dongheng's current situation. Jiang Fulai's identity was sensitive, and his safety was highly valued by those above. Ming Dongheng was officially placed by Jiang Fulai's side. If Qin Jingyu entered Dongwu, for Jiang Fulai's safety, they would also squeeze Qin Jingyu into Jiang Fulai's side. Chief Chen knew in his heart, this information must have been deliberately leaked to him. He took his phone and went outside to make a call. He was fairly familiar with Qin Jingyu. Can you inquire about the current recommendation system at Dongwu? Are you asking for Ming Dongheng? Qin Jingyu hit the nail on the head. Chief Chen was rising with the tide within the Qin family. He also had some understanding of the Yu family, and Yu Hongyi now had a high call within the Qin family. Yu Hongyi was quite renowned within the Qin family. Some people admired her like Qin Jingyu did, while others were not so friendly towards her. Chief Chen, however, saw through this quite clearly. Yu Hongyi knew her circumstances. A small shrimp like the Yu family had to try their best to showcase their abilities to stand out, or they would never be noticed. The Qin family valued martial prowess, and resources were allocated accordingly. But being lifted too high could make one float away. Yes, Chief Chen didn't hide which side he was on. I don't remember you being so close with him. Qin Jingyu frowned. The situation is different now, and moreover, by Shao, Chief Chen wasn't familiar with Ming Dongheng before, but the situation had completely changed now. Hearing that Chief Chen was about to bring up Bai Lian again, Qin Jingyu cut him off directly. There's nothing I can do about this matter. Of course, unless he's willing to apologize to Master Yu. Apologize? Chief Chen recalled the last incident. Pu Shaohan had spoken out first, but Pu Shaohan had also apologized afterward. As for Bai Lian, Chief Chen really didn't think Bai Lian said anything, and he didn't understand why Master Yu reacted so strongly. Is there really no other possibility? Chief Chen was not quite ready to give up. No, Qin Jingyu was surprised by Chief Chen's attitude. All right then. Chief Chen was even considering returning to Jiangjing to see for himself. He imagined it must be quite lively there now. That's the situation. Chief Chen returned to the sofa, explained it to Ming Dongheng, and then patted his shoulder. This year it seems hopeless for you, but we'll try again next year. Just that. The others would question why Ming Dongheng was able to follow the Jiang family. You'll have to bear with some hardship. Chief Chen shook his head. Not far away, Jiang He had finished eating. Ming Dongheng, while listening, promptly began to clear away Jiang He's bowl. Bai Lian rode at her own pace, finishing one side. Then she looked up, her gaze turning to Ming Dongheng. Xiaming, how are you doing with the practice I assigned you last time? Ming Dongheng, holding the bowl, stood up straight, his voice respectful. It's decent. Bai Lian nodded. She capped her pen and casually put the book back into her bag. You know about the Calligraphy Association, right? The martial arts gym next door is now barely suitable for use. That place will be your training base from now on. The timing was just right. Jin Kai had just gotten the place sorted out. Ming Dongheng, having escorted Bai Lian many times, naturally knew where the Calligraphy Association was. He also knew there was a deserted martial arts gym there, but he didn't understand the meaning behind Bai Lian's words. Miss Bai, that place, you've been telling people I'm very strong, can't let you lose face. Bai Lian's voice whooshed as she pulled up the zipper, stood up, and lazily tilted her head. It's time I showed you. Chapter 309, 119 must be because my physics is not good enough. _1 When Bai Lian was downstairs, Jiang He finished his meal and hopped off the stool to go upstairs. Jiang Fulai leaned casually against the chair back, his mic was on, but his video was off, his face expressionless, as Hewen was making a literature review presentation with an all-English PowerPoint slide on the large computer screen. Yu Guang noticed Jiang He, but Jiang Fulai paid him no attention. Jiang He looked down and slowly poked at his watch, occasionally glancing at him. Jiang Fulai realized something was off with this guy, so he muted his mic, tapped his fingertips on the table, and gestured for Jiang He to come over. Jiang He sat on one side, still engrossed in his watch, ignoring him. Jiang Fulai. Jiang He's dark eyes turned towards the tea in front of Jiang Fulai. Very well. Jiang Fulai flipped a cup out with one hand, poured some for him, stood up, and placed it in front of him with a tug of his lip. Drink. Jiang He finished drinking, then extended his little finger, slowly showing him a 1. You're 8 years old now, postponing for another year. Jiang Fulai propped his hand against the table. Your sister Bai will be a graduate student, and you, Jiang Xiaoniao. He gently exhaled a few words. Do you want to become a true illiterate? Jiang He suddenly stood up and then walked out of the study, feeling dejected. Remembering something. He looked at his watch again, resentfully sending Jiang Fulai a picture. After the group meeting ended, Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian back. He was so silent it was suffocating. Bai Lian wore headphones and listened to the English original text. She knew many literature pieces were in English, so having a good foundation in the language was very important. It wasn't until they got out of the car and he followed her into the alley that she took off her headphones. Is your lab not going well? Bai Lian asked. Indeed, someone's silence was somewhat abnormal, very unaccustomed. Jiang Fulai shook his head. No, I'm thinking. About what? Bai Lian expressed her surprise, stowing her headphones in her pocket, curious about what kind of difficult problem could keep him thinking for half an hour with no solution. Let's hear it. She was genuinely curious to know what the tough question was. Jiang Fulai was probably a step behind Bai Lian. The alley streetlight was very bright. He casually followed her from behind, slightly lowering his head, the light falling on his sharp nose. Elegant composure blended with a hint of melancholy. He slowly lifted his head, murmuring profoundly, it must be because my physics isn't good enough. Bai Lian. Ah. Wait. That's not it. I know. Jiang Fulai again lowered his head, his long lashes casting down. I will work hard. Ah. Bai Lian raised her hand, starting to realize something. Wait, did Jiang Xiaoniao look at my phone? Jiang Fulai was quick to reply this time. Yes, that was him. Bai Lian ground her teeth. That one who might be my stepbrother. Bai Lian explained, somewhat incredulously. First off, I didn't agree. Oh, young Master Jiang acknowledged. No discernible emotion in his voice. They walked slowly, and soon saw Ji Heng's brightly lit courtyard. Jiang Fulai stopped at the corner, took out a silver ornament from his pocket, and handed it to her, something I made before. I perfected it yesterday. Bai Lian took it, a magnetic levitation chaos pendulum ball. She lazily pushed it with her hand, and the silver balls oscillated one after another. Compared to their first encounter, those somewhat desolate eyes now seemed to have a bit of sparkle. Jiang Fulai's gaze was much softer. Liking perhaps was an indescribable feeling, but Jiang Fulai knew clearly that her mood could really affect him for a long time. Even though chemistry is at 40 points, don't be too proud. Jiang Fulai teasingly gave his 40-point gift and reminded her not to be arrogant. Thankfully, no one from the laboratory was there. After Bai Lian returned, she placed the chaos pendulum ball on the desk, beside the blue one. After watching for a while, she took out her homework notebook from her bag to start doing exercises, and felt a gift box in the bag. Su Wenyo's gift for her that evening was a brooch. Bai Lian neatly arranged it in the box on the dressing table. Having seen Ji Mulan more frequently, Bai Lian gradually became calmer in her presence. She returned to her desk and pushed the silver balls again, watching them rebound and return. The hospital. When Su Wenyao returned, Ji Mulan was already there. Realizing that father and son might have something to discuss, Ji Mulan went to find Dr. Li, leaving them some privacy. She wants to apply for Jiangjing University. Suan was in good spirits today. But he was startled upon hearing Su Wenyao's words. Su Wenyao hadn't mentioned Bai Lian's ambition at the dinner table earlier, and only now raised the topic with Su En. She scored 40 in chemistry this time. Do you know how her other grades are? Chapter 310, 119 must be because my physics is not good enough. _2, I remember it was over 400 once. Su En recalled the first parent-teacher conference Ji Hing had with Bai Lian, Jiangjing University. Might be tough. When you go back, see if the affiliated high school accepts repeat students next year. Bai Lian's current scores were indeed not enough to get into Jiangjing University. The two of them were discussing where to repeat the year next year. When Yu Guang saw Ji Mulan coming back, Su En shifted the topic and didn't mention Bai Lian's situation in front of her anymore. How is your exam preparation going? Whose research do you plan to pursue? He figured that Ji Mulan must disapprove of the idea of Bai Lian trying to get into Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao was in his junior year and didn't yet qualify for direct recommendation for postgraduate studies. He had only participated in 2 projects in the physics department and was preparing to take the postgraduate entrance exam next year. It's about getting in first. I remember you always talking about the dean of your physics department, academician Ma, Su En said. He didn't understand physics academia, but he had heard a lot about academician Ma from Su Wenyao. Beside them, Ji Mulan was silently listening to their conversation. She understood physics academia even less than Su En, and she didn't know much about Jiangjing University either. But most people inherently respect scholars. She was no different, offering a compliment. Wenyao, you're so smart, you'll definitely be able to study under academician Ma. Do you even know who he is, to apply to his research group? Su Wenyao responded to Ji Mulan's words by shaking his head and sighing. Auntie, just being able to participate in one of his projects would be a glorious achievement on my resume. His team members are all postdoctoral researchers from Jiangjing. Su En was hearing about this for the first time. Is it that difficult? Of course, as you also know, Su Wenyao said softly, who is behind academician Ma. Su En was well aware of this. The two were speaking in riddles, and Ji Mulan only understood half of it. She didn't know who was behind this so-called academician Ma, but she understood they were not someone they could aspire to reach, especially since even Su Wenyao found it difficult to enter academician Ma's lab. This was simply not their circle. For Ji Mulan, the Su family itself was already a circle hard to access, and for someone whom even Su Wenyao struggled to meet like Dean Ma, that was the stuff of legends. Out of reach. The next day. After school in the afternoon. Xiaoqi waited at the entrance of No. 1 high school with an effortless grace. His face still youthful at 17, he looked more like a high school student than the actual students, despite not wearing a uniform. Who is this? Pu Xiaohan and others were seeing Xiaoqi for the first time. With a polite and shy smile, Xiaoqi said, "Hello, elder brothers and sisters, just call me Xiaoqi." "Xiaoqi, little brother, my name is Wing Qi." Wing Qi's eyes lit up. He stepped forward to put his arm around Xiaoqi's shoulder, feeling good about being able to act as an older brother. Xiaoqi responded with a light and breezy tone, "Brother Wang." The group of youngsters laughed and joked as they made their way to Zhang Ma's flower shop, where Xiaoqi finally found the chance to talk to Bai Lian about finding partners for the solid element paste. This year's batch of solid element paste was limited due to insufficient medicinal herbs, only enough for the people of Bacter Street. Now that a new batch of herbs was becoming available and could meet the demand, the solid element paste could be supplied more widely. Ordinary pharmacies now had no way to reach the contacts on Bacter Street. So the families that were now able to get in touch with Xiaoqi were famous and influential at home and abroad. I'm planning to hold an auction at the bar and have the boss present. I'll invite several competitors and, Xiaoqi said with a sense of justice, the highest bidder will win. He hadn't even attended personally, leaving it to Mao Kuan to sit in for him. Mao Kuan didn't even have to say much, just maintaining silence and mystery, and quoting a number at the end was enough. That was the image Xiaoqi had crafted for Mao Kuan. Chen family. Bai Lian heard the surname and had always known that many people approached Xiaoqi for partnerships. Bai Lian didn't understand these matters, leaving them all to Xiaoqi. However, she did pay attention to the surname Qin, since Director Qin made it to his side in the first step because of his surname. Right, a friend of yours? Xiaoqi asked Bai Lian. Bai Lian smiled, it's nothing, follow your own pace, I don't really understand these things. Although she said so, Xiaoqi took note of the surname Qin. When Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School, Ming Dongheng was helping Jin Kai with roof tiles. Jiang He squatted in a corner, twisting a Rubik's Cube while occasionally watching them. A large practice area had been cleared up at the entrance of the main door. The weeds and stones under the wooden stakes on the right had been tidied, the open space on the left had been swept clean, and more than half of the weapons had already been placed on the 2 rows of weapon racks. Pu Xiaohan tapped Jin Kai, who was laying tiles, and then filmed the practice area and the armory. Once the martial arts school's renovation was complete, she would have content for her next video. Chapter 311, 119 must be because my physics is not good enough. _3 As soon as Bai Lian arrived, Jin Kai and Ming Dongheng stopped being busy, and Ming Dongheng walked over to Bai Lian's side, calling out, Miss Bai. More than half of the weapon customizations are still not finished, Jin Kai reported to her, wiping sweat with a towel as he saw Bai Lian staring at the weapon rack. They should be ready by next week. After the report, Jin Kai then took Pu Xiaohan for an internal photo shoot. Bai Lian turned around, her gaze shifting slowly and calmly towards Ming Dongheng, her eyes narrowing slightly. She was always laid back and casual, but now her look contained a sharp edge that made Ming Dongheng lower his head nervously, not daring to meet her gaze. Bai Lian walked to the wooden pile on the right, lifting her chin towards Ming Dongheng. Try walking on the plum blossom piles, and remember to keep your chi raised. There were 7 rows of wooden piles. Each wooden pile was over 1 meter tall. Ming Dongheng walked to the shorter wooden pile in the top right corner, luckily tall enough to step on it smoothly. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, so his stance was stable. He squatted slightly and stepped onto the second wooden pile, then the third. The first 2 were stable, but on the 4th, he started to wobble. Unsurprisingly, he fell off the 7th wooden pile. Looking somewhat sheepish, he said to Bai Lian, Miss Bai, this is too difficult. Take this. Bai Lian casually tossed her backpack to Ming Dongheng, then took off her school blazer. Ming Dongheng caught Bai Lian's backpack steadily with both hands, then looked up to see for the first time that Bai Lian was wearing a white training uniform underneath. To practice punches, one must practice the basics first. Raising chi is about unleashing your internal strength completely, Bai Lian said as she hung her blazer on the last wooden pile and turned her head to look at Ming Dongheng. Just like this, her right leg kicked up into the air, the tip of her foot lightly touching the ground, her left foot using the force of the pile to make her body light as a leaf being gently blown by the wind. With her arms slightly extended, her right foot smoothly landed on the second wooden pile. Bai Lian looked back, her white garment fluttering gently in the wind, her eyelashes casting a shadow under her lids. With a calm expression and a gentle voice, she said, Keep your center of gravity low to the ground, it's the legs you're training. Her left foot lightly touched down on the third wooden pile. As if walking on level ground. While speaking, she calmly walked over all the piles, finally tapping the last pile with her foot and lightly stepping down. She walked over to Ming Dongheng, raising an eyebrow. You don't have to walk the whole set, just try 5 steps. Ming Dongheng didn't respond. Bai Lian slowly pulled the backpack from his hands, then reached out to close the gaping mouth of Jiang He. Xiao Ming, are you there? Ha! Ming Dongheng finally snapped back to reality. When Qin Jingyu arrived, he saw this exact scene, Ming Dongheng standing on the corner wooden pile, staggering like a drunkard. Miss Bai, Qin Jingyu's mouth twitched slightly before he approached Bai Lian with some information. Hey, raise some material we've found. Bai Lian took the material he provided. It was about Zhou Jian. He has had 5 contacts with the trafficker, the first one 17 years ago, the most recent one yesterday, Qin Jingyu explained as he handed over the material. With such a span of time, our people are still interrogating him. Qin Jingyu had done a good job keeping this investigation secret, monitoring all of Zhou Jian's social media accounts until finally locating the trading place and records yesterday. Nearly 20 years of industry chain, this fact was unexpected to Qin Jingyu, involving many people, and now nearly half of the middle management in Shangqing has been taken down, all under investigation. At the lightest, they would lose their position, but the heaviest penalty was over 3 years in prison. Qin Jingyu's third major action in Shangqing burned too fiercely, raising his performance and merits through the roof, making many people in Jiangjing wary of his methods. Rin Qian was found to be clean, but now he too was trembling with fear, not daring to make a single move. After all, Zhou Jian used to be his chief secretary. Bai Lian finished reviewing the material before handing it back to Qin Jingyu. Qin Jingyu took the material back, and then looked at Ming Dongheng, who was still practicing on the plum blossom piles, raised his voice and said, "Mr. Ming, in that case, I'll take Miss Bai home. Take your time practicing." Ming Dongheng looked down, infuriating. Qin Jingyu took the car keys and walked out. Jiang He also wanted to accompany Bai Lian. Bai Lian picked Jiang He up again in the yard, pinching his cheeks. "Was it you who peeked at my phone?" Jiang He blinked. Bai Lian stood up, and spoke to him methodically, "Just wait here for your brother." She dusted off her sleeves and left with style. Just yesterday Jiang He had proudly served Jiang Fulai tea. On the way back to Purish Street, Qin Jingyu got a phone call. It was from a side branch of the Qin family in Jiangjing, the manager Yan in charge of this procurement. "Master Qin, why haven't you arrived yet? Qin Jingyu got here early, don't let him snatch this credit." It was a networking event initiated by the suppliers of solid element paste today. "Has it started?" Qin Jingyu was surprised. He had timed his visit with Bai Lian to report on Su En's case. A job meant for one, split between 3. "Not yet, but it's about to." Manager Yan replied respectfully. Bai Lian sat in the back seat, working on practice questions and listening to the conversation at the same time, remembering what Xiaming had mentioned. "Let's go to Bachter Street, there's no need to waste time taking me home." Chapter 312, Cold and Ruthless Young Master Mao 120, Director Chen splits open, second update, _1 it means she's going to. Red light. Inspector Chen stopped the car and looked into the rearview mirror. "Miss Bai, Ming, Xiaoming?" Bai Lian casually lifted her eyes and sincerely asked Inspector Chen, "Do you think I need Xiaoming's protection?" Inspector Chen silently pressed on the gas pedal and took Bai Lian to the bar on Bachter Street. Nearing 8 o'clock. The bar lights were dim, spotlights indiscriminately swept across, and the smell of smoke and alcohol mixed with the cold air hit you in the face as you entered. There were several stages in the center of the hall, with men and women mingled together, dancing. Inspector Chen was familiar with this scene, but because it was a bar on Bachter Street, he was tense. "Miss Bai, please stay close." Turning around, Bai Lian was lazily stuffing earphones in her ears and learning new words, looking much more relaxed than him. "Inspector Chen, Miss Bai is truly otherworldly." This time he didn't say a word and directly led Bai Lian to a luxurious private room on the second floor. The door was half open. At this moment, the private room was already filled with many people, from both domestic and international circles, dimly lit. The lights at the small bar flickered as many people had already started mingling with their drinks in hands. Inspector Chin, you've finally arrived, Manager Yen, finding his pillar of strength, came out from a corner upon seeing Inspector Chin. Then he curiously looked at Bai Lian. He remembered that when Inspector Chin came in, he had pushed open the door on the other side for Bai Lian. Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were holding wine glasses, standing together and conversing with a not-so-tall middle-aged man. They weren't speaking Mandarin. Bai Lian glanced at the middle-aged man. Her gaze caught Chen Jingyu's attention. He was about to turn around to see who was looking this way when he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian following Inspector Chin. Chen Jingyu was taken aback for a moment before his eyebrows twisted. He smiled and had a drink with the middle-aged man before walking towards Inspector Chin. Why did you bring her here? Chen Jingyu glanced at Bai Lian and frowned. Inspector Chin only instructed Manager Yen, you take Miss Bai to sit down for a bit. Manager Yen immediately took Bai Lian aside. Once they'd left, Inspector Chin looked at Chen Jingyu. Because of what happened yesterday, he and Chen Jingyu, along with Yu Hongyi, were clearly divided. It was on the way. He didn't elaborate. Don't you know that today is the day Mr. Mao is coming? Yes, martial arts brother is here too. You know that yes, brother is well acquainted with the higher-ups of the bar, Inspector Chin indifferently said, don't worry, today we'll each rely on our own skills. We won't intervene with you and Miss Yes matters. This was unexpected for Chen Jingyu. Indeed, Yu Hongyi had come because there was no progress in the cooperative case that Qin Yongkuan was handling here, but Qin Yongkuan had surprisingly given up using Yu Hongyi as a conduit and instead turned to ingratiate himself with a Miss Bai. Really? Chen Jingyu felt a secret glee. Yu Hongyi's brother was acquainted with the people here, and Chen Jingyu too, had gained a lot from it. He knew Yu Hongyi wanted to attract Inspector Chen and Ming Dongheng, and he felt a sense of crisis. He hadn't expected that after Ming Dongheng, Inspector Chen would also unexpectedly distance himself from the Yu family. Of course. As long as the cooperation benefited the Chen family, Inspector Chen had no desire to compete for credit. After all, they were doing it for the Chen family, and should Chen Jingyu and Yu Hongyi manage to strike a deal, he would be pleased for them as well. But Inspector Chen had no intention of boarding Yu Hongyi's ship. Bai Lian was one reason. The excessive arrogance of the Yu family members was another reason. Chen Jingyu returned to Yu Hongyi's side, surprised and somewhat delighted. Yu Hongyi, holding a wine glass, looked in Inspector Chen's direction and lightly skimmed her gaze past Bai Lian. Miss Bai, that person talking with Chen Jingyu is Mr. Nagano, Inspector Chen whispered to Bai Lian. I heard he's Yu Hongyi's martial arts brother, trained in ninjutsu, from Dongwu, and his family has significant international influence. It's surprising how closely Yu Hongyi is connected with them. No wonder everyone is so desperate to go to Dongwu. Each person who is able to go not only has strong personal abilities but also has a powerful backing not to be underestimated. Now Inspector Chen was somewhat understanding why Yu Hongyi dared to be so arrogant. To have climbed from a virtually unknown family to her current position, she indeed had some capabilities. Bai Lian was sitting on the sofa, dressed in loose, white training clothes, tapping on her phone screen intermittently, and upon hearing this, she simply narrowed her eyes with a devilishly intense gleam. Mr. Nagano, a Japanese pirate. The last two words carried a faint killing intent. It was probably the first time the word Japanese pirate was heard from someone's lips. Inspector Chen was stunned and it took him a while to respond. Yes, that's right. Mr. Nagano was from our country. Oh. Bai Lian snorted coldly. She withdrew her gaze and picked up a glass of low-alcohol content drink from the small bar. Chapter 313, Cold and Ruthless Young Master Mao 120, Director Chin splits open, second update, _2 This attitude. Director Chin couldn't help but think of Jiang Fulai. He was okay with people from other countries, but his hostility towards people from the island nation was famous. Everyone talked about cultural exchange and the global nature of science, and many domestic critics used this to discredit Jiang Fulai behind his back. But the young master Jiang only had one cold response. What? They want me to help them alleviate poverty. This retort not only overturned the domestic academic world but also reached the ears of people like Director Qin, who Jiang considered to be illiterate. Bai Lian fell silent. She lazily tapped the bar and calmly ordered, "A glass of iced milk for me." Manager Yen hurriedly whispered, "Miss Bai, this is a bar, we don't have." The bartender had already changed, and before Manager Yen could finish speaking, the new server magically produced a glass of room-temperature milk, then took out some ice cubes and placed them in an empty glass, flipping it over seamlessly. He carefully added the ice cubes to the milk with tongs, performed a cool trick, and then respectfully made a "please" gesture, "Your milk." Bai Lian, she picked up the milk and then looked at Manager Yen. "What were you saying?" "Nothing." Manager Yen fixated on the glass of milk in her hand and quickly looked away. "Nothing, please drink." Bai Lian took a sip of milk before taking out her homework from her backpack. Manager Yen and Director Qin went to recognize people together. 8 o'clock on the dot. The door to the luxury private room opened. People huddled in small groups chatting in low voices about collaborations all stood up, their gazes turning towards the door. Director Chen and Manager Yen moved back towards Bai Lian. Director Chen, Manager Yen whispered into Director Chen's ear, explaining, "That's their person in charge for this time." "Have you met him before?" Director Chen, without taking his eyes off, said, "No." A line of people dressed in black walked in from outside. Leading them was a young man with blonde hair wearing a skull t-shirt. He wasn't tall or muscular, but his face was expressionless, and it was clear that he was intimidating. Seeing the face clearly, Director Chen's hand holding his glass paused midair. "Wait, that face. It looks just like Xiao Mao, the guy he competed with for washing dishes." Mr. Nagano by Yu Hongyi's side promptly smilingly stepped forward, "Young Master Mao." He spoke in remarkably pure Mandarin. Mao Kuan raised his head, giving Nagano a slight nod. Following Zioki's instructions, he didn't talk much but sat down at the center negotiating table, resting his hands on the edge. He had the air of someone used to the boxing ring. Others who recognized him also approached to greet Mao Kuan one by one. "This is my junior sister," Nagano introduced Yu Hongyi to Mao Kuan. "Yu Hongyi, she's also from your country." Mao Kuan glanced at Yu Hongyi and merely nodded. Xiaoqi had said that today's persona was all about being aloof. With him acting this way, others didn't dare to speak carelessly. They only cautiously discussed the distribution of the drugs and the profit sharing. "I represent our family, this is our largest profit distribution scheme. Please look at these two options, A and B." One was the first to propose the conditions he could offer. In Mao Kuan's ears, it sounded like, "Look at these two plans A and B, it asterisk and % yuan can let you yen hashtag at profit." He didn't understand. He unobtrusively pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. In the corner, Manager Yen reminded Director Qin, "Director Qin, what's the matter with you?" He saw Director Chen's hand hovering in the air for quite a while before daring to remind him. Director Qin snapped back to reality. He turned his head to look at Bai Lian, busy with her homework quietly, and then towards Mao Kuan sitting in the main seat colder than Ming Dongheng. Could young Master Mao and Xiao Mao be twins? "It's nothing." Director Qin shook his head, wanting to ask Bai Lian but not daring to. Bai Lian sat in the corner continuously, writing her homework and listening intently. Not speaking. Until the end, when Mao Kuan mentioned the two partners he was considering. Bai Lian didn't know the first one, but the second one. Bai Lian slowly lifted her head, calmly fixing her gaze on Nagano and the others not far away. Yu Hongyi and Chen Jingyu were congratulating Nagano, "Senior brother, congratulations. There was no way around it. Everyone in Jiangjing knew the Qin family needed money. Most of it still depended on the Jiang family's assistance. So, today, Yu Hongyi and Qin Jingyu mainly wanted to make use of Nagano's connections. Nagano could hardly conceal his delight, aware that Yu Hongyi represented the Qin family. Don't worry, I have negotiated with them, and we will set aside 20% of the supply for you. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Hongyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had completed the task given to her for this trip to Xiangqing. Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Director Qin, who at the moment wasn't looking at her but seemed to be pondering something with his head bowed. Beside him, Bai Lian had raised her head, thoughtfully watching this way. Yu Hongyi indifferently withdrew her gaze. At Bai Lian's place, Manager Yen felt happy for the Qin family but also a bit regretful. Director Qin, it looks like Miss Yu and Qin Jingyu have already struck a deal with Mr. Nagano. Director Chen, Ed, and then as if remembering something, apologized, sorry to have brought you here for nothing. Manager Yen was someone who rose with Director Qin. Since Director Qin and Yu Hongyi were on separate paths, Qin Jingyu was surely to be handed off to someone else. Director Qin, it was at this moment that Bai Lian suddenly turned her head. She looked at Qin Yongkuan thoughtfully and asked, what terms did your Qin family offer? 30%, Director Qin responded reflexively. Bai Lian had just been listening to Mao Kuan talking to Nagano and the others for a while. Nagano was offering a high 41%. Bai Lian nodded her head and took out her phone, found Sayoki's profile picture, and sent a message. At the central seat, Mao Kuan, sitting coldly on the chair, seemed to hear something from his Bluetooth earpiece. His gaze suddenly turned towards Director Chen's direction. Though he appeared cold, he still managed to see a familiar, ridiculous hint of Director Qin in that coldness. Bai Lian leaned back, tapping her fingertips on the table. After careful consideration, she turned to Manager Yen under the soft glow of the crystal lamp, confidently arching her eyebrow. Manager Yen, isn't it? Just go with 30% and talk to them. Chapter 314, 121 Mao, it's really you. Makeup class storm _1 me. Manager Yen was astonished, 30%. He kept his voice very low. Not to mention whether they recognized him or would listen to him, how would he negotiate that 30%? The small bar in the corner was a bit low, with fluffy sofas placed around it, and Bai Lian sat in the middle, appearing somewhat leisurely but the innate dignity could not be concealed. Yes. When he lowered his eyes, that casual yet dignified tension naturally revealed itself. Suddenly, Director Qin sat up straight. He turned to Manager Yen, his face expressionless. If they told you to go, then go. With Mr. Chen and Miss Bai asking him to do so, there must be good reason. Manager Yen stood up, his demeanor becoming instantly composed. Mr. Mao, said Nagano as he laid out the documents, his petite mustache shining with joy, pleasure doing business. Mr. Mao, our company also has a proposal. His Mandarin almost overlapped with a voice behind him. Nagano turned around, looking at the speaking Manager Yen, his eyebrows painted with black lacquer. Yu Hongyi and Jingyu, sitting beside, were extremely surprised by Manager Yan's sudden appearance. They exchanged a glance, saying nothing, just wondering what cards Manager Yen held in his hand. Manager Yen nodded to Mao Kuan with refined courtesy, then spoke freely. 30%. Mao Kuan's gaze was stern and indifferent. This retort seemed knowledgeable. Manager Yan's calf trembled, but his face remained stoic. Mr. Mao, but we can create demand, create markets, even break into international markets. In Dong, despite being in procurement, his salesmanship was turning decay into miracle. He talked eloquently. Mao Kuan narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. The others couldn't help but step forward, and Nagano frowned even more. He looked towards Jingyu and asked, do you two know him? Jingyu also suppressed his anger. Though not understanding much, just by hearing the 30% share, how could it compare? Not to mention that this was on Bachter Street's turf. This was neither in Jiangjing nor on Qin family's ground. This was Bachter Street, a no-man's land, the big boss's stronghold. Even Mr. Qin had to keep a low profile here, let alone them. How dared Manager Yen? Catching Yu Hongyi's gaze, Jingyu took a few steps forward, made a smiling apology to Mao Kun, and then warned Manager Yen in a low voice, "Stop making a fool of yourself. If you want to die, don't drag us into it." Before Jingyu could finish, Mao Kun reached out to Manager Yen. "Give me the plan." Manager Yen spoke as if he were ready for death, waiting for Mr. Mao to throw him out, but unexpectedly, the latter extended his hand to him. Did he believe his pie in the sky? He stiffly handed over the document. Mao Kun sat upright, looking through the document from beginning to end, slowly, and then looked up. Sustainable. He paused for a moment, said nothing further, stood up, and reached out to Manager Yen. "Pleasure doing business." Manager Yen extended his hand in astonishment. This was a gesture of collaboration. Bang, Mr. Mao. Nagano's eyes were like icy stars as he slammed the table with such force that he cracked the granite surface. "Are you saying you do not wish to cooperate with us, Dongwu?" Whoosh, everyone took several steps back. But Mao Kun was unconcerned, his hand swiftly grabbing Nagano's wrist and flipping it, shocking Nagano, who could hardly believe it, and flung him back into the crowd. Before this, no one knew the depth of Mr. Mao's skills. Only then did Mao Kun lean back in the Bosch chair, pull out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and smirked at Nagano. "What thing do you think you are, to dare threaten me?" He smoked the cigarette, cocked his head, and pressed his Bluetooth earpiece. "Drag him out. The rules of the road should be followed, there's no way around it. They didn't like Japanese pirates." Mao Kun clicked his tongue. The luxurious private room was cleared in an instant. Like everyone else, Manager Yen feared bloodshed in the next second. Taking advantage of the chaos, he returned to the corner. "Mr. Qin, Miss Bai, we shall leave." Before Yen could finish, someone tapped him on the back. "Buddy, make way." That voice. Manager Yen turned around, only to see Mao Kun, who had just been bloodthirsty and cruel, grinning at him with a lit cigarette in his mouth, looking very much like a punk. Manager Yen stiffly moved aside. Revealing Director Chen sitting on the sofa, Director Chen looked up at Mao Kun. "Hey, Mr. Chen." Mao Kun waved at Director Chen, and then went to speak to Bai Lian. "Sis, how did I do just now?" "Not bad." Bai Lian was doing homework and did not look up. Chapter 315, 121 Mao, it's really you. Makeup class storm _2 Mao Kun chuckled, "I think so too." He then looked around. "How do you do homework when it's so dark here? Where's the light?" The bartender was showing off his ice handling skills and served Mao Kun a cocktail, replying, "Miss Bai said it's brighter here than downstairs, no need for lights." As these people were talking, not to mention Manager Yen, even Director Chen couldn't help but wipe his face, thinking in shock, "It's really you, Xiao Mao." Once Bai Lian finished writing a test paper, she went downstairs. Manager Yen silently followed behind Director Chen. "Director Chen, why didn't you say earlier that Miss Bai knows Mr. Mao?" Director Chen, how was he to explain that he had even competed with Mao Kun to do the dishes? Friday evening. In a courtyard in a purist street alley, an elderly person with snow-white hair coughed several times before lifting his head. "You, cough cough. You're going to a classmate's house for dinner." His voice was unusually happy and curious. Ning Xiao patted his grandmother's back, poured her a cup of warm water, and frowned. "Granny, I better not go, they'll take you to the hospital instead." When people get old, it's like this. Grandma Wang smiled and patted his arm, her wrinkled face resembling a Buddha statue. you go and have dinner at your classmate's place, and invite them to come over for dinner sometime. It was evident she felt reassured. Ning Xiao really didn't like it when she talked about being old all the time. He watched her take her medication and reluctantly left the house, not entirely at ease, reminding her, "Call me or your uncle if you need anything." Ji Hing's yard was bustling with activity at the moment. When Ning Xiao arrived, all the others were already there. Some were playing Go, some watched Ji Hing and Ji Xiaojun cutting vegetables in the kitchen, and some were admiring the cabbage Ji Hing had yet to stitch on his embroidery stand. Shen Qing came out holding 2 plates of fruit. "Kids, fruit time." "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie." Upon seeing Ning Xiao, Wing Qi hopped down from the tree. "Top student, give me the insider scoop. Who among you 3 will be first in the final exams?" Apart from issues like not liking their food or having no fun, the only other worry for students was grades. Wing Qi, Tang Ming, who was vexed and playing chess with Jiang He, looked up and said earnestly, "Can you not drag me into their war? It depends on the difficulty of the exam." Ning Xiao knew about Bai Lian's depth in studying chemistry. With just 1 month left, her chemistry was definitely not going to be as good as her physics and math, but it wouldn't be too bad either. If the chemistry questions were a bit off, she might not score too high. But Ning Xiao was also quite looking forward to this joint exam. He thought that even if the chemistry test in this joint exam was difficult, Bai Lian should be able to get at least 60 points to pass. As Ning Xiao was pondering this, he went to the kitchen to help Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun with their tasks. Seeing Bai Lian washing vegetables by the sink, Ning Xiao's brow twitched, and he hurriedly took the vegetables from Bai Lian's hands with all due respect. "Okay." After having the tasks of boiling water, making tea, and cutting vegetables taken from her, Bai Lian now had her last task of washing vegetables snatched away as well. She stood in the kitchen for quite a while. "Alien, don't block my way," Shen Qing said as she passed. Bai Lian moved aside. Pu Xiaohan was assisting Ji Hing in the kitchen, trying to convince him, "But what you embroider really looks good. Are you sure you won't consider making a video?" She really liked Bai Lian's everyday clothes. It was a pity that the school required them to wear uniforms, or else she could see Bai Lian in her own clothes every day. "You like them? Then after dinner, you'll take your measurements and make you a couple of pieces. Which patterns do you like?" Ji Heng said nonchalantly. It was rare nowadays for people to embroider their own clothes. Pu Xiaohan, who had never expected to be able to wear them, lit up instantly, forgetting she was there to persuade Ji Heng. "Really? I like everything. Thank you." She left the kitchen, beaming, to share the news with the Culture and Entertainment Committee. Ji Heng continued to cut vegetables with calm. Bai Lian looked up. Forget it, aside from Ning Xiao and Yang Lin, everyone in class 15 had the same level of intelligence. She scrolled through her messages on her phone. Dean Jian, imaged Dean Jian, just had a big bowl of something, and the youngster's location is in Xiangqing. Dean Jian, embarrassed, Pu Xiaohan's videos always had a promotional intent. There was also a rescue video before this one without the location turned off. Dean Jian remembered today while reviewing the videos that Bai Lian didn't need to send him her location. Reading these messages, Bai Lian's first thought, Dean Jian's intelligence level is what a normal person should be. Dean Jian, I know you've seen the message. Dean Jian, if you dare, reply to me. Chapter 316, 121 Mao, It's Really You. Makeup Class Storm _3 by Jian, 1, Director Jian, meanwhile. At the hospital. Su An's condition had mostly recovered, but he still hadn't been discharged. After learning he was awake, the police had taken his statement twice. Zhou Jian. I don't have any conflicts of interest with him. Su An was pondering over any conflict he might have had with Zhou Jian. He's in cahoots with that Mr. Liu, Assistant Su reminded from the side. That was the only explanation. Of course, they couldn't have known that Zhou Jian always thought Suan was Bai Lian's backer. Wen Yao didn't understand business matters, only speaking after they finished their discussion. Dad, I'm planning to go back to Jiangjing this weekend. I wanted to visit Mr. J's place today, but they are hosting guests. Wen Yao initially wanted to stay a couple more days to tutor Bai Lian. But Bai Lian didn't need it, and Wen Yao, who was also focused on his studies, didn't plan to waste his time here. School matters are important. Suan nodded in agreement, then remembered something, and asked his assistant, have the wedding invitations been made? His wedding date with Ji Mulan had been set to be before the end of the year, on January 19th, the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. As the end of the year approached, there were matters at home waiting for Suan to handle. Suan and Ji Mulan were going back to prepare for their wedding. Before that, he wanted to personally deliver the invitations to the Ji family, although Suan still wasn't sure if Bai Lian would attend the banquet in Jiangjing. They should arrive by mail tomorrow. As soon as you finish writing them, I'll distribute them. Assistant Su opened his notebook, carefully checked all the schedules. The invitations were ordered by him, and Suan had learned calligraphy, his handwriting presentable. He wanted to write the invitations himself. It was a way of showing the importance he placed on the wedding. Wen Yao stood on the side, sensing that Suan and his assistant took this wedding much more seriously than before. Suan was discharged on Sunday. He also finished writing the invitations on the day of his discharge. One for Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Ji Xiaorong each, and a separate one for Bai Lian. The time to have dinner with Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Shen Qing was set for noon. 1:19. Bai Lian put the invitation in her backpack. I might not have time. Since Bai Lian was a student, Suan specially arranged the date close to the New Year break, expecting that even senior students would be on vacation by then, but Bai Lian still said she didn't have the time. Ji Heng held the invitation, thoughtful. He viewed Suan, Bai Qiming, and even Wen Yao, who was supposed to tutor Bai Lian, as much more reliable than Ji Mulan. What are you going to do? Ji Heng asked, shouldn't your school be on break by then? Well, have a break. Bai Lian zipped her bag, but I have to attend tutoring sessions. Jiang Fulai had mentioned a special training camp during the winter break. She didn't know what the training camp would entail. Tutoring. Suan spoke up quickly, that's easy, you'll have Wen Yao find you a good tutor in Jiangjing. As soon as the holiday starts, you come to Jiangjing, finish your tutoring, and then go back. Wen Yao nodded, I know quite a few tutors, we can book them now, and Ji Yue and I can also teach. Ji Mulan, who had been silent, looked up at Ji Heng. That look was her way of urging Ji Heng to persuade Bai Lian. Of course, the idea greatly attracted Ji Heng. He picked up his pipe from the side and looked up. Bai Lian immediately halted their plans. Grandpa, someone's already tutoring me. This was something Wen Yao had heard from Bai Lian before. He hadn't voiced an opinion, but it was Ji Mulan who spoke up, her tone tinged with envy, but Wen Yao found the tutors in Jiangjing, and he himself attends Jiangjing University. She didn't elaborate, but her point was clear. Ji Mulan couldn't fathom that Bai Lian's tutor could be anyone other than a teacher from Xiangcheng's No. 1 high school, unable to measure up to ones from Beijing, let alone Jiangjing. You're from Jiangjing University. Shen Qing, who had been quiet, looked at Wen Yao in shock and admiration. This was her first time meeting a Jiangjing University student. Wen Yao smiled politely at Shen Qing, yes, auntie. Ji Mulan looked down on Shen Qing's embarrassing reaction and interrupted the exchange to say to Bai Lian, you should learn from Wen Yao and aim for, oh, that's a pity, Bai Lian, holding her chopsticks unhurriedly, interrupted, I only want to be a street rogue. Shen Qing nodded, being a street rogue is good too, if you're a street rogue you also have to work hard. she stopped herself when she realized what Bai Lian meant. Ji Mulan gripped her teacup tightly, at that moment lacking the courage to see the reactions of Su En and Wen Yao. With such an attitude, she was already imagining the reaction of Mrs. Su upon hearing about this. Ji Heng, Su En, and others such as Wen Yao, who knew she aspired to attend Jiangjing University and was working hard towards it, remained silent. Ji Xiaojun looked at Ji Heng, finally understood why Ji Heng said Bai Lian weighed 180 pounds, because the extra 80 pounds were pure defiance. Alien. Ji Heng tapped the table with his pipe, coughed, and gestured for her to tone it down. What street rogue nonsense. Bai Lian put some veggies into her bowl before speaking lazily. There really is someone teaching me. I have to go to the library with him later. After the meal, Bai Lian was off to the library. This time, Suen had invited Bai Lian and the others to his temporary residence for a meal, an individual bungalow, which was somewhat distant from the library. He's coming over. Wen Yao was surprised. He was eager to find out who was tutoring Bai Lian. So, after the meal, Wen Yao went out with Bai Lian, curious to see who it would be. Ji Heng was still drinking at the dining table. Both parties had timed their plans with precision. The moment Bai Lian stepped out the door, a blue car drove up from the end of the road, stopping right in front of them. Chapter 317, 122 Call for Pickup God, Break Out of the Encirclement, Second Update, _1, What shocked Su Wenyao was, the car had a Jiangjing license plate. It came to a steady stop in front of the two, and the passenger side window rolled down. Su Wenyao finally got a clear view of the person in the driver's seat. The person was wearing a Bluetooth headset, seemingly in the middle of a conversation just a second ago. The black shirt at the wrist was casually rolled up, and slender fingertips rested on the steering wheel, only glancing at Su Wenyao briefly. It was an aloofness that seemed to emanate from the bones. Just one glance was enough to feel the chilling disdain. Goodbye. Bai Lian opened the car door, nodded slightly at Su Wenyao, her demeanor neither cold nor warm, measuring the distance perfectly. By the time Su Wenyao came back to his senses, the window had closed, and the blue car had already driven away. Wenyao, Ji Mulan called out from inside the courtyard as she saw Su Wenyao standing still at the entrance. Why are you still standing outside? Ah, Su Wenyao snapped back to reality, hiding his inner doubts. It's nothing. As he walked towards the house, he glanced back in the direction the car had gone. He felt that he had seen that person somewhere before. In the car. Bai Lian, as usual, pulled out an English book and listened to the English original. That one just now, came Jiang Fulai's casual voice from the driver's seat, is the guy who's good at physics. He emphasized the words, good at physics, very heavily. His name is Su Wenyao, and he's also from Jiangjing University. Bai Lian looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai, never heard of him. Bai Lian was surprised. The Su family said he's very impressive. Jiang Fulai spared her a glance. You heard. Then you've heard a lot. What else did you hear? He asked politely. That topic was going nowhere, so Bai Lian decided to change the subject, asking about the special training camp instead. Bai Lian had little expectation for Su En's and Ji Mulan's wedding, but with Ji Heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Shen Qing going to Jiangjing, Bai Lian wasn't too at ease. January 19th. Jiang Fulai mused upon hearing the date, looking at Bai Lian. That's close to the Lunar New Year, the special training camp will be on break. Are you going to Jiangjing? I probably will, Bai Lian said lazily, leaning back in her seat and pressing the play button on her English listening device. My grandparents are going. Oh. Beijing. The Song family. Madame Song received the wedding invitation from Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan was quite well known at Beijing University back in the day, and Madame Song, who hadn't made it into Jiangjing University, also attended a university in Beijing and was Ji Mulan's roommate. When Ji Mulan married into the Bai family, and she into the Song family, the two of them could be considered close friends. Later, when Bai Qiming had an illegitimate child, Ji Mulan left Beijing in disgrace, becoming the butt of many jokes. Now Ji Mulan was remarrying, and to someone from Jiangjing again. Of course, Madame Song would not be omitted from the invitation list. The Su family. Madame Song was also quite surprised by the invitation. Her luck, it was remarkable that she could remarry so well. She had married down to the Song family from Jiangjing, while Ji Mulan, after leaving the Bai family, turned right around and got married in Jiangjing. Looking at the gilt-edged opulence of the wedding arrangements, it was still a renowned hotel in Jiangjing. It indicated that the Su family regarded Ji Mulan with no small measure of esteem. Mr. Song, not being from Jiangjing, didn't know much about the Su family, so, was our last annulment too hasty? Hearing this, Madame Song glanced towards Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, who were sitting not far away on the sofa. Not really hasty, Madame Song weighed the pros and cons. To the Su family, she's still a stepdaughter. Whether or not they'll allow her into the family shrine is another matter. Moreover, Bai Xiaoqi has reportedly been successful in entering a lab, and Xiaoqi has caught the eye of Dean Jian. After the final exams, she's going to Jiangjing Music Academy for early studies. Being part of the Su family alone was not enough. Bai Lian had fundamental issues. If she couldn't secure her position in the Bai family, how could she stand firm in the Su family? Listening to Madame Song's analysis, Mr. Song also felt that she was making sense, looking at Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaoqi had ambitions to follow Bai Shu's steps and get admitted to Jiangjing University. They were both very capable on their own. Bai Lian's troubles didn't quite compare. On the sofa, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were discussing a math problem from an app. They had stopped doing the problems from Beijing High School and now focused on app problems, consulting Bai Xiaoqi on anything they didn't understand. Their math scores had improved a lot in the past 2 months. Why hasn't God Shan done this problem yet? Bai Xiaoqi was staring at the final math question on the app. On the phone screen, a bunch of people were wailing. Liang God says he can't do it either. Who came up with this problem? It's so twisted, calling on God Shan. God Shan hasn't shown up in 800 years. What on earth is the big God up to lately? Chapter 318, 122 Call for Pickup God, Break Out of the Encirclement, Second Update, _2, he must be busy with real-life stuff. Song Min wasn't sure either. He checked the background of his phone, and almost every week he would send a few messages to Bai Jian, dozens of them, and the other side didn't even look at them. Lately, he hadn't even logged into the app. True, Bai Xiaoqi nodded, he's probably a member of some lab. Our little trifles are not something he'd care about. It's just unknown which lab had spawned such a monster talent. The exam questions set by Jiangjing for this joint exam. Song Min returned to the page, his voice cold. I heard they are very difficult. Beijing High School always had news in advance, and Bai Xiaoqi had heard teachers mention it. She smiled, but this time it's about integrated subjects, and mathematics isn't as focused on functions as last time. Don't worry, it's your home turf. Of course. Neither of them could have imagined. What they should worry about this time was far more than just mathematics. Suan returned to Jiangjing a week later to prepare for the wedding. After Pu Xiaohan's video was released, it went viral again, and the followers soared to 10 million. Xingyi Martial Arts School also gained a bit of fame, attracting many master teachers to apply for positions and enrolling a wave of students. Meanwhile, Ming Dongheng practiced his boxing on the plum blossom piles day after day. Finally, the end-of-term exams at Xiangqing High School arrived. Each year, students looked forward to and were nervous about them. Everyone, quiet down. Lu Lingxi stood at the podium, speaking seriously. Tomorrow's exam will be very difficult. If you encounter questions you can't answer, just skip them so as not to affect the next test. It will determine whether you have a good year or not. Got it? Got it. The students from class 15 dragged out their response. Without Zhang Xiai's, class 15 had lost some of its vitality, and Wing Qi and the others barely played basketball anymore. Lu Lingxi's gaze rested on Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, both quietly working on problems, and she gradually calmed down. The end-of-term joint exam still followed the National College entrance examination system. The first morning was dedicated to the Chinese language exam. After it was over, the students from class 15 looked utterly deflated. Who the hell set these exam questions? Pu Xiaohan complained to Bai Lian over lunch, who could understand that classical Chinese. Bai Lian, who was eating lunch, looked up casually and glanced at Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan, huh? You understood it? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Pu Xiaohan felt a bit desperate. No way, UTM understood it. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, who wandered into the conversation, weren't surprised. After all, have you ever seen someone who used Jiangjing University's app exam questions as a practice database? This semester, if you look at every test Bai Lian took, there wasn't a single time her scores in math and physics weren't perfect. Only biology and chemistry were her weak points. But her biology was better than her chemistry. Now she was slowly catching up in chemistry too. Not just the students, but even the teachers were curious as to what level she could achieve in the final exam. Do you think she has the chance to surpass Ning Xiao this time? Someone asked. The principal gestured towards the chemistry teacher. You'll have to ask him. The chemistry teacher shook his head, his indifference apparent. Chemistry is tough this time, she doesn't have an advantage. She might score around 40 or 50, barely passing. In the previous monthly test, which was basic, Bai Lian scored 40 as well. In this month, the chemistry teacher knew Bai Lian had made significant progress, but for some reason, the final joint exam questions were bizarrely difficult and his thoughts matched Ning Xiao's. Such questions did not favor Bai Lian, who was a newcomer to chemistry. He had very modest expectations of Bai Lian and didn't dare to set them too high. That's pretty high, the physics teacher, aware of the difficulty of this set of questions, commented. She has a chance to compete with Ning Xiao. A score of 40 or 50 was considered a medium achievement. So, the principal focused on the key point. Does that mean we might have 2 students ranking in the top 30 of the province in this joint exam? Of course. The physics and chemistry teachers based their analysis on Bai Lian's performance this semester, feeling that she might, at most, match Ning Xiao's score this time. But how could they know? Bai Lian now set aside everything else to seriously study chemistry and biology, even foregoing the math and physics apps. If you ask how well Bai Lian could master these 2 subjects, she was the only female disciple ever exceptionally taken in by Liang Zuan, the greatest imperial teacher of all ages. When she had substituted for Bai Zhongyu in school, she also learned martial arts with teachers, impressing future generations enough to lament that she deserved a top scholar title. Such an extraordinary scene could only be witnessed firsthand. Only then could you grasp how shocking Bai Xiangjuan was, emerging triumphant from among the geniuses of the prosperous Daong era. Chapter 319, 123 General Bai demonstrated a spirited and vigorous demeanor. _1 Bai Lian had no idea a group of teachers were discussing her grades. She was reading in a milk tea shop at the moment, and Qi Yundai sat opposite her with a cake, signaling her to try a new product while his gaze fell upon the stack of A4 papers in her hand. A casual glance was all he intended. But after seeing the contents, Qi Yundai choked on his cake, then immediately grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his mouth. Are you reading a literature review? It had been so long since his graduation, and now students were studying to this extent. Not to mention the postgraduate exams, they hadn't even started university and were already reading literature reviews. Bai Lian flipped over a page, the zip file from Dean Ma, as well as several pages of professional books. She had done fewer physics problems in these 2 months, mostly sneaking time for literature reviews, without even buying a single professional book. Just like with English, it was about accumulating professional vocabulary. Qi Yundai let out an "ah" and suddenly spoke up, "When are you going to tutor him next? Take me with you." Other people's students were reading literature reviews in their senior year. His unruly disciple was still memorizing first-year words in his senior year. Just went the day before yesterday. Bai Lian looked up, "We're both going to take a break for a few days." She would be leaving Xiangqing for a short while after the final exams, and Zhang Fulai was having someone from the lab take over for a few weeks for Zhang Shi's work. Qi Yundai took out his phone to carefully ask Zhang Fulai a few questions, then bit fiercely into his cake as if it were Zhang Shi's. Bai Lian, she silently apologized to Zhang Shi's in her heart. The last test in the afternoon was English. Bai Lian had a good vocabulary, and she faced almost no obstacles in reading and listening. The only obstacles were the multiple choice and closed tests in English. For example, she did English exercises. "When will you come back to eat? We come back and now be immediately C in a while D right away." Most of her previous scores were lost on such types of questions, and as expected, at a glance, she saw several of this kind. She hadn't really studied grammar and tenses, and learning vocabulary and listening to the original texts were already great challenges for her. After completing all the questions, she relied on her first instinct for the uncertain ones and didn't change the others. With half an hour left before school ended and she finished shading her answer sheet, Bai Lian turned in her test early and left the examination room. Those in the same room were accustomed to this scene. After glancing up, they numbly returned their gaze to the reading comprehension that was almost impossible to understand. Outside the school gates, Zhang Fulai parked his car at the intersection. He had turned off the engine and was speaking with someone on the Bluetooth earpiece. When he looked up, he saw a girl coming out of the main entrance, her light blue dress gentle and elegant, a breeze gently brushing her cheeks, as though the raging sea had returned to calm. "Wait for me, I'll call Auntie." Bai Lian approached and methodically tapped on the passenger window, then tossed the rolled-up document through the car window, and went back to Zhang Ma's flower shop to pick up the bouquet of iris flowers trimmed the day before. Zhang Ma had already wrapped the bouquet. She was going to the set with Bai Lian today and had even brought soup for Yan Lu. When she returned, Zhang Fulai's car was still in the same spot. The person on the other end of the Bluetooth, hearing someone daring to ask young Master Zhang to wait, didn't dare speak another word from beginning to end. The filming for Great Yong in Xiangqing was almost finished, and they would return to Jiangjing to shoot the other half of the scenes at the end of the year. When Bai Lian arrived, Yan Lu's assistant was waiting for them at the door. The assistant was a young girl. It wasn't her first time seeing Bai Lian and Zhang Ma, but seeing Zhang Fulai following behind Bai Lian, she seemed somewhat constrained. Zhang Fulai put on a mask and a baseball cap, his hands in his pockets as he casually followed behind Bai Lian. He had a strong presence, but fortunately, the cap and mask helped him blend in. Once on set, he stood in a corner waiting for Bai Lian and Yan Lu to interact, not looking at or speaking to anyone, less noticeable that way. Bai Lian didn't wear a mask. Her face was so striking that as soon as she entered, a crowd of people looked at her. Some were eager to add her contact information. But once they knew that Bai Lian was just visiting the set and not a celebrity, they withdrew their gazes. Being good-looking was useless without the backing of a powerful company, let alone being a newcomer, not worth the need to network. Yan Lu had just finished filming a scene. "You've lost weight again." Zhang Ma squatted on the ground, opened the insulated pot, and poured a bowl of soup for Yan Lu. Yan Lu massaged her shoulders, her face showing obvious signs of fatigue. She had many scenes in Xiangqing, all involving horse riding and fighting, and without any use of stunt doubles. Every day was filled with intense performances. Chapter 320, 123 General Bai demonstrated a spirited and vigorous demeanor. _2, Scene 258, Bai Zhongyu gets injured. The director shouted from over there. Bai Lian stood with Yan Lu in a corner, quietly looking up at the actor playing Bai Zhongyu. Behind her, Jiang Fulai also lifted his head, but the brim of his hat concealed his expression. Seeing Bai Lian's interest, Yan Lu explained to her. It was her first day and she had joined a script read-through. Aware of this scene, Scene 258 and 259 are connected, but we have to be in Jiangjing to film Scene 259. Zhang Ma at her first glimpse of a film set asked, why? Although these are two separate incidents, they happen at the same moment. The screenwriter is quite talented. Yan Lu had thoroughly digested the script. Her complexion was cold, yet her expression serious. He wants to convey a sense of fate. Bai Zhongyu goes to battle at the age of 26, and in the following year, Emperor Jiang marries off the third princess to Shima for peace. Simultaneously, Bai Zhongyu defends the northern border at Xiangqing and is struck by an enemy's arrow. Zhang Ma saw the actor playing Bai Zhongyu coughing up a mouthful of blood, his realistic acting making her anxious. His injury looks quite severe. Bai Lian nodded on the side, speaking softly, "MHM." Once the scene was complete, the props team pushed the lights past them, looking up impatiently at Bai Lian and Yan Lu. "Move aside, will you? Don't block our light, okay? Will you take responsibility if the scene doesn't shoot well?" Yan Lu quickly led Bai Lian a few steps back, almost pressed against the wall. Jiang Fulai's expression darkened. The person in charge of the props shuddered suddenly. Bai Lian looked down, unsure if she was indeed blocking the light, as she was not familiar with cinematography and set design. She then turned and tried to comfort Jiang Fulai. "Hey, you're upset about blocking the light." Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze slowly. "Yeah." "Yan Lu," someone called to her from the other side, "could you get me Teacher Gus' thermos?" Yan Lu glanced at the thermos on the table next to her, picked it up to hand it over, but the assistant took it directly. "You rest for a bit, Yan Jia. I'll fetch it." Bai Lian stood aside, quietly watching Yan Lu's assistant helping one teacher with one thing, then another with something else, and then running to assist the crew with moving things around. Yan Lu also found time to assist the crew with the lights. "I'm pretty good as it is now." Yan Lu quickly reassured, sensing the mood change in Bai Lian and Zhang Ma. Being given a leading role in such a big IP is already a rare opportunity, and am able to learn a lot here. Although Yan Lu became known for a single song, she only went from being 18th tier to a familiar 3rd tier actor. With no capital or backers, she was no match compared to those movie kings and queens. The rest of the crew were either queens or kings of the industry, whereas she was still a newcomer with utterly no background in the film circle. That's the way the industry is. Seeing that Bai Lian had nothing to say, Yan Lu finally got a break and asked her assistant to fetch her script. The assistant went to Yan Lu's chair to get her script. A man was sitting on the chair, resting with closed eyes. The assistant whispered, "Teacher Chuyu, can you stand up a moment? I need to grab Yan Jia's script." Chuyu did not open his eyes. Instead, his assistant playing with a mobile phone glanced at Yan Lu's assistant. "Didn't you see Chu Gu is resting?" The junior assistant silently walked back. "I'll get you a backup copy." Bai Lian finally couldn't help it, tapped on the junior assistant's shoulder. "Is that Yan Lu's chair?" The junior assistant nodded. In the crew, pretty much every leading actor had their own resting chair. Yan Lu had one too, although most of the time her chair didn't quite belong to her personally. If not one person resting on it for a bit, then another. The chairs of movie kings and queens, however, were no ones to even dare touch. Yen Lu again went off to assist with props. Across the way, Chuyu finally opened his eyes. He sat up and the junior assistant went over to negotiate for the script. Chuyu's agent took a photo after bringing over a cup and a packet of medicine, then looked around, his eyes landing on Bai Lian. Hey you, yes, dissolve this cold remedy for Chu Gu. He placed the medicine and the cup in Bai Lian's hands. Bai Lian held the cold medicine and the glass cup. Jiang Fulai leaned on the wall lazily, glancing down at the items in her hands, his arms crossed, his voice dangerous and cool. Are you going to make it? Make it for his ancestors. Bai Lian frustratingly set down the cup on the table. Her gaze fixed on Chuyu, who still hadn't moved a muscle, pressing Yen Lu's script beneath him on the chair. Jiang Fulai raised his eyebrows lightly, his gaze lightly sweeping over Chuyu. Chapter 321, 123 General Bai demonstrated a spirited and vigorous demeanor. _3 When Chuyu's assistant came over from behind, he saw the medicine on the desk still untouched and glared fiercely at Bai Lian. The next scene involved a fight between Yen Lu and Chuyu. Yen Lu had to fight Chuyu while on horseback, but since Chuyu couldn't ride, he sat on a shorter prop horse, wielding a spear for the combat scene with Yen Lu. The martial arts instructor was commanding Chuyu from the sidelines, but the gap in skill between Chuyu and Yen Lu was somewhat large. Yen Lu, are you trying to spear me to death? Stuck in the middle, Chuyu's face darkened, and he said coldly to Yen Lu, can you stop waving that spear around? My eyes hurt. The people nearby did not dare to speak. The martial arts instructor was also silent. Anyone with a clear eye could see that the problem was with Chuyu. Chuyu is currently a popular traffic star, a celebrity under the nation's largest entertainment company, Tianhuan. With merely average acting skills, Wan Chushan had made an exception for him to join the crew owing to Tianhuan's influence. He was playing a male character number 5, a role that didn't require much acting, and had recently joined the crew. Such a traffic star, known for a big temper and making trouble, often acted out. Wan Chushan couldn't afford to offend Chuyu and could only turn to Yen Lu. Yen Lu, make your expression a little better. Take 291, Scene 5. Bai Lian stood on the side, remembering Yen Lu's lines and positioning perfectly. In contrast, Chuyu either messed up his lines, his facial expressions, or his movements. Be careful. On the 5th take, Chuyu's spear almost poked the horse's eye. The steed, startled, reared up high. Since the martial arts instructor was near, he quickly went to grab the horse's reins. However, a figure in light blue was even quicker. The martial arts instructor and the director stared blankly in front of the camera as the girl in blue with ink-black hair grabbed the bridle with her pale, delicate fingers, gently patting the startled white horse, which suddenly calmed down. Her eyes and brows lowered. The moment she grasped the bridle, there was a languid strength that was hard to articulate. Yen Lu, can you actually ride a horse? Chuyu's face darkened. He was handsome, but at this moment, he was a bit angry with embarrassment, blaming Yen Lu for not knowing how to ride. Being supported by strong backing and enjoying popularity, no one in the crew dared to challenge him. Wan Chushan was also visibly displeased. Are you alright? Bai Lian's expression unchanged, she looked up only at Yen Lu on the horse's back. Yen Lu shook her head. Only then did Bai Lian nod. You, come down. Yen Lu, with her cold and exquisite appearance, never refused Bai Lian, not even asking why, and directly leaped off the horse. Bai Lian took over her spear, then caught hold of the reins, lifted her left foot into the stirrup, casually pressed her right hand against the back saddle, pushed off the ground lightly, and with a leap, she gracefully straddled the horse's back, sitting steady. With the reins in her left hand and her body upright, she held the long spear at an angle with her right hand, the blue hem of her dress fluttering in the breeze. Her dark eyes slowly lowered, her spear pointed at Chu Yu, exuding an imperial contempt. She doesn't know how to ride. I'll demonstrate it for her. Casually, she looked over at Yen Lu, watch closely. Having said that, she tightened the reins, and the horse, as if understanding her command, burst toward Chu Yu with a wild rush. The speed of the charge lifted by Lien's dress hem, sleeves, and the orange light that reflected from her hair in the sunset. With the majestic horse gallantly moving forward, the girl's spear bore the force of thunder, fainting before pressing down slightly, the tip like a dragon emerging from its lair, a glint of cold light thrusting straight at Chu Yu's right hand. Chu Yu didn't even have time to react. Bai Lian's advanced so quickly that the martial arts instructor stepped aside. Chu Yu's right hand also held a long spear. Stuck on the prop horse and unable to move, he could only see Bai Lian's blurry figure as his right wrist numbed, and the spear was knocked from his grip to the ground by Bai Lian. But that wasn't enough. The horse under Bai Lian's command seemed as magnificent and mighty as the historic records described, its forelegs rearing up straight at Chu Yu's face. The face was Chu Yu's most valuable asset. He couldn't even scream, instinctively bringing his hands up to cover his face, closing his eyes. Just as the horse's hooves were about to come crashing down on Chu Yu, Bai Lian suddenly yanked the reins hard, turning the horse 180 degrees in mid-air, while she leaned back slightly. Chu Yu had just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just saved his own life. Bai Lian and the horse stopped abruptly, and then she thrust the spear behind her with her right hand. Without turning around, that flicker of cold light arrived first. Bai Lian's left hand still hadn't released the reins. Before anyone could process the scene, Chu Yu watched as the spear aimed straight at his throat, and before Bai Lian even turned around, he paled and fell backward with a bang, tumbling off the prop horse. Jiang Fulai didn't speak, still standing in the corner with a mask and a black cap, his demeanor clearly conveying an effortless authority. The crowd quieted down, perhaps then noticing the innate sense of command around him. Wan Chushan suddenly stood up from the director's chair with a thud. Only then did Bai Lian leisurely turn around. She ran her fingers through the reins and methodically retrieved her spear, twirling it in her hands, causing her dress and the red tassel on her spear to sway with the breeze. She cast a casual smile toward Chu Yu, who had fallen to the ground. Do I need to demonstrate for Yen Lu again? Wan Chushan felt that this was the kind of spirited dignity he had envisioned. Even in the face of a sudden storm, she could ride the wind for 90,000 li. Chapter 322, 124 Weibo exploded. Yen Lu's backstage _1 Ever since the day the script was acquired, thousands of netizens had started discussing why it shouldn't be adapted into a film. No one could bring to life the heroic spirit of blood-stained sands and decisive swordplay amidst the clouds. Especially the role of Bai Shengjuan, the woman who went to war. The historians who recorded her story did not skimp on their adjectives. She bore her spear in salute to the mountains and rivers, her sword's shadow fierce as she alone charged through thousands of troops. There were even rumors on the forums that when the historian wrote about the Bai family, Chen Ye's knife was at his throat. When Wan Chushan was casting the role, he left this character for last. He truly was stunned by Yen Lu's audition, as if parting the clouds to see the bright sky of tomorrow. He couldn't find a single fault with Yen Lu. But now, Wan Chushan felt that flaws were all over Yen Lu. For instance, her spearwork was not as effortless as desired, neither fast nor fierce enough. Her expression lacked the flirtatious heroism. Even her every gesture failed to casually show the confidence of someone who could command the land. No one present spoke. After filming for so long, everyone in the crew had become an expert on the Great Yong era, knowing well the legendary youth from just the recorded merits of history. Let alone when that historical figure stood before them. The whole performance lasted a mere 2 minutes. Bright garb, noble steed, an air of dashing elegance. Their blood was almost bursting from their bones, At this moment, the crew understood why the histories by family's troops were unstoppable and would rather die than kneel, earning both the dread and respect of their enemies and the wary speculation of their king. With a strong leader, there could be no weak soldiers. Chu Yu was swept to the ground by the gust of the spear, not even touched by Bai Lian's spearhead. Sitting on the ground in terror, he looked at the cold spear pointed at him, his face and body covered in dust, in a sorry state. Bai Lian glanced at him. Such a type would be scorned even by the lowliest soldiers in the rear camp. If enemies were all the likes of Chu Yu, there would have been no need for the 3,000 warriors of the Xuanjia army. Coward, she judged. Then she plunged her spear into the ground and dismounted, carelessly handing the reins to Yan Lu. Her gesture was casual and slovenly, clearly not sharp, yet her presence was immense. The decisiveness seen through her visage hinted at a fierceness as cutting as the east wind. Since Chu Yu had appropriated Yan Lu's chair, up to now, his little head remained on his neck, not hanging on her spearhead, solely because the new era had saved him. This comment shattered the silence on the set. Mr. Chu Yu's assistant hurriedly emerged from the crowd. Are you all right? Are you injured? At this point, he should have glared at Bai Lian. A current popular celebrity like Chu Yu was always coddled wherever he went, and if his fan group found out, they might berate the crew, daring to treat their idols so rudely. But right now, Chu Yu's assistant didn't dare to glare. Have you learned? Bai Lian merely raised an eyebrow towards Yan Lu. Yan Lu nodded her head. At this moment, Wan Chushan also coughed. Everyone, take a break. He lightly glossed over the matter of Bai Lian demonstrating for Yan Lu. Chu Yu, his pride wounded, stood up with a darkened face. Seeing that no one apologized, and Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, he left the set without saying a word. Yan Lu watched Chu Yu leave, somewhat concerned. Bai Lian tossed her spear to the excited martial arts director beside her and turned to ask Yan Lu, haven't taken a single day off in 2 months. There's nothing else, and I can learn from Director Wan while on the set. Yan Lu withdrew her gaze from Chu Yu. Other artists had taken several breaks for various reasons, like shooting other shows or personal matters. Only Yan Lu had stayed on set the entire time. Right, go ask the director for 3 days off, Bai Lian said as she walked away. Jiang Fulai was still standing coolly in the corner with his hands in his pockets, seemingly lost in thought. Under the gaze of many, Bai Lian walked over to him. Jiang Fulai snapped back to reality. As others' gazes followed Bai Lian towards him, his inhospitable coldness was still evident despite his restraint, deterring prolonged stares. He promptly averted his gaze. Why didn't you thrust that spear? He asked lazily. Prosperity, democracy, culture, harmony, freedom, equality, rule of law, she listed off smoothly. Jiang Fulai, over here. Yan Lu was asking Wan Chushan for leave, ready to depart with Bai Lian. Alright, you'll schedule other scenes in these 3 days, Wan Chushan said, appreciating Yan Lu's earnest and hard-working nature. It was her first time asking for leave and he didn't make it difficult, but Yan Lu, use these 3 days to reflect properly. Your movements and expressions still need a lot of work. Chapter 323, 124 Weibo exploded. Yan Lu's backstage _2 Yan Lu. But director, just 2 months ago, you used me as an example for others to demonstrate, and after the performance, you would say, perfect, beautiful, that's the way. And now it has become, Yan Lu, you still have a lot to work on. Yan Lu couldn't help but laugh and cry, Director Wan, I'll work hard. Keep it up, Wan Chushan encouraged her. Yan Lu nodded gravely, aware in her heart that to reach Bai Lian's level, she was far from ready. In this lifetime, it would be impossible, considering her presence alone was greatly lacking. She walked outside. Yan Lu's assistant followed behind her, trembling with fear. her eyes dark from worry, murmuring, "Sister Yen, what should we do? Great Yong's production team won't replace you, will they? Even if they don't, Chu Yu's fans will boycott you." Tianhuan is the largest entertainment company in the country, with its headquarters in Jiangjing. Backed by a big tree, compared to them, Starlight is just a little shrimp. The young assistant hadn't witnessed much of the world and was genuinely scared. Jiang Fulai glanced at the two. "What exactly are you two scared of?" "Ah." The clueless assistant mumbled. "Tianhuan Entertainment, who in the circle isn't afraid of them? Remember this, while you are playing this role, I want you to toughen up." Jiang Fulai passed by Yen Lu, paused, and casually glanced over. As for that Chu Yu, he let out a light sneer. "Not even worth commenting on." Jiang Fulai continued walking forward. These two, one inside the prison bearing humiliations, the other outside the prison doing the same. Yen Lu calmed down. She was the person with the least backing and connections in the entire crew. The crew had been testing Yen Lu from the first day, leading to today's blatant depression. Yen Lu had finally gotten this opportunity, and she didn't want to let anyone down, whether it was Bai Lian, Zhang Xiai's, or even Zhang's mother, so she bore it all. Compared to other things, this was nothing to Yen Lu. She knew that not being famous was the original sin. Yen Lu stood there for a while, her gaze gradually firming up. She caught up to Bai Lian. "Why am I taking a leave absence? Have you forgotten that, aside from being an actress, you now have another identity?" Bai Lian was taking out her phone, walking toward the car. She had said before that she would write a song for Yen Lu, and Bai Lian had written it before the exams. She hadn't reached out to Yen Lu, worried about affecting the shooting schedule. Today, Bai Lian came to see Yen Lu because she had to leave Xiangqing for a trip and wanted to discuss recording the song with her. Unfortunately, she encountered this incident, so Bai Lian boosted the songwriting priority several notches, placing it before biology, but after chemistry. After speaking, she looked down and sent a message to Dean Jian. "Yen Lu will be in Jiangjing to record Autumn Again tomorrow." This was a new song written by Bai Lian, with the arrangement still done by Jian Zhongyo. Dean Jian, earlier than planned. Bai Lian had originally intended for Yen Lu to record the song after the new year, focusing on acting for now. The current situation had changed, and Bai Lian realized how important it was for Yen Lu to establish a strong foundation in the entertainment industry. Bai Jian, plans have changed. Driver's seat. Jiang Fulai unlocked his phone and offhandedly sent a message to Jiang Shijue. "Jiang Shijue, Chu Yu. What's that supposed to be?" Jiang Fulai, "Don't know." Young Master Jiang didn't have the time to research such matters. Great Yong, production team. The assistant director furrowed his brow. "Director Wan, Chu said that unless the production team and Yen Lu apologize to him, he won't come back to continue acting. Chu Yu is a trending star, the chosen one greatly promoted by Tianhuan, which is keen on making him a top-tier celebrity. So even though Chu Yu's acting skills are not quite up to par, Tianhuan still insisted on shoehorning him into the Great Yong crew. Now that he's left the crew, his fans would surely storm the production. Most importantly, Tianhuan might use public opinion to force Yen Lu out of the production team. Wan Chushan was also scared. He took out his phone and found one contact, the team's biggest financier, with nothing but a dark profile picture. After realizing who it was, Wan Chushan didn't even dare to speak to him. But Yen Lu genuinely was an actress he had high hopes for. He didn't want to lose her to Tianhuan's tactics. He hadn't even dared to inquire yet. Suddenly, that dark profile picture had a few unread messages. "Jiang Shijue, I hope your production team understands one thing. Jiang Shijue, Miss Yen Lu is there to act." Seeing these messages almost scared Wan Chushan to death. Who would have known that Yen Lu, who worked diligently and studied humbly within the crew, had such a backer? No, with that kind of backer, why wouldn't you walk with more swagger? Why be afraid of Chuyu? Chuyu didn't wait for an apology from the production team and Yen Lu when he got back. Instead, he received a notice of contract termination. Chapter 324, 124 Weibo exploded. Yen Lu's backstage _3. He was now the favored talent of Tianhuan, the anger in his agent's eyes flickering as phone call after phone call was made. Is Wan Chushan an idiot? To drive Chuyu out of the crew for a newcomer who's nothing. The news that Chuyu would play the fifth male lead had already been released, and leaving the crew at this point would inevitably lead to criticism from haters. Tianhuan's PR team was not to be trifled with. Chuyu's agent sneered and posted a message using Chuyu's Weibo account. V Chuyu, it's so hard to be a serious actor, that's why I left the Great Yong crew. Picture. One was a photo of Chuyu taking cold medicine, the other of him holding a long spear. The comments below were all controlled by fans. My brother works so hard. Looking forward to my brother's new drama next summer break. Why did you leave the crew? Insider info, a certain 18th tier actress who became the female lead right away doesn't respect her seniors. My brother was driven away by her. Finger heart, at Daeong official Weibo. Our fans' lives not lives. We will never watch Great Yong if you don't replace Yen Lu. I really don't know what kind of people like Yen Lu. Smile. Debut for 3 years with only one popular song. Has the crew gone mad to sideline our brother for her? Hashtag boycott Yen Lu hashtag slowly started trending. Chuyu had many friends in the circle, and everyone knew he was being pushed by Tianhuan. Quite a few people stood up for him. Meanwhile, at Xinguang Entertainment, Sister Xan was negotiating with the PR department. Sister Xan was also caught off guard, only learning now that the Great Yong crew had actually let Chuyu go, and she was currently urging the PR department for an emergency response. Xinguang Entertainment was aware that Yen Lu was the female lead in Great Yong, and she had songs to release afterwards. Therefore, the PR's troll army was also working overtime through the night, but Xinguang's PR was no match for Chuyu. The comment section was dominated by Chuyu's troll army. On Man Zai's side, she was between takes for a variety show. Her agent nearly laughed when looking at the trending searches, their mind calculating, I hope Chuyu's side pushes harder. If Great Yong can't handle the pressure and changes the female lead, the role will be yours. Man, she appeared pensive. Could Yen Lu turn the tables? Do you think Tianhuan is all bark and no bite? Even Xinguang's PR can't suppress it, her agent scoffed. It was a showbiz tradition to step on some while elevating others. There was always more help in adding luster than in sending charcoal in snowy weather. Man Zai's eyes sparkled, and she opened Weibo to like Chuyu's post. Seeing a co-star like Man, she liked the post. The heat of the whole affair was pushed to another climax. Sister Xan had not expected things to turn out this way. Great Yong was directly confronting Chuyu, who in turn pointed the finger at Yen Lu. The only good news was that Great Yong had no intention of replacing Yen Lu, otherwise, Xinguang Entertainment might have given up on her. Sister Xan, what do we do now? The team members were also anxious, unable to overpower Chuyu's PR. And Yen Lu's popularity was no match for Chuyu's. Let me think some more. Sister Xan pressed her forehead. The only thing to do now was to wait for the storm to calm and for the drama to air next year. As she was thinking, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was Xinguang's CEO. She was startled and answered. On the other end was the CEO's friendly voice. Sister Xan, honestly, you should have told me earlier that Yen Lu was Zhongguang's person. It was the first time the CEO of Xinguang had called her Sister Xan. Sister Xan didn't catch on. What are you talking about? Weibo is blowing up, and you're still keeping secrets, the CEO said with a laugh. Sister Xan hurriedly opened Weibo. Chapter 325, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history. Second update, _1 She saw the top trending topic on social media had changed from Chiyu to Zhongguang Group. The Zhongguang Group, acting is an art, not entertainment, image. The picture showed Chu Yu and Yan Lu in the same frame, with Chu Yu on the left sitting on a false horse, and Yan Lu on the right holding a gun and riding a tall horse. The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television retweeted and commented, "What exactly is on the left side?" The photo, once released, showcased a stark contrast that made it clear at a glance who had acting skills and who was just entertainment. And just like that, Weibo exploded. Many younger people may not understand the strength of Zhongguang Group. But everyone in the entertainment circle knows what the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television is. A bunch of Chu Yu's fans, not daring to attack the administration, went crazy in the comment section under Zhongguang Group's post, "Our brother is just suffering from a cold and can't ride a horse. Are you also trying to leech off Chu Yu's popularity?" Tail, wait, what age group are Chu Yu's fans? Xiao_Linbi, ever heard of Zhongguang Securities, Zhongguang Bonds, Zhongguang Heavy Industries? Ever heard of Zhongguang Bank at least? Know about railways, highways? 1/3 of those are invested by Zhongguang. Your Tianhuan Entertainment's total assets combined aren't worth 1/10 of Zhongguang's annual bonds. Do you know what kind of unit Zhongguang is? Read more books, don't just watch entertainment all day long, at least then you'd understand what Zhongguang Group does. The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television took the lead in criticizing Chu Yu. A bunch of official media joined the fray, suggesting that it was high time the entertainment industry was cleaned up. Chu Yu and Tianhuan Entertainment started to panic, reaching out to Yan Lu and the Daong crew. They had stoked the flames too high, and now they found it not so easy to disengage. They were in the predicament of riding a tiger and unable to dismount. For the moment, topics related to what exactly is going on with the domestic entertainment remained highly popular. Compared to Chu Yu, man, she was truly in deep waters. Why did you like Chu Yu's Weibo for no reason? Her agent scolded Man Shi ferociously. It was okay before, but now Chu Yu is officially labeled as entertainment. Anything about him cannot be aired. Why the hell did you like his post? Not to mention the bigwigs from Starlight, Chu Yu, Man Shi, and the rest. Sister Xian herself was blown away. No. Sister Xian thought about Bai Lian and then about Zhang Fulai. She always felt she understood them completely, yet the two kept expanding her worldview. Just who exactly are these two? At this moment, the untouchable giant in the entertainment industry, Tianhuan, seemed like a tiny shrimp. Sister Xian was utterly confused. Bai Lian didn't go online and was unaware of what was happening on Weibo. In the class group chat, Wing Chi was going berserk. Wing Chi, at everyone who understands, guys, I'm devastated. Pu Xiaohan, ha 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 ha, Qin Wen, are we still going hiking tomorrow? Wing Chi, at everyone, how could she be such a person? Su Guangming, I just want to lie down. Pu Xiaohan, at Qin Wen, Amin. Wing Chi, at everyone, why is no one paying attention to me? I'm so heartbroken, is there nobody to drink with me? Wing Chi, at everyone, woo. Wing Chi, at everyone, a bunch of ungrateful jerks. Bai Lian, who was constantly listening to English readings, got continuously interrupted by the mentions. Who keeps mentioning me? Pu Xiaohan, at Wing Chi, Qin Wen, at Wing Chi, Su Guangming, at Wing Chi. The response formation was curiously unified. Bai Lian, see you when school starts. Wing Chi was about to kneel for this group of brats. Sis, I was wrong. Bai Lian continued to quietly listen to her listening practice, while outside, Ji Hing called out to Bai Lian, Alien, do you think this dress suits your classmate? The dress he made for Pu Xiaohan. It was also a skirt outfit. The blouse was made of pale pink satin, and he put great care into this dress, with hidden patterns of butterflies, and the skirt's pink shade graduated from dark to light. The hem was decorated with overlapping patterns of white and goose yellow flowers, with a cascading, magnificent look. Several butterflies were either perched or with unfolded wings. Tranquil, yet lively. Ji Hing always believed that girls of this age should wear bright, vibrant colors. According to his taste, Bai Lian suited white, but red suited her even more. Vivid and dazzling. But regrettably, when it came to the clothes he left for Bai Lian, she only wore light-colored dresses. She had never worn red, pink, or goose yellow dresses. Afterward, Ji Hing seldom made bright-colored series of dresses for her. She will definitely like it. Bai Lian observed the dress in Ji Hing's hands closely and let out a light laugh. I'll take it to her in a bit. Ji Hing folded the dress, placed it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Bai Lian. Just then, Su En's video call came through. Chapter 326, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history. Second update, _2, Uncle. Su En must have been busy, but as soon as he saw Ji Hing's face, he quickly greeted him. You guys should come over earlier. Mulan and I will show you around Jiangjing University, museums, and the like, he discussed with Ji Hing. Ji Hing, holding his smoking pipe, thought for a moment and did not refuse. All right. Su En had planned on asking anyway, but he had not anticipated Ji Hing's agreement. Up until now, he still wasn't sure if Ji Hing would attend his wedding to Ji Mulan. He couldn't figure out anyone in that family, from top to bottom. To his surprise, Ji Hing actually agreed. Su En was overjoyed. Then get ready, they'll book the plane tickets and arrange the schedule. Bai Lian hadn't expected the special training camp to be in Jiangjing as well. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao both went back with Zhang Fulai. But Bai Lian turned down Zhang Fulai. She chose to take the plane with Ji Hing, Ji Xiaojun, and Shen Qing instead. When young Master Jiang heard this, he was also quite explosive. This airport, it's so big. This was the first time Shen Qing took a flight, and Su En had bought them first-class tickets. After getting off the plane, stepping on the ground in Jiangjing, Shen Qing felt a sense of unreality. Very dreamlike. However, Ji Hing looked calm, and Ji Xiaojun was also composed. He frequently took students out for art exams. Uncle Ji, you've arrived. Su En had been waiting at the boarding gate early. Seeing Bai Lian, his eyes lit up even more. Alien, are you joining them? Not this time. Bai Lian took out her phone, powered it on, and waited for the signal. Zhang Fulai took a private plane and had arrived much earlier. Zhang teacher, where are you? I'll come find you. Are you accustomed to the flight journey? Su En sounded a bit disappointed, but still led the way while asking. Ji Hing, holding his smoking pipe, nodded his head. Shen Qing felt quite uneasy. It's my first time flying, I'm not used to it. Bai Lian was frank, the seat was a bit cramped. She herself was okay, but Ji Hing, who sat in the same row, was elder, and sitting for embroidery every day was already hard on the spine. At home, it was possible to stand up and move around, not so much on a plane. Ah. Su En was surprised. He turned to the butler. Was it possible that they did not purchase first class? Su En's butler, following behind him, cast a fleeting glance at Shen Qing before turning to Bai Lian with a smile. Miss, you might not understand, airplane seats are inherently small, and you are already in first class. His tone was mild, without any intent of mockery. Just stating the facts. Alien, it's just how planes are. Su En thought for a moment and then explained to Bai Lian, when you go back, they'll switch airlines. Miss Bai, who had been on young Master Jiang's private plane, indeed didn't know that a normal plane seat is considered spacious. No need, she replied lazily, staying put. You go ahead, I'll wait for my classmate. Ji Heng and the others knew Bai Lian was going to the special training camp with Ning Xiao and the rest. So they went ahead with Suen first. Alright then, Suen said with regret. The butler beside him glanced at Bai Lian. He was indifferent to whatever she was going to do. He didn't even know why Suen valued this Ji family member so much, putting aside his own affairs to personally receive them. Jiangjing Airport. In the VIP room, Bai Xiaoqi was talking to Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming's attitude toward Bai Xiaoqi was getting better by the day. Despite his busy schedule at the end of the year, he still took the time to send Bai Xiaoqi to Jiangjing for orientation. Why hasn't Song Min arrived yet? Song Min was attending the special training camp, while Bai Xiaoqi was temporarily not qualified. The joint exam results came out today. He probably boarded after checking them. Bai Xiaoqi was very familiar with Song Min. Speaking of their results, Bai Qiming's face showed even more pride. How did the term-end exams go? In recent times, there's been a lot of news about Ji Mulan in Beijing, as she is about to marry into a wealthy Jiangjing family. It would be impossible for Bai Qiming not to feel a ripple in his heart over this. Fortunately, he had a pair of good children. Thinking of Bai Lian along with Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoke, any dissatisfaction in Bai Qiming faded away. Just as before, Bai Xiaoqi replied. That means still within the top 3. Bai Qiming was very reassured and then sighed with emotion. It's a pity to be in the same grade as Song Min. Otherwise, the Bai family might well have produced a second top scholar. Siblings both so acclaimed, how rare that would be. Bai Xiaoqi took out her phone and opened the conversation with Song Min. Bai Xiaoqi, did you get your score? Song Min hadn't replied yet. Uncertain of the situation, Bai Xiaoqi casually looked up. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure outside the door. She was taken aback. What's wrong? Bai Qiming noticed her expression. Bai Xiaoqi furrowed her brows. She felt that the silhouette looked a lot like Bai Lian. Chapter 327, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history. Second update, _3, Xiaoqi. Bai Qiming stood up, speaking sternly. The Yin family people have arrived. The Yin family, Song Min's mother's maiden home, residents of Jiangjing. They were picked up by Song Min's mother and her brother, the current director of the Yin family. Song Min's mother had arrived early both for Ji Mulan's wedding and to strengthen family relations, preparing for Song Min's entry into Jiangjing University next year. They exchanged greetings. Song Min's mother looked at Bai Xiaoqi. What are you looking at? I feel like. I saw Bai Lian. Bai Xiaoqi withdrew her gaze. Bai Lian. The Yin director turned his head while chatting with Bai Qiming. Her, said Song Min's mother indifferently, Amon's ex-fiancée. Her mother is about to remarry in Jiangjing. Seeing her here isn't strange. Hearing what Song Min's mother said, the Yin director nodded faintly and didn't ask further. Clearly uninterested in Bai Lian, he just smiled at Bai Qiming and said, I've heard that your young master is interning in a lab at Jiangjing University. To them, personal strength was what mattered most. In the Bai family, Bai Xiaoke was thriving at Jiangjing University, and Bai Xiaoqi was favored by Dean Jian. Both were outstanding, which was why the Yin director personally came to pick them up from the airport. Last time, the Bai family didn't receive this kind of treatment. Every time the Beijing joint examination scores are released, the entire education system is shaken. Xiangqing First Middle School. The principal and the homeroom teachers were all gathered in the computer room. They hadn't been able to log into the system for 2 hours. What on earth is going on? The principal paced back and forth in the computer room, filled with anxiety. This had never happened before. Lu Lingxi, on the other hand, was calm. She sat at a desk on the side, methodically writing lesson plans and occasionally taking a sip of tea. What's the rush? She said. What's the rush? Of course, they were anxious about whether Ning Xiao and Bai Lian could maintain their grades. During the last examination, Ning Xiao was 31st. If he could hold that position, and do the same in the college entrance exam, then Xiangqing First Middle School had a hope of being upgraded to a provincial key school during the next evaluation. And Bai Lian. How many people were watching her chemistry score? How could they not be anxious? As the two were talking, suddenly a teacher sitting in front of the computer called out, "It's here, their student numbers. Check Ning Xiao's first, 2 ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* away. They pressed the enter key. The computer still turned circles slowly. After a moment's lag, the scores appeared. Name, Ning Xiao. Subject, score, rank Chinese, 120, 71 mathematics, 135, 3 English, 127, 67 science comprehensive, 279, 1 total score, 661, 6. I must be seeing things. The teacher responsible for checking scores rubbed his eyes. No way. Damn. Is this really Ning Xiao's score? This is absurd, right? Ning Xiao barely made it into the top 100 on his first monthly exam, and then 31st on the second. The teachers all thought that last performance was Ning Xiao at his best and were concerned if he would make it into the top 30 this time. Now, he's ranked 6th in Beijing. First in science comprehensive across the province. That's just 2 months of time. This first place in science comprehensive is a bit too exaggerated, right? Lu Lingxi was also taken aback, truly shocked this time. The office erupted into a long discussion because of this result. 6th place, first in science comprehensive, what significance does that hold? Ning Xiao's science score was even higher than Song Min's. After the excited discussion, they finally remembered Bai Lian. Don't say anything, the school principal had already ordered banners. He smiled at the others and said, with Ning Xiao's huge improvement, Bai Lian will definitely enter the top 30, right? Last time, Bai Lian ranked 97th overall. Ning Xiao, 31st. This time Ning Xiao ranked 6th, a terrifying leap. Originally, the school staff were guessing if Bai Lian could join Ning Xiao in the top 30, but now Ning Xiao had produced an ace. They thought it wasn't impossible for Bai Lian to make it into the top 30. The teacher entered Bai Lian's student number. Everyone was relaxed. Some were predicting Bai Lian's scores. With Ning Xiao before her, they thought the best she could do was a rank in the top 30. After all, her chemistry was a weak point. This Ning Xiao is really good. I wonder how Tang Ming did. Right, check his as well later. Let's see. Hey, look, are the scores out? Their voices stopped abruptly. Because Bai Lian's scores were out and the principal of Xiangqing First Middle School leaped to the computer, scrutinizing the scores from top to bottom. Name, Bai Lian. Subject, score, rank Chinese, 150, 1 mathematics, 150, 1 English, 131, 17 science comprehensive, 261, for total score, 692, 1 first overall in Beijing. The principal's mind buzzed. He felt that this moment would be recorded in the annals of Xiangqing First Middle School's history because he vaguely saw the provincial top scholar was waving at him. Chapter 328, 126 Refusing the Principal of Beijing, Who is the First? Part 1 _1 The quiet office was almost motionless, apart from the occasional breeze that drifted through. The group of teachers who had been enthusiastically gathered around the computer were now silently staring at the text displayed on the screen. Overall first place. She's first. First. How did she test so well? A teacher gradually came to terms with the result. She surpassed Song Min. Is there really someone in Beijing who can outperform Song Min? Last year's high school examination was already the talk of the town. In both Beijing and Jiangjing, people were betting on the top 3 spots, and for the past couple of years, every senior student in Beijing lived in the shadow of Song Min. Even among geniuses, there are barriers. Today, none of the teachers present in Xiangqing thought anyone could score higher than Song Min. The principal, who had been holding his breath since seeing the scores, finally let out a long sigh of relief. The last time Bai Lian ranked 97th, everyone was shocked. Despite the shock, everyone could accept it back then because there were 3 or 4 students in the school who made it into the top 100 in the province, and Ning Xiao was ranked 31st. At this term's finals, Ning Xiao's performance was already shocking enough. Nobody expected the ultimate trump card to be Bai Lian. At this moment, not to mention the homeroom teachers who maintained a stable mood in their classes, even the usually composed and calm Lu Lingxi was stunned by this turn of events. Is she a monster or what? Who jumps from 450 points straight to 692 in one semester? Some homeroom teachers began to lose their composure. After all, when Bai Lian first came to the school, she had transferred from humanities to science, with 0 in biology and 0 in chemistry. She definitely hid her abilities at the start, one teacher analyzed. Otherwise, with her physics being so good, how could her biology and chemistry scores possibly be 0? With this reasoning, the other teachers found it easier to accept. After all, watching someone go from 0 to passing in chemistry in one semester was quite distressing for them. Did Bai Lian not study chemistry much before this? There were believers before, but now hardly anyone believes it. After some discussion among the teachers, they relaxed and were finally able to face the results head-on. Is she a genius on the same level as Song Min? Song Min's reputation as a genius was known by everyone at all the major high schools over the past 3 years. I don't know, someone suddenly looked towards Lu Lingxi. Can Bai Lian maintain her lead? I wonder how much Song Min scored this time. Scoring first place once doesn't prove much. It's consistent dominance like Song Min's, who has been at the top for years, that shows stability. Song Min's name has already become an adjective. The fate is yet undecided. The college entrance exam determines the final outcome. Whether she can maintain it or not, congratulations in advance, Principal. I think we've got the top 3 spots in the college entrance exam locked down. Many factors come into play in the college entrance exam. This test might have played to Bai Lian's strengths. With 1 term left, although Bai Lian scored first this time, most people still hold Song Min in awe. For other students to take first place from Song Min even once is quite a feat. Don't be so timid. The homeroom teacher of class 8 pulled out his personal savings and slapped them on the table. I bet Bai Lian will take the Beijing top scholar title. Who wants to bet with me? I'll bet on Bai Lian too. The principal was actually daring in his own right, though he had no cash at hand. So he turned to Lu Lingxi to borrow money. But the teaching resources in Beijing are so much better than ours. Nobody knows if Song Min just made a mistake this time. Some teachers hesitated, placing their bets on Song Min. Teacher Lu, lend me some money. The only person in the room who controlled the financial power, Lu Lingxi, Beijing High School. The homeroom teacher of the international class also found it hard to believe the news. He looked at the 2 names on the list, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao. Indeed, from the moment it was known that Song Min wasn't first, the school was abuzz. 692 points, 1 more than Song Min. The homeroom teacher turned to the principal, with a perfect score in mathematics, and there's another student named Ning Xiao, who scored 279 in science, 5 points higher than Song Min. What exactly happened with Song Min this time? The principal frowned. After pondering for a moment, the homeroom teacher, who hadn't yet seen the 2 students' papers, said, recently Bai Shaoqi has been practicing the piano a lot. He might have neglected his studies because of that. I discussed it with him this morning. He didn't perform well in the science subjects or mathematics. It's good that there was a mistake this time, otherwise, without any pressure, he would stay in the same place. Just what place is this Xiangqing High School? The principal, learning that both students came from the same school, also from Xiangqing High School, said, "Such talented students, and they aren't from our school." A region on the fringes long since forgotten by the people of Beijing. He lowered his head to carefully observe Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's scores. Chapter 329, 126 Refusing the Principal of Beijing, Who is the First? Part 1_2 The pressure of scoring 150 in mathematics was truly suffocating. He really coveted these two students, although their scores might not be as consistently high as Song Min's. "Principal, it's really a waste to keep these students in Xiangqing High School," the Dean of Instruction spoke up. "We in Beijing have better educational resources. We can access Jiangjing's exam papers every month and have spots in the training camp, providing them with a superior education." Regardless of whether the two students' grades could stabilize, they were undoubtedly the target of competition for every major elite high school. The principal nodded. How could he possibly pass up this opportunity? "I know, I've already applied to the Xiangqing Department of Education, asking them to transfer directly to the international class. I'm waiting for Xiangqing High School to send me their files." The dean's eyes lit up, looking forward to seeing the two new students at the start of the term. No teacher at Beijing High School believed the two students from Xiangqing High School would refuse. After all, in Beijing, there was nobody who didn't know about the international class, the best class in the entire city, overflowing with resources, only accessible to high achievers. Even if influential people tried to force their way in, those who didn't meet the standard would still be expelled. The most notable example was Bai Lian, who had been in the international class for less than 2 days. Who would have thought that the top student they now wanted to invite was the very one they had kicked out before? Bai Lian was still at the airport, holding a conspicuous sign while waiting for Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai had left before her, owing to the Jiang family's annual payment of a large additional fee to the airport, for usage and air traffic control, which allowed them to queue for landing slots. He had departed from Danping City and, although he flew out earlier, he arrived around the same time as Bai Lian. From the corner, Bai Lian could easily spot the person approaching at a slow pace. His aura was cold, and his face was exceptionally handsome, but his expression was indifferent, his pale eyes as bloodless as ice, deterring anyone from staring. Compared to him, Bai Lian, who was leaning lazily against her suitcase, seemed approachable enough that several people dared to come up and chat. The boy, who just stepped forward wanting Bai Lian's WeChat, noticed a deathly glare and couldn't help but turn his head, only to meet those deep and chilling icy eyes. He shivered. With a swift change of direction, he walked briskly towards the luggage claim area. "Let's go," Jiang Fulai said as he went to help her with the suitcase. "They are waiting for us in the parking lot." Today they were headed to the training camp, where food and lodging were free for the entire winter training session. The course would last for roughly 20 days, with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming also attending. "I've got nothing but books here," Bai Lian said. The airport was warm as Ji Hing had provided her with a white down jacket that she didn't wear, handing it to Jiang Fulai. "You help me with the jacket." Bai Lian's suitcase had very few clothes but was filled with books. It was quite heavy, yet she didn't let Jiang Fulai carry it. She just stuffed the down jacket into his hands. Jiang Fulai, he had something to say, but Bai Lian didn't give him the chance to retort as a call from Xiangqing came through. It was from Lu Lingxi. "Teacher," Bai Lian gripped her suitcase tightly, gave Jiang Fulai a look, and signaled him to lead the way. Jiang Fulai looked at the suitcase in her hand somewhat sullenly. Then he started walking ahead. Bai Lian trailed a step behind him, slowly, chatting with Lu Lingxi. "Do you know your total score this time?" Lu Lingxi threw out a bait. Bai Lian knew her own score well enough, she sighed, less than 700. After their exams, Jiang Fulai had inquired about their results and reviewed the papers. Ever since he knew Tang Ming ranked third in the school, Jiang Fulai had been telling them not to limit their vision to Xiangqing High School. In Biqing's final exams, there were not a few who scored above 700. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming were all well aware of this. Unknown to Lu Lingxi, detecting a hint of regret in Bai Lian's voice, the teacher was puzzled. There was little point in continuing this conversation. Beijing High School wants you and Ning Xiao to transfer to their international class next semester. Lu Lingxi brought the topic back, speaking seriously. Beijing High School. Bai Lian almost didn't have to think about it. I'm not going. You're not going. Lu Lingxi was surprised. She had discussed with the principal, and although he wanted Bai Lian to stay at Xiangqing High School, they both understood that the best teaching staff was in Beijing. The principal and I both suggest you go there. It would allow you to maximize your potential to the fullest. Bai Lian, please consider it carefully once more. You can still keep your enrollment at Xiangqing even if you go to Beijing. Lu Lingxi hoped Bai Lian would reconsider seriously for another couple of days. Chapter 330, 126 Refusing the Principal of Beijing, Who is the First? Part 1_3 Bai Lian hung up the phone. In fact, she didn't need to think at all. No matter how much time she was given, there was only one answer for Lu Lingxi. After all, if she had wanted to stay in Beijing High School, she would never have returned to Xiangqing. Jiangjing was much smaller than Beijing, but it also had more than a dozen districts. Xinjiang District was at the center of the city, while Yunshao District and Chang'an District were the places bustling with university life and economic development. The Su family lived in Mingfeng District, closer to the outskirts. The old residence of the Su family. Madame Su, dressed in a black cotton-padded jacket with her gray hair coiled up at the back of her head, stood by the warm pond in the backyard of the old villa feeding fish, accompanied by a woman in a black coat who looked efficient and capable. The butler appeared quietly. Where are they? Madame Su asked. She held a shiny black cane in one hand and grabbed a handful of fish feed from a jar beside her, casually scattering it into the slightly steaming pond where a group of koi fish leaped out of the water to snatch up the feed. Ever since she knew of Ji Mulan, Madame Su had no intention of letting her pass through these gates. But because of Bai Lian, Madame Su had consented this time to Suen bringing Bai Lian back to the old house. Meanwhile, the woman in the coat looked surprised as she turned her head. This was Su Shujie, Suen's sister. Old lady, Bai Lian didn't come, the butler reported in a soft voice. Who is Bai Lian? Su Shujie asked. The butler explained to Su Shujie, Ji Mulan's daughter. Su Shujie was surprised. She wasn't very familiar with Ji Mulan, but she had taken the time to come back for Suen's remarriage. Now looking at Madame Su, she said, what kind of person is her daughter, to have aroused your personal attention? Quite curious. Madame Su spoke indifferently, a person from the border town, nothing special about her. Just good-looking. She had Bai Lian's information. It was said that she barely made it into college. That's so, Su Shujie immediately lost interest. Why haven't I seen her come here? It's her first time in Jiangjing. The butler recalled Xinqing's performance and Bai Lian's words and actions. You can tell she really wants to fit in. Right now, she's probably out having fun. Young people love to go sightseeing and post on their social circles. Never having been on a plane before, and if she had traveled in economy class, she wouldn't have said that first class felt too small. The butler judged that Bai Lian was probably out enjoying herself in Jiangjing University at this moment. Going to check in at the entrance of Jiangjing University, perhaps Su Wenyao even took her inside the campus. After all, she came from a humble background. Madame Su looked up, but that's also good, easy to handle. She had seen all sorts of people. People like Bai Lian and Shen Qing, as long as they were provided with sufficiently superior conditions, would not be willing to leave. Jiangjing Airport. Mrs. Song and her party finally waited for Song Min. Song Min carried only a backpack, quietly walking out of the VIP exit. What's wrong? Bai Xiaoqi immediately sensed that Song Min was in a bad mood. The others couldn't help but look over, as Song Min was respected for his status and academic achievements in Beijing, and he was also learning finance with the Song family, always appearing refined and aloof. Even in front of Bai Xiaoqi, he was in no way inferior. The young man had a strong sense of pride. This kind of subdued mood was rare. Weren't you waiting for your results? Mrs. Song smiled as she looked at Song Min. Could it be that there was a mistake in math again? Everyone present knew that Song Min had scored second in math last time, which is why he had put a lot of effort into math in the last 2 months. Mrs. Song guessed that Song Min might not have achieved his desired result in math again. It's nothing, Bai Xiaoqi also guessed this, and after asking about the results, Song Min hadn't replied to her messages. A temporary slip-up is no big deal. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You're always first, why compete with yourself? Mrs. Song and Bai Qiming both nodded in agreement. Song Min had dominated the entire high school scene in Beijing for more than 2 years, never failing to come first in every major or minor exam. Therefore, no one present thought Song Min would fall to another rank. The ever-silent Song Min finally looked up. I'm not the first this time. Ah. Then which place did you get? Mrs. Song stopped, incredulous. If not you, then who else could it be? Bai Qiming looked at Song Min, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be Xiaoqi? Song Min, I don't know. I'm also waiting for a message from our class teacher. It was at that moment when the class teacher sent over the results for the first place. Chapter 331, 127 meets Song Min at the training camp. Second update, _1 After the results came out, the school checked the international class student scores immediately. Song Min originally only wanted to know whether he was first in math, but to his surprise, not only was he not first in math, he was second in overall score too. Looking at the entire class, there was no first place either, which could only mean one possibility. The first place belonged to a student from another school. They didn't know the scores from other schools, but fortunately, his school could access and review the score reports. Song Min was anxious to get to Jiangjing and had told his homeroom teacher to inform him as soon as there was news about the first place. Finally, he received the results for first place. Song Min quickly opened his phone to check. Homeroom teacher, total score 692. A student from Xiangqing No. 1 High School, 1 point higher than you. Song Min stared at the 692. It was only a 1-point difference, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't as suffocating as a perfect 150 in math. 1 point higher in total score, this person is, Song Min began, furrowing his brows, from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Because of Bai Lian, he had a very negative impression of Xiangqing. Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Bai Qiming, upon hearing it wasn't Bai Xiaoqi, was somewhat disappointed. Then, upon hearing the words Xiangqing, his face turned cold. Mrs. Song's expression also changed. Off to the side, Mr. Yin was surprised, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. Just Xiangqing No. 1 High School, why the long faces? Bai Xiaoqi glanced at Bai Qiming, whose face had darkened, but did not respond. It wasn't until they got into the car that Mrs. Song spoke in a low voice to explain to her brother. The incident with Bai Lian last time hadn't been pretty, and her voice grew colder as she mentioned Bai Lian. Xiangqing is where Song Min's former fiancé is currently living. You two shouldn't be arranging marriage matches so young. Knowing he had asked a foolish question, Mr. Eanes shook his head. It would be best to let the matter rest here. No one present wanted to mention Bai Lian. Mr. Eanes changed the subject. His voice was mild as he said, "I'll take you to the Eanes family first. Xiaoqi still has to go to the music academy later, right? In a few days, there's a banquet, and I will take Xiaoqi with me. If Xiaoqi can catch the eye of that family." Upon saying this, Mr. Eanes stopped speaking, not daring to go on. Bai Xiaoqi observed his demeanor, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had always been aware of Mrs. Song's extraordinary concern for her Guzheng performance and her insistence on practicing the white robe journey. But she had never known why. "Don't put pressure on Xiaoqi, just perform as usual." Mrs. Song did not mention Song Min's results again to prevent him from feeling stressed, and added to Bai Xiaoqi, "Tomorrow when I have time, I'll take you to look at evening gowns." The car slowly entered Jiangjing. Mr. Eanes took them directly to the Eanes family's house, engaging in casual conversation with Bai Qiming. The Eanes family moved to Beihong district just a couple of years ago. "Look, it's right up ahead." He pointed to a villa in front of them, a hint of pride in his words. This place was a bit far from Xinjiang district. Bai Xiaoqi looked but did not see a bustling area. However, she didn't inquire further. After everyone got out of the car, Bai Xiaoqi asked Bai Qiming in a lowered voice, "Why is the Eanes family living here? If they can't buy in Xinjiang district, what about Chang'an district?" Bai Xiaoqi had visited Bai Xiaoke in Chang'an district. Jiangjing University and Jiangjing Music Academy are both located in Chang'an district. "Xiaoqi, being able to move into Beihong district is already quite good." Bai Qiming looked at Bai Xiaoqi, his eyes profound. "Having visited Jiangjing many times, for my Bai family to move into Jiangjing, we can't even settle in the outermost areas, let alone Beihong district. As for the Chang'an district you mentioned, at least it should be a place where your brother, a university president and an academician, could reside." "Is that so?" Bai Xiaoqi, who had lived in an ordinary residential area in Beijing with her mother for over a decade and seldom visited Jiangjing, was hearing this kind of statement for the first time. In Beijing, as long as you had money, you could buy a house anywhere. She was completely shocked that wealth couldn't guarantee you a home here. If Jiangjing University's president lives in Chang'an district, then who are the people in Xinjiang district? Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi finally received a message from her homeroom teacher about her own grades: Science Comprehensive, 251. 9 total score, 653. 7. After reading down the list, Bai Xiaoqi's face changed dramatically. She had always ranked in at least the top 5, if not the top 3. Even though she had devoted more time to the Guzheng recently, her total score shouldn't have fallen to 7th place. She pursed her lips and sent the scores to Bai Xiaoke to see. In the international class group chat, today was somewhat explosive. Most people's ranks had fallen compared to before, and the rumor du jour was that Song Min wasn't first, a dark horse out of nowhere. "I heard they're coming to our class next semester." This news exploded throughout the international class. Chapter 332, 127 meets Song Min at the training camp. Second update, _2 by Lian also received messages from a friend. Friend, screenshot, friend, hahaha, Song Min didn't get first place in the exam, I'm dying of laughter. Friend, I've decided to eat 3 pieces of cake today. Friend, I have no idea who the hero was that did it, but I'm thrilled. Bai Lian, friend. When the two chatted, they often weren't on the same wavelength. After Bai Lian finished, she went back to her English reading page, while Jiang He, holding a pillow, was drowsy beside her. Today, because Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were there, Jiang Fulai sat in the front passenger seat. Before long, the car entered the Chang'an campus. As soon as the car stopped, they could see the towering sign at the entrance of the training camp, Buyuan Base. This is a summer camp gathering point established by Mr. Ji himself, Jiang Fulai explained as he got out of the car, putting on a mask and leading the way in. It's for providing mathematical thinking training for high school and college students. High school students participate in special training to experience university courses in advance. And for college students, it's for guaranteed postgraduate opportunities and also to experience top-tier academia. Of course, no matter which stage, applying for Buyuan Base is quite difficult. First, you need a compelling resume. Second, you need a recommendation. Jiang Fulai was always brief in speech, keeping his words concise and to the point. His voice was quite nonchalant too. Unknown to him, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming behind him were feeling utterly exhilarated. Buyuan Base, the foundational base for mathematics and physics established by Jiu Buyuan himself, affiliated with the Mathematics and Physics College of Jiangjing University, a summer camp base sought after by countless people. As for who Jiu Buyuan was, no one who had participated in mathematics competitions would not know him, the greatest mathematician of modern times. Buyuan Base's publicity room. At the moment, a middle-aged man was lounging in front of a computer, lazily reading a book in his hands. Hearing the sound, he didn't lift his head. "Welcome to Buyuan Base, please fill out the form, take the keys, the dormitory area is out the door to the left." He was halfway through speaking when he suddenly felt the atmosphere was off, an indistinct sense of oppression. The middle-aged man abruptly looked up, and saw the tall, slender figure of Jiang Fulai approaching at an unhurried pace. Jiang, the middle-aged man couldn't complete his sentence. Jiang Fulai glanced over at him with a slight nod. "I've brought 3 students over." With those words, he bent slightly and with his pale fingers, he took a form off the table and handed it to Bai Lian, then pulled out a pen and removed the cap. He then gestured for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming to take pens themselves. The middle-aged man who stood up hadn't even closed his mouth yet. He watched dumbfounded as Jiang Fulai naturally passed the registration form and pen to Bai Lian, rubbing his eyes. This world had become fantastical. Only when Bai Lian handed the form back to him did he come to his senses, covertly scrutinizing the girl before him. This girl was wearing a white down jacket that went past her knees, made of cloth, and it had one oversized pocket on each side, onto which Ji Hing had embroidered black cats. There were brown vines embroidered on the cuffs, hem, and zipper, adorned with vivid green grape leaves. Plain yet exquisite. Plus that face, beautiful and radiant, one you indeed would not find in Jiangjing. The man respectfully escorted the 4 of them out of the office. Then he quickly turned and shut the door behind him, picking up the 3 forms on the table. To be personally brought by young Master Jiang, they must be talents of the rare phenom level, like Jiang Shijue, seen only once in decades. However, he was shocked to see at first glance, these 3 people had such ordinary resumes. Ning Xiao was still decent, with records of awards in math and physics. But this Bai Lian. Almost a blank slate. Apart from scoring highly in a training class, she would probably be at the bottom among this batch of students attending the winter and summer camps, right? The next day, Su An didn't return to the old residence. He arranged for the Ji family to stay at his temporary residence, which was also where he settled after marrying Ji Mulan. Knowing that the Ji family had come over, Su Wenyao specifically rushed back to the Su group from Jiangjing University. Although Jiangjing University was on winter break, Su Wenyao was preparing for the graduate entrance exam and had been studying at the university beforehand. "You want to make a reservation for the Qin family's private museum?" Su Wenyao was quite astonished upon hearing Ji Hing's idea. During the holiday, the Qin family's museum implements visitor restrictions. It might take 10 days. Ji Hing, hearing this time frame, which nearly matched Ji Mulan's wedding date, could wait. "Please do me the favor." The museum had to be booked officially, and Ji Hing and Shen Qing weren't quite adept at handling it. "You don't have to be so formal with me." Su Wenyao made the reservation for Ji Hing at the museum, securing a spot 9 days later, which was fairly decent considering it was close to the new year and the waiting time wasn't too long. How about student Bai Lian? Doesn't she want to apply to Zhongjing University? I was thinking of taking her to have a look when I have the time. Without an accompanying current student, one couldn't enter Zhongjing University. I'll ask her. Ji Hing wasn't too sure himself since Bai Lian had merely mentioned she was going to study. Ji Hing knew that Bai Lian was devoted to her studies and was also collaborating with Ning Xiao and the others. In this regard, Ji Hing had no doubts. Ji Hing took out his phone and sent Bai Lian a voice message. The winter and summer camps at Buiyuan Base offered 3 courses: number theory, analysis, and topology. One simply needed to choose one course to study. Each day included 5 hours of lectures, 3 hours of discussion on topics, and 3 hours of writing out the problem-solving process. This time, because it was a math and physics camp, it was almost all boys, with only Bai Lian and another bespectacled girl present. When Bai Lian and her 2 companions arrived at the classroom, about half the students were already there, and everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards them. Most here were students from the affiliated high school of Zhongjing University, and in such a small circle, everyone only knew a few famous prodigies. While Bai Lian's face was certainly attractive, it was far too unfamiliar. The same was true for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. These 3 weren't any of the familiar academic gods, nor were they the big names often seen in competitions. Nor were they the famous personas from the Zhongjing app rankings. After a brief glance, they withdrew their attention, losing interest in this group of people. I wonder if God of Study can do this problem, classmates who knew each other discussed softly amongst themselves in the classroom. Bai Lian and her companions calmly took their seats at the back of the room. It was only now that Bai Lian noticed Ji Hing's message. She opened it and listened. Ji Hing was asking where she was. Not knowing the exact address of the street here, she simply sent her location to Ji Hing. "Grandpa, I will come to you after class." As she returned to the main screen, she received a message from Principal Ma. "Principal Ma, are you in Zhongjing?" The reason was that Jiang Fulai had boastfully sent him a picture, leading him to guess Bai Lian was in Zhongjing. Bai Lian, yes, Principal Ma, where? Meanwhile, at the classroom door, a cold, elegant figure walked in carrying a backpack and books, earning a flurry of glances, which quickly turned indifferent and looked away. Yet another unknown individual, uninteresting to them. For the first time, Song Min, who was usually the center of attention at school, encountered such a situation, though he had anticipated it. This was Zhongjing, a place full of talent. With a calm demeanor, he scanned the classroom with his backpack in hand, looking for an empty seat to occupy. As he scanned the room, his gaze landed on the girl sitting at the last row. She was dressed in a light blue shirt, with her white down jacket tossed casually on the table. At that moment, with her gaze lowered, leaning loosely against the chair back, one arm on the table and the other lazily holding a phone, she appeared to be replying to something. The morning sun poured through the windows, bathing her profile in light, serenity incarnate. Feeling the gaze upon her, she slowly lifted her head, lazily looking in his direction, revealing her face in full view. Song Min finally saw her face clearly. His grip tightened on his backpack, incredulous, confirming the guess in his mind. That bright and defiant face, he recognized it. It was Bai Lian. Chapter 333, 128 Genius gathered _1 The Buiyuan summer camp in the country has the highest value. Whether for high school or university students who manage to secure a spot at the Buiyuan summer camp during the holidays can basically guarantee themselves a postgraduate recommendation. It's second only to the Ross summer camp, but the Buyuan only admits middle school students from within the country, with international students accepted only at the university level. Even so, there is still significant competition for the limited special training spots available to domestic high school students each year. Each session only accepts 30 to 40 students, almost 30 of whom are from the affiliated high schools of Jiangjing University, with the other 4 major cities only being allocated 4 or 5 spots each. Basically, studying here means you've already got one foot in Jiangjing University. Song Min is the only student from Beijing High School who came to the Buyuan base. But, why is Bai Lian also here? Bai Lian glanced at him and immediately shifted her gaze away, continuing to reply to Director Ma's message with methodical slowness. Bai Lian, Buyuan. Director Ma was at Jiangjing University not far away. Ji Hing wasn't sure what Buyuan was about, but Director Ma certainly did. Director Ma. Beside Bai Lian, Ning Xiao was seated one spot away from her, and Tang Ming was right next to Ning Xiao. Both felt an immense pressure as soon as they entered the classroom and were now buried in their notebooks, working on problems. 8 o'clock. The elderly professor with graying hair entered. He wore a gray, thick cotton-padded jacket and held only a set of 9 linked rings made of iron in his hand. You all know topology, right? This subject's prototype, the 9 linked rings, has a history of 5,000 years. I will give you 3 minutes to untie them. Reporting. A male student entered the classroom just on time, holding a thick book. The professor turned his head and then smiled warmly. Liang Wuyu, you're just in time, hand these out to everyone. Whoosh, the entire classroom fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were on the boy. This was the first time the professor had shown warmth since he entered. After all, the professor himself was a genius. While most students in the classroom were quite smart, he saw so many intelligent people every year, and ordinary geniuses no longer caught his attention. Unless it was a rare genius like Liang Wuyu. Bai Lian also looked up. The heating was on in the classroom. Liang Wuyu took off his long cotton coat, revealing a black knitted sweater, and he held a copy of algebraic number theory in one hand. His complexion was somewhat pale, his thick hair almost reached his eyebrows, and he stretched his hand to receive the 9 linked rings from the professor to distribute them. Liang Wuyu, isn't he in your class? How come you're all looking at him as if you've never seen him before? We've hardly ever seen him attend class in our grade. He spends most of his time in the lab, and guess what? He scored 739 on the final exam. That's insane. He could be compared to Hewen now, right? And Su Jiue only scored 712. Only. The exam questions were set by the Physics Institute and were that difficult. I scored 669, ranked 5th. Honestly, in any other year, I could have been in the top 3. As soon as Liang Wuyu appeared, he set off a stir in the whole room. Compared to the pressure Song Min placed on the entire Beijing, Liang Wu's presence at the affiliated high schools of Jiangjing was more of a shadow than pressure. Most people didn't even entertain the thought of comparing themselves to him. The gap was too great. Outside, Tang Ming handed out the 9 linked rings to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, speaking excitedly in a low voice. Damn, that's Liang Wuyu. The professor even knows him. But how do you solve this? He had never played with the 9 linked rings before. Relying on his intuition, he only made it to the 5th ring. To solve which ring, you have to make sure the preceding ring is on top. Bai Lian nonchalantly solved it, speaking slowly and deliberately. With just one sentence, Tang Ming understood. He looked down and managed to solve the remaining rings within 2 minutes. In the class, most students had already solved it, and then the professor started the presentation. This is just the beginning, you all have good spatial imagination. So, we use a point B to represent any spherical neighborhood in this Rn, and now we move on to proving open sets. As the students were all high schoolers, the professor only taught the basics, which were both detailed and humorous. Bai Lian and her companions listened intently. After a morning of classes, the professor brought in some test papers from outside, and scanning the people here, he smiled and said, "You all know that here at the Buyuan base, we have an initial assessment score for each person, based on their abilities. We distribute 3 sets of papers, A, B, and C. Let's combine them, and also, from today on, everyone needs to prepare for an academic presentation. Liang Wuyu, Paper A. Su Jiue, Paper A." Chapter 334, 128 Genius Gathered _2, Ling Xiao, Role B. Song Min, Role C. Ning Xiao, Role C. Bai Lian, Role C. Tang Ming, Role C. There were only a few with Role A, not many with Role B. The majority had Role C. Bai Lian and her 2 companions had Role C in their hands. Tang Ming looked down at the paper in his hand. "Even Role C is this difficult. I can't imagine what kind of deity is capable of doing Role A." People gradually left the classroom. Tang Ming stood at the classroom door talking to several people. When Bai Lian stood up with her cotton-padded coat, she saw the only other girl with short hair besides her, standing 2 meters away from Tang Ming and the others, glancing up at Tang Ming and the others, then fiddling with her bag strap over and over again. She wore a white mask, glasses, and a hat, wanting to come forward but not daring to. Bai Lian put on her coat and pulled Tang Ming aside. "You're blocking her way." The other boys also stepped aside. Seeing the way clear, the girl quickly lowered her head and walked by, not lifting her head as she went out the door. Luckily, Bai Lian had sharp ears and heard a very quiet, "Thank you." "Ha!" Tang Ming only saw a blur, never catching a glimpse of the girl's face. "Sis, Ninggu, these are all people from the affiliated middle school." Tang Ming introduced these few boys to the 2 of them. Clearly they were from the same class. "This is Ling Xiao, he has Role B, he's very impressive, an IMO gold medalist." Tang Ming finished with a heavy introduction of the leading boy. Ning Xiao was amazed, staring at Ling Xiao in surprise. A gold medalist could only get Role B. Ling Xiao wore black-rimmed glasses, appearing honest and steady. Accustomed to such gazes, he simply said, "Nice to meet you. If you run into any problems during the academic speech later, you can ask me." That was a polite decline to joining Bai Lian and her group for the academic speech team. "Thank you," Bai Lian said. "Thanks." They were thankful, surely, but asking was out of the question. Otherwise, young Master Jiang would remember them for 100 days. "Our sister is also very good at math," Tang Ming added. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's group glanced at Tang Ming, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the remark. They were different from Tang Ming. This wasn't their first time at Buyuan Base. They saw different students coming here from various places each time. Buyuan Base was a gathering place for geniuses. All these people were top students from their respective places, prideful at heart, but these top students from other places were quite different from them. After today's exam, Tang Ming would start to become introspective and wouldn't be so confident anymore. In the afternoon, there was a 3-hour academic exchange. Those who were here were all favored children of the heavens, and some of them had befriended everyone in the class. Bai Lian and other foreign students from the 4 major cities had fewer ads. After the academic exchange, Bai Lian didn't stay at the base. Ji Hing told her to go have dinner at Su En's place. Bai Lian packed her things and left. Song Min chased after her at this moment, his gaze complex. "Bai Lian, how come you're here?" He knew about Bai Lian's grades. She was almost clueless in science, vividly remembering when the homeroom teacher had moved her to the liberal arts class. Later, it seemed she had transferred to science, but back then Song Min didn't care much about Bai Lian. He hadn't paid attention. Recently, however, He heard from his mother that Ji Mulan had married into the Jiangjing family, possibly recommended by someone from Jiangjing, but what qualifications did she use to get in? He had many questions. Bai Lian, looking at her phone with her head down, barely lifted her head, her face pale and expression indolent and cold. "Excuse me." 2 words without emotion. The past Song Min was extremely impatient with Bai Lian, preferring to solve a couple more math problems rather than talk more words with her, but the current Bai Lian now felt utterly unfamiliar to him. Song Min subconsciously stepped aside. Bai Lian passed by him toward the Boyuan base gate. At the gate, Jiang Fulai was waiting for her. While buckling her seatbelt, Bai Lian told Jiang Fulai the address. The Su family office building was in Yunshao district. Yunshao district is the economic center of Jiangjing, right across from Chang'an district, with Xinjiang district in between. It is a bit far to cross the districts, but it's not yet 5 o'clock, and the traffic isn't bad. What did you send to Academician Ma? Bai Lian leaned back in her seat with a relaxed posture, tilting her head to look at him. Jiang Fulai was quite unperturbed. Nothing. The corners of his lips, slightly pursed, appeared extremely aloof. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to glance at him at this moment. The only connection Bai Lian had with Academician Ma was through Jiang Fulai, which she didn't believe for a second. It wasn't until a 2-minute red light that she spoke up. "Open WeChat." Jiang Fulai. He silently took out his phone to show Bai Lian. "Academician Ma, give me Jiang He too." Jiang Fulai. "Academician Ma, it would be best if you come along." Jiang Fulai didn't pay him any attention. "Academician Ma, Bai Lian is also studying quantum mechanics, did you know?" "Academician Ma, odd, she actually isn't studying dark matter." Jiang Fulai, smile. Jiang Fulai, photo. Jiang Fulai, I'm going to help her get clothes now, don't bother me. Academician Ma, Bai Lian, having read the entire conversation, much to her relief, young Master Jiang was quite polite. She handed the phone back to Jiang Fulai, whose phoenix eyes swept indifferently over her before reaching out to take the phone, his right hand elegantly resting on the steering wheel. "Noble yet forbidding, although you've gone to study quantum mechanics, if you're unhappy, I won't send any more messages." "It's all right." Bai Lian replied, "No, send whatever you like." "Oh." Yunshao district. The largest hotel there is Yunshao Hotel, towering into the clouds. With over 70 floors, Suan had reserved the top floor private room. At this moment, Shenqing sat on the luxurious sofa in the private room, extremely restrained, not daring to shift even a bit. The butler represented the elderly lady, standing to one side with a smile. "Miss Shen, there is afternoon tea over there, Yunxiu's specialty. You might like to try some." He pointed to the cakes displayed on the left. Shenqing eyed the cakes, attractive in appearance, and the various wines, uncertain of how to proceed. "I'm not hungry." She picked up a cup of tea. The butler withdrew his gaze. Ji Mulan glanced at Shenqing and pursed her lips slightly, the smile at her mouth fading somewhat. Suan and Ji Hing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the lights slowly coming on outside. Ji Hing looked down at the bustling streets. Jiangjing is still so lively. It was almost in a different world compared to Xiangqing. "The lights aren't fully on yet," Suan pointed to the square below. "After 7 o'clock, this place turns into a city that never sleeps. Some live in a drunken dream, while others are in constant anxiety." Hearing what Ji Hing said, Suan couldn't help but give him an extra glance. He and Zu's assistant had always known that Ji Hing was exceptional in his conversation, but he was still curious about the Ji family members. Downstairs. Such nonsense. Su Shujie had just got off work and ran into Su Wenyao, her brow furrowed in disapproval. "Are these Ji family people really worth putting down your books for?" Su Wenyao's efforts, particularly those of Ji Yue, were well known to her. Especially Jiue. During the new year when a bunch of people visited the Su family, she would stay in her room working on assignments, avoiding social interactions. Su Wenyao, preparing for graduate school, also reduced the frequency of his home visits. The elderly lady was so afraid of disturbing his studies that she couldn't bear to bother him with even the smallest matters. Auntie, Su Wenyao spoke as amicably as ever. After all, Auntie Ji is about to marry my dad. Enough, don't give me that official talk. Su Shujie glanced at him, uninterested in the affairs of the Ji family. I don't care about the rest, just don't let their matters interrupt your and Ziyu's studies. The Su family had grown to its current state, where the elderly lady paid great attention to the social status and background of potential spouses for Su In. She didn't approve of Su En's previous partner either. That woman left Su En eventually and swiftly married a foreigner. It was clear that Ji Mulan didn't meet the elderly lady's expectations, as she was quite critical of her. But Su En didn't care for her opinion at all, moving out to live with Ji Mulan, which made the elderly lady even more displeased with Ji Mulan. Would you like to come up? Su Wenyao asked. Chapter 335, 129 Show-off license plate, shopping spree at Buiyuan, second update, _1 Su Shujie waved her hand away. She had met Ji Mulan before, a bit arrogant but lacking in shrewdness and experience. I won't go. She had no expectations for the Ji family, just waved her hand dismissively, then lowered her voice. I heard that the Qin family is moving into the pharmaceutical field. They've just entered the industry. There's a lot of opportunity. Su Wenyao paused at the mention of the Qin family. Then he bid farewell to Su Shujie and went upstairs. Su Shujie got into her car and instructed the driver to head to the intersection ahead. A black Hongqi car passed them by, with every vehicle around it seemingly willing to keep a 2-meter distance. In the back seat, Su Shujie was also shocked to see that car. How could that license plate be in Yunshao district? Yunshao Hotel. As the car pulled to a stop, the valet quickly went up and, before Bai Lian even realized, opened the door for her. Bai Lian casually unbuckled her seatbelt, pondering that young Master Jiang's presence was becoming increasingly powerful, forcing other cars to keep their distance even through the vehicle's barriers. She was completely unaware of the significance of the car's body and license plate. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude to the young man. The valet, seeing her beautiful face, thought it was rare for someone so attractive and polite to be in such a car, and hurriedly shook his head. Young Master Jiang silently watched her leave. He had no choice but to return to Buiyuan base to give a lecture to those two who he couldn't quite understand. Upstairs, in the private room, Ji Mulan saw how busy Su Wenyao was and felt discontent that Bai Lian, who was yet to arrive, had kept them waiting. Especially since Ji Heng and Su En had been there since 4 o'clock. When Bai Lian finally arrived, Ji Mulan couldn't help but go to the door, her voice low. Where have you been? Why make them wait so long? Any other day would do to see the sights of Zhongjing. Just to see if you'd call the police. Bai Lian glanced at her. Then she bypassed Ji Mulan and walked inside. Ji Mulan, standing by the French window, Ji Heng and Su En turned around and took their seats at the dining table upon hearing of Bai Lian's arrival. The two had no complaints about waiting for Bai Lian. They both knew she was dedicated to her studies, especially Su En, who thought she must have been at the library. How come Shuyun didn't come? Su En asked Su Wenyao. Qi Shuyun had been introduced to Su Wenyao by the old lady as his girlfriend quite early on. They had been in the same class since junior high, and the old lady liked her very much. She didn't have time, answered Su Wenyao, looking up. Su En nodded and refrained from asking further. The butler, who was just attending to their drinks, overheard and cast his gaze downward, knowing the old lady would never have let Miss Qi meet with these people. They talked among themselves, while Bai Lian did not join in. She was busy eating and looking at her phone, which displayed a message from He-Wan, boss. Thank you. Bai Lian, He-Wan, why don't you want to be the first author? This was about He-Wan's paper. He was good at physics, and his math was also excellent, but there were few in the lab who could match him. His paper delved a bit into quantum mechanics, which Ma Institute's director saw from the beginning. Further examples needed a particle wave model and the Boltzmann equation. Strong mathematical groundwork was necessary, so Jiang Fulai recommended Bai Lian to He-Wan. After working together on the model, He-Wan realized that Jiang Fulai's recommendation wasn't just any genius, she solved a long-standing issue for him, and he wanted to put Bai Lian as the first author. Bai Lian had asked Jiang Fulai the significance of being the first author and didn't feel she deserved much credit in He-Wan's paper. So she let him list her as the second author. But He-Wan didn't understand. Bai Lian, shut up, she was blunt. He-Wan, okay. After He-Wan's reply, the small group chat between her, Tang Ming, and Ning Xiao buzzed. Tang Ming, Jiang bro is so moody today. Tang Ming, sis, when are you coming back? Tang Ming, crying, Bai Lian. Just be smart about it. At the side, while others were chatting casually, the butler glanced at Bai Lian, who was still engrossed in her phone. Ji Mulan noticed it too. She really wanted to say, don't play with your phone while eating. But she feared Bai Lian might retort with a forthright, I will play, in front of everyone. She dared not utter the words. Do you want to visit Zhongjing University? Su Wenyao was seated next to Bai Lian and struck up a conversation, I'm heading back to school in a bit, I can take you there. Upon hearing this, the butler cast a glance at Bai Lian. He had anticipated this and was not surprised, though his brow furrowed slightly. He and Su Shujie thought alike, feeling Su Wenyao was wasting too much time on this family. Chapter 336, 129 Show-off license plate, shopping spree at Buyuan, second update, _2 Bai Lian placed her phone on the table. Upon hearing the words, she lowered her eyelashes and responded, not going for now. She said she was not going for the time being. Su Wenyao was taken aback, then smiled, all right, just let me know when you're going, you have my number. Bai Lian stayed at Yunshao Hotel with Shenqing, returning to Buyuan base early the next morning. To take today's C paper. The difficulty of C paper was apparent, and Bai Lian had roughly figured it out during the 3 hours that afternoon. She took a pen and began to write down the process on a blank sheet of paper. She was downstairs early the next morning. She was an early riser, but Jiang Fulai was up even earlier. After Bai Lian got into the car, she remembered what Tang Ming had said last night about the sourness of Jiang Gongzi's demeanor and took another look at him. His expression was cool and detached, no different from before. Jiang Fulai slowly drove onto the main road and arched his eyebrows at her. As if asking why. It's nothing. Bai Lian turned on the Bluetooth and connected to the car speakers. English essays began to play softly inside the car. When they reached Buyuan base, it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Bai Lian went straight to the lecture theater. Although it was still early for the 8 o'clock start, most people were already there, making Bai Lian's arrival relatively late. This learning culture added pressure to the people from the other 4 major cities. Except for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. When Bai Lian arrived, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming gave up their seats inside and introduced her to the others. These are students from the 4 major cities. This is Pei Qin, this is Song Min. Buyuan base did not have a grading system, but there would be an academic presentation. Generally, groups with more than 5 members could research and produce something. Local students from Jiangjing naturally stayed together and did not team up with outsiders. Each year, people from the 4 major cities would automatically form a team, and this year was no different. Song Min sat calmly in front of Tang Ming, not speaking to Bai Lian. The two acted as if they did not know each other. I am good at number theory, the boy with the buzz cut raised his hand. I can handle the number theory part. Pei Qin, my main research in the competition is on fluid physics, said Pei Qin sparingly. Everyone began to explain their specialties and their roles in the team. All these individuals had participated in similar activities before, so their arrangements were all quite rational. Physics, said Ning Xiao. Mathematics, said Tang Ming. Last was the only female in their group. Bai Lian sat down, took off her coat, and said, everything. Normally, people had their own strengths, but Bai Lian was actually studying both mathematics and physics, so she just compromised. The others were taken aback. In fact, they had all heard a bit about one another. Pei Qin and Song Min were famous geniuses in their respective provinces and cities, each with their specialties. Only the three including Bai Lian were unknown to the others. Studying everything meant there was nothing she excelled in particularly. But the expectations for the only female in the group were not that high. Song Min just frowned and glanced at Bai Lian. Hey, the buzz-cut boy laughed. He was the lively sort, just like Tang Ming. Do you guys know who's coming to lecture us today? Bai Lian looked down and continued reading her book. The rest were very curious. Who? Gao Jichen, Dr. Gao, the boy said mysteriously. My uncle by marriage told me, it's a surname Gao. One had to have strong personal capabilities as well as a certain family background to be here, as not just anyone could be a recommender. Hence, they were privy to lots of information. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, unfamiliar with the Jiangjing scene, did not speak up but listened intently. Dr. Gao. Song Min looked up in astonishment, obviously recognizing the name. Yes, the genius almost as famous as Senior He Wen. Pei Qin also spoke up. You know about He Wen, right? The elite student of Jiangjing University. It said that he's now in that lab. Their voices were filled with mystery. This made Ning Xiao and Tang Ming curious as well. Xiangqing was almost cut off from the world, and their information was far less extensive than that of the others. Upon hearing the name He Wen, Bai Lian was taken aback, then lifted her head up. Though this female student appeared indolent, she gave off an air of being hard to approach. Now that she finally seemed interested, the buzz-cut boy proudly said, that's right, He Wen, from Xiqing, who got into Jiangjing University on his own merit. He talked on and on. Bai Lian was surprised. Is he that impressive? The buzz-cut boy. As the conversation continued, someone suddenly turned around from the front row and looked back at the group sarcastically. What Xiqing? Senior He Wen is clearly from our affiliated high school. Also, stop appraising Senior He Wen. He's not someone you can casually comment on. What dreams are you few chasing? As for whether he's impressive, that's not for you to speculate. Wait until you become elite students of Jiangjing University and have your names engraved on the stone behind the statues of famous people, then talk. Jiangjing University had a long history, with its founder Liang Zuan leading the way, followed by his disciple Bai Shengjuan, and then a succession of talented historical figures. Behind the statues was a large stone where only the names of elite students from Jiangjing University could be carved. This was the dream of everyone who got into Jiangjing University. But having one's name alongside the statues of historical figures was exceedingly difficult, and a new student might not even make it in a year. Most of the names engraved were offspring from scholarly families, with Yuan being the only one who rose from humble beginnings to great prominence, a textbook example. Those in academic research revered talents greatly. He Wen's motivational story won him many fans in the academic world. Stop it, Tang Ming signaled to the boy with the buzz cut and Bai Lian to cease their discussion. Bai Lian furrowed her brows, looking towards the person who had spoken. Calm down, Tang Ming's internal alarms went off. and he quickly grabbed Bai Lian's arm. Harmony, democracy, civility, rule of law. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Her phone on the table lit up. She glanced at it. Headmaster Ma, location, Headmaster Ma. What a coincidence, I ended up at Wuyuan base while out shopping. Chapter 337, 130 Prestigious Families, A Fortunate Encounter _1 Bai Lian pondered for a moment. She knew that Academician Ma was over 70 years old, and couldn't imagine how he managed to go shopping with Pu Xiaohan. Bai Jian, Academician Ma, be careful since Board Road is slippery. Don't fall down. The weather in Jiangjing was colder than in Xiangqing, and parts of the smaller paths in Wuyuan had iced over. Given the advanced age of some individuals, a fall could be significant, so she reminded Academician Ma. Academician Ma was ignoring her, but Bai Lian didn't mind. She took out a notebook from her backpack and a black pen, then used her free time to organize the shorthand music score. It was only the second day, and clear cliques had already started to form among the classes at the special training camp. Representatives of the student elite, like Liang Wuyu, sat in the first row, followed by outstanding students from Jiangjing's affiliated schools, like Ling Xiao, sitting toward the middle. Bai Lian and students from the 4 major cities all sat in the last 2 rows on the left side of the classroom. From yesterday's distribution of test papers by the professor, it was apparent that the distinction was akin to that between a master's direct disciples, ordinary disciples, and mixed-race children. In front of Bai Lian, a male student with a crew cut showed strong leadership skills. He was allocating parts of the presentation they were responsible for. Ning Xiao is in charge of research, surveys, and setting the direction. Pei Qin will handle data analysis for the practice section, data collection. Also Pei Qin, you and Ning Xiao need to determine the model, and integrate classification. Bai Lian, you're going to write the results and the report with me. Oh right, Wang Su, this is my WeChat QR code. Everyone scan it so I can create a group chat for better communication. It was evident that Wang Su had spent the previous night researching everyone to delegate tasks sensibly. Their voices were quite soft. Wang Su had added many people yesterday, but only Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had yet to add him. He let Ning Xiao scan the code first and then moved 2 seats over to place his phone in front of Bai Lian. As Bai Lian was scanning his QR code, Wang Su happened to see what she was writing in her notebook, a shorthand music score, and such. What is this? He didn't understand it. However, Bai Lian appeared very relaxed, which was remarkable in such a tense academic atmosphere. Luckily, he had assigned relatively simple tasks to himself and Bai Lian, such as drafting academic presentation papers. Among the few of them, it was likely that only he and Bai Lian were slightly weaker. Ding! A new friend request popped up. Glancing down, Wang Su saw one from Ning Xiao and another with an ancient city tower avatar. The name. Bai Jian. Wang Su couldn't help but turn towards Bai Lian. Could it be, she was a fan of the pickup artist? On the apps forum, many fans of the pickup artist adopted the name Bai Jian. Of course, this included Wang Su. Since he couldn't use the exact same name, his was Bai Jian 111. After completing the group invites, at 8 o'clock, the classroom fell silent, and everybody looked toward the door, waiting for Dr. Gao to arrive. Next to Wang Su, Song Min also noticed Bai Lian working on the shorthand music score. He didn't recognize it either and, after a cursory glance, furrowed his brow and looked away. Could she actually manage to write an academic report? It was 8:05. The sound of dress shoes clacking could be heard in the hallway. Everyone turned toward the door. Wang Su was still sharing information with the group, though his voice had dropped to a whisper, that's the Gao family. His grandfather is an impressive academician, but it's his aunt who is truly formidable. In short, a prestigious and untouchable noble family. In the end, he summed it up in just 4 words. The professor who visited yesterday hailed from Jiangjing University, but his own teacher had yet to attain the title of academician. Having an academician present signified a first-rate school. Without one, the institution was considered third-rate. As for someone from a distinguished family like Gao Jichen, they were at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The man walked into the classroom with the teaching material in hand, and the room was remarkably quiet. Gao Jichen's gaze swept the classroom. Unlike the professor who had lectured on topology the day before, who had been scholarly and mild, his stare was sharp, daunting those who dared to meet his eyes. Today, we're going to talk about whether this world is deterministic or randomized. People like Pei Qin and Wang Su unconsciously looked away from his gaze. Not just them, most of the students from the affiliated schools also dared not meet Gao Jichen's gaze. When Wang Su averted his gaze, he saw Tang Ming and Ning Xiao seated behind him, who did not look away. He couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Tang Ming looked back at him, puzzled. Of course, what Wang Su didn't know was that these two had faced Zhang Fulai's deadly stare for so long. Gao Jichen's influence was like a sesame seed in comparison. And even less oppressive than Zhang He. Compared to yesterday, today's lecture was more profound and difficult to understand. Liang Wuyu from the first row raised his hand to ask a question. Liang, you have a query. Gao Jichen obviously recognized the widely known Liang Wuyu, as he was a hot candidate for top honor at Jiangjing University. What is your question? Chapter 338, 130 Prestigious Families, A Fortunate Encounter _2, Dr. Gao, does this mean that we are still unable to perform general computing, and can only tackle specific problems? Where is quantum superiority manifested? Gao Jichen glanced at Liang Wuyu, gestured for him to sit down, and said, its principle isn't much different from the photoelectric effect. Dr. Gao, Ling Xiao in the middle also wanted to ask a question. Without looking back at Ling Xiao, Gao Jichen continued his lecture, which discouraged others from speaking up with their questions. Just then, someone knocked twice on the classroom's front door. Gao Jichen frowned and looked at the door with an unpleasant expression. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The door opened. It was an old man wearing a black velvet hat, only the white hair at his temples visible. His dark eyes bore the weight of years, and his face, crisscrossed with deep lines, exuded authority. Academician Ma. Gao Jichen recognized the elder, his displeasure vanished, and he was very excited. Are you here to attend my lecture? Upon hearing Gao Jichen's words, the quiet classroom instantly erupted. As previously mentioned, the highest honor in the country is the title of academician. Having an academician means being a first-rate school, but even among first-rate schools, there are differences. Academician Ma was a standout among them, his achievements not even needing mention. Within the elite circle of academicians, he was top tier. Many coveted the chance to participate in his research projects but could not. Present students like Song Min and Ning Xiao, still unfamiliar with the scientific research community, did not know who Academician Ma was, but they could infer his significance by observing Gao Jichen's attitude towards him, a scion from a well-known family. Academician Ma looked at Gao Jichen. No problem, you keep on lecturing, I'm just wandering over here for a casual visit. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the class. In the entire classroom, there were only 2 female students, one of which was Su Zhiyue in the middle, wearing glasses and dressed in her affiliated high school's uniform. Academician Ma turned his attention to the second girl. She too was looking at him. In her hand, she twirled a pen, while her left hand lazily rested on a printed document. No need to think, it must be her. Academician Ma took note of the empty seat next to Bai Lian and calmly sat down behind her, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Because of Academician Ma's presence, Gao Jichen lectured with renewed passion. The 4-hour-long lecture ended swiftly. Academician Ma left 5 minutes early. As soon as he left, Gao Jichen also hastily packed up his things and followed out. Our first academic seminar is in 6 days. If you have any questions, find me at my temporary office. Academician Ma, please wait for me. Once both their figures had disappeared, the classroom buzzed anew. It's Academician Ma, I actually saw him in person, exclaimed a student from the affiliated high school. Even my grandfather has never spoken to Academician Ma, and I was sitting in the same classroom with him. Ling Zio's face was flushed with excitement. Today, Dr. Gao lectured on quantum computing. Did Academician Ma come to listen to Dr. Gao's lecture? I didn't expect Dr. Gao to be held in such high esteem by Academician Ma. So, does that mean he is better than Senior Hewen? These were all top students from the affiliated high school, with inherently good conditions. From their first to the third year, the school had organized many events at Jiangjing University, and, having relatives engaged in scientific research, they were quite familiar with the university's celebrities. In contrast, Ning Xiao, Wang Su, and Song Min were less informed. At the moment, Wang Su was asking his aunt about Academician Ma while Tang Ming searched online. Students from the 4 major cities also burst into heated discussions. Bai Lian looked down at her lit-up phone. Academician Ma, Publicity Department. Bai Lian thought he had just wandered this way and came to see her by chance. Bai Jian, 1, she packed her things and went to the publicity department to find Academician Ma. Seeing that Bai Lian was leaving early, Wang Su quickly spoke up, where are you going? Join us for lunch at the cafeteria, and we can discuss academics while we eat. I'm looking for someone. Bai Lian thought for a moment and then told them, just save me a spot, he'll be back very soon. Looking for someone. After Bai Lian left, Wang Su rubbed his head and looked to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Do you guys know people here in Jiangjing, too? Ning Xiao bowed his head and started to pack up his things. Song Min watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. Knowing that Ji Mulan had married into Jiangjing, he assumed Bai Lian went to find someone from the Su family. The publicity department was near the entrance. By the time Bai Lian arrived, she had just passed Gao Jichen on the main road. He was proud and aloof, looking down on even Liang Wuyu, fearing only the Liang family's clout. As for the others, he didn't even spare them a glance, so naturally, he did not recognize Bai Lian. Chapter 339, 130 Prestigious Families, A Fortunate Encounter _3 Just as he brushed past her on the road, he noticed Bai Lian's extremely attractive face and took a second glance. Others often looked bulky in down jackets, but Bai Lian appeared unusually slender in her white cotton coat embroidered with delicate vines and cats. Her tall figure, pale skin, and her face was beautiful without being coquettish, her gaze lazy. Who is that? Gao Jichen turned his head to take another look. The staff by his side looked back, probably a student participating in the training camp. Gao Jichen nodded. Bai Lian arrived at the publicity office, just as a group of people also reached the school gate. Almost at the same time as her. The publicity office. The person in charge and Academician Ma were both there. The room was heated, and Bai Lian went to close the door without thinking. Academician Ma put down his teacup and raised his hand. No need to close the door, come in and sit. Bai Lian didn't close the door. Seeing that the person Academician Ma was waiting for was Bai Lian, the person in charge of the publicity office wasn't surprised either, having seen more surprising things before. Student Bai, have some tea. He poured a hot cup of tea for Bai Lian. Thank you. Bai Lian expressed her gratitude to him. The person in charge waved his hands in a hurry, don't mention it. He sat back down and observed Bai Lian discreetly. wondering what was so special about this student that he wasn't aware of, as both young Master Jiang and Academician Ma seemed to treat her quite uniquely. "Why don't you study dark matter?" Academician Ma was forthright with Bai Lian, as they had been communicating on WeChat for several months. Both were academic elitists. The person in charge complained internally. Academician Ma was as direct as ever, and dark matter wasn't something just anyone could study. There were only 2 dark matter research institutes in the country, and it wasn't easy to get in, even Dr. Gao couldn't. Bai Lian finished her tea. "I'm not interested." The person in charge. "What? Not interested?" The person in charge, who was blowing on his tea, almost burned himself. "That's right, quantum mechanics is more interesting." Academician Ma nodded, obviously very pleased, took a sip of his tea, looked up, saw the person in charge, and directly pointed out the issue with a smooth face. "You have some tea leaves there." He pointed at the corner of the person in charge's mouth. The person in charge hurriedly wiped his mouth, embarrassed in front of Academician Ma. "I have a seminar on quantum chips in a couple of days." Academician Ma invited Bai Lian. "Do you have time to come? You'll find quantum mechanics even more interesting." "Which day?" Bai Lian was considering the time of Su En's wedding. Academician Ma was frank. "It was just decided. I need to discuss the timing with my team." "I'm occupied on the 19th of January, Bai Lian replied. "Then I'll schedule around that," Academician Ma quickly decided. Academician Ma was always busy, and it wasn't easy for him to spend the morning here. After finishing his conversation with Bai Lian, he picked up his coat, and they went out together. Bai Lian escorted Academician Ma to the main entrance. The publicity office was close to the main gate. The entrance to Buiyuan base. Lady Song, wrapped in her fur coat, smiled at Bai Shaoqi beside her. "Amin is too busy right now. When he's free, he'll show us around. He'll take you to try on the evening gown you'll be wearing." Bai Shaoqi took a photo of the Buiyuan base on her phone. She had spent the whole previous day at the Jiangjing Music Academy and had finally found a chance today to come out with Lady Song to find Bai Shaoke and Song Min Buiyuan base, a sacred place in the hearts of students across the country, would make it a little easier for her to commit to a volunteer position or find a lab in the future. But Bai Shaoqi had no connections to get a recommendation, and Bai Shaoke was still a freshman. Just catching a glimpse of Buiyuan base was quite an achievement for Bai Shaoqi. She looked down, opened her moments, and selected 4 photos, one of the gate of the music academy, one of herself practicing piano, one of the gate of Buiyuan base, and one of Song Min's silhouette, with the caption, "Keep it up." Right after posting, a bunch of comments popped up. Jiangjing Music Academy. Buiyuan base. It's really just you guys, we mortals can only look up. The white figure in the bottom left corner of the 3rd photo seems a bit familiar. Damn, haha, of course you guys would find it familiar. Doesn't it resemble the one who was driven out of your class? Class rep of 2nd year, now that you mention it, it does look like her. Damn, it's so unlucky. Ever since she left, our class atmosphere has gotten much better. Comments like these were endless, and Bai Shaoqi saw them too. She had the original picture, which was clearer than the one in the moments. She enlarged the original, and the figure in the picture wasn't very clear, only the side face was captured, but the person's temperament and appearance stood out so much that she was noticeable in a crowd. However, the difference from the dissolute Bai Lian in Bai Shaoqi's memory was too great, she wasn't sure. Bai Shaoqi turned back and looked in that direction, where she could still see that white figure that hadn't gone far. By her side, seeing her suddenly stop, Lady Song was somewhat surprised and turned to look as well. "Is that?" Lady Song was stunned. "Bai Lian." The others, seeing her listening to English, said nothing. After all, there were others at the table who also didn't understand, so Wang Su discussed with Tang Ming, like I said, leaving these things to those three is totally fine. Tang Ming glanced at Bai Lian and nodded in agreement, right. You say it's right, but why look at Bai Lian? Wang Su was somewhat speechless. She looked so beautiful, there was nothing scary about her at all. Their group could tell, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming not only knew each other but were also very tight-knit. Although Ning Xiao was known to excel in physics, his math skills were not inferior to Song Min's, not to mention his physics. He was an absolute core member of their team. But, in this core trio, Bai Lian was the central figure. Have you finished the C paper? Pei Qin, after finishing the academic discussion, asked about the C paper from the night before. Song Min shook his head, none of the others had finished either. They had realized the night before why they were given the C paper, to learn that even this level of difficulty was out of their reach. I have no idea what level of difficulty Liang Weiyu had with the A paper. The students at the table, who were top scholars in their own schools, fell silent again. Too big a gap, they couldn't do the C paper, and yet someone could do the A paper. At that moment, Wang Su noticed Ning Xiao and Tang Ming glancing at Bai Lian again. Bai Lian lazily tapped the table with her hand. Wang Su, before he could express his thoughts, Tang Ming spoke, we have finished it. What? Wang Su exclaimed, standing up sharply. The others looked up, Song Min's gaze intently focusing on Tang Ming across the table. Take a look. The homework was mentored by Jiang Fulai, so Tang Ming naturally would have consulted Bai Lian's opinion. He retrieved the previous night's answers from his backpack hanging on the back of his chair. Processes were filled on E4 papers, the others didn't speak, simply taking out their phones to take pictures of the answers, intending to head to a study room right after the meal to thoroughly go through them. Song Min naturally took a photo as well. With Tang Ming's answers on their minds, their eating pace quickened, hastily finishing their meals to head to the classroom to analyze the answers. It's actually correct. An hour later, Pei Qin looked at Song Min in astonishment. How did he do it? Chapter 341, 131 Lanji's exclusive spot, second update, _2 Song Min also wasn't clear. After trying on the gowns, Bai Xiaoqi and another person returned to the Yin family home. Bai Qiming was chatting with President Yin, and the two had discussed a partnership. It wasn't so easy for the Bai family to establish a presence in Jiangjing. Have you two returned? Ever since Bai Xiaoqi had entered Jiangjing Music Academy, President Yin had become much warmer towards her. Did you visit Amin and student Xiaoke? Brother is still in the lab, he can't come out, Bai Xiaoqi said as she sat on the sofa, neither humble nor arrogant. President Yin felt a little regretful. Once he has vacation, it'll definitely have him come over. Lady Song found an opportunity to speak with Bai Qiming. I saw Bai Lian today at the Buyuan base. Her. Bai Qiming frowned. Upon mention of Bai Lian, naturally, one would think of her disobedient actions. If it hadn't been for the later opportunity to meet with Dean Jian, Bai Xiaoqi would surely have been delayed. I heard that the Su family seems to value her quite a bit, Lady Song mused. In the outer circles of Jiangjing, the networks were only so big. Lady Song, curious to know more, had heard that Suan had set aside his own work to receive the Ji family. Bai Qiming was very resistant to news about Bai Lian. The Su family has accepted her. They're letting her into the ancestral hall. That's not yet the case, Lady Song shook her head. Bai Qiming was not surprised in the slightest. I expected as much. They stopped mentioning Bai Lian there. If it weren't for the Su family's involvement, they wouldn't bring her up at all. Upstairs. Bai Xiaoqi had her own room and even a guzheng to go with it. She took out her phone to send a message to Song Min. When will you have some free time? Song Min, you'll have sorted out the data in a couple of days. Bai Xiaoqi, good, I'll look for you then. Because of the matter with Tang Ming providing the answers. The group of 8 had grown even more respectful towards Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. The core position that was once held by Ning Xiao, Pei Qin, and Song Min standing in a three-way balance had gradually shifted to center around Ning Xiao alone. 3 days later, everyone had almost finished collecting their data. Song Min was becoming increasingly aware that it wasn't just the people from the affiliated high school. In just 3 days, the gap between him and Ning Xiao had widened. Thinking this way, he became more certain of a possibility he had previously guessed. Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150 in mathematics. Most of the work was finished, the others weren't as busy as they had been at the start. The academic presentation was approaching, and the others began to Wang Su cautioned by Lian, go to the study later and integrate their materials to write the report, don't forget. Bai Lian nodded her head. She had tried writing a report before with Yuan, but she didn't have a computer right now. She turned a corner to the publicity office. The publicity office. The room wasn't large, featuring an office desk, with 4 small sofas to the left of the desk and a coffee table in between. The door was half open. Regardless of the air conditioning coming in, the middle-aged man sitting on the farthest sofa seemed on edge, with a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Across from him, Jiang Fulai had a black laptop on the armrest to his left, his pale fingers resting on it, his back casually leaning against the sofa, his gaze indifferently sweeping over the man before him. Have you or the Qin family gone mad? The middle-aged man stammered, we. He couldn't dare to speak, just stretching his hand to wipe off the cold sweat, barely perching on the edge of the sofa. The old master had given him this suicidal task. Youth, the door was lazily knocked twice. The middle-aged man's heart jumped. He wondered who had a death wish, daring to come in at such a time. Then he saw the half-open door pushed open. The middle-aged man didn't dare to raise his head fully, but in his peripheral vision, he saw a white figure enter. Although the door opened wider, bringing in a colder draft than before, the man felt that the chill emanating from the person across from him had lessened significantly. This early, he even heard Jiang Fulai's lazy voice. A hallucination. The middle-aged man looked up in disbelief. Jiang Fulai was just picking up the computer beside him to give to Bai Lian, speaking at a steady pace. The software is all there, the startup password is the same as on the phone. Emichim, Bai Lian took it. She realized Jiang Fulai was preoccupied, so she didn't linger. I'll head back to the study room first. Jiang Fulai cast a nonchalant glance at the person opposite. Go ahead, I need to wait a bit. Stern and detached. The middle-aged man, who had just felt his pressure greatly lessen, he felt like he was beginning to understand. The study rooms at Buiyuan Base were plentiful. Wang Su and his group had found a small study room just for their team. Song Min stood waiting for Bai Xiaoqi at the base of the building. Bai Xiaoqi was dressed in a beige coat, with a red scarf around her neck. Seeing Song Min, she looked up and smiled. I told you I'd message you when I arrived. Song Min was in a matching black coat, looking quite aloof as he watched her, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. What is it? Bai Xiaoqi walked with him into the building, removing her scarf in the process. She could tell Song Min had something to say. Song Min shook his head. Let's talk inside. He wasn't as busy as before and took Bai Xiaoqi to the study room upstairs. The study room was equipped with experimental gear, with 2 square tables combined in the middle. Everyone else sat around the table, which was covered with materials and had 2 computers on it. All 6 of them were there, discussing issues in hushed voices. Ning Xiao was explaining something to Pei Qin opposite him. Song Min had previously told Wang Su that a friend would be coming over, and as the group's external liaison, Wang Su stood up to greet Bai Xiaoqi. You're Bai Xiaoqi, right? You have the same surname as Bai. Oh, and Im Su. Song Min has told us about you, a top-notch student with excellent grades who also plays the guzheng. Wang Su gave her a thumbs up. The others also looked up and greeted by Xiaoqi in twos and threes. Tang Ming greeted her when he heard she shared the last name Bai, but Ning Xiao's normally pallid face looked a bit gloomy. He was even colder than Song Min and didn't even lift his head. Although the others were polite, their greetings were perfunctory. Bai Xiaoqi was not used to being ignored like this. But she was aware that everyone here was on par with Song Min, the pride of the heavens. She didn't mind and even took out her phone to add them as friends proactively. This part you used is incorrect. Ning Xiao finally looked up, returning Song Min's paper to him. I marked it for you, take another look. Tang Ming's explanation of logic wasn't as clear as Ning Xiao's. It was usually Ning Xiao who learned to explain things to Wang Su and the others. This was an advice from Bai Lian for Ning Xiao. To explain clearly meant to truly master the knowledge, which was how she started as well. Thank you. Song Min took the C paper he had only received yesterday. The once proud and arrogant Song Min of Beiqing High School now found himself in need of others to explain problems to him here. Bai Xiaoqi looked at Ning Xiao in amazement. Who was this person? As the group resumed their low-voiced discussions, Bai Xiaoqi noticed there was an empty seat next to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. She turned to the chatty and sunny Tang Ming. Could you move to that spot? She pointed at the seat next to Ning Xiao. If Tang Ming moved, then she could sit with Song Min. She thought it would be a simple request. But the usually amiable Tang Ming looked down, holding his pen and smiling at her apologetically. Sorry, but that spot is reserved for our sister Lian. Across from them, Wang Su and the others who knew Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead, and Bai Lian always had a designated spot right between them, so he looked up. Right, that's her exclusive spot. Let me see if there are any other chairs. He got up. Bai Xiaoqi was a bit stunned. What sister? There were other members in this group. Bai Xiaoqi didn't understand, but beside her, Song Min pursed his lips, similar to before, as if he had something to say. It was then that the door to the small study room was pushed open once more. Bai Xiaoqi looked back instinctively. A figure in white pushed one door open, slipped in sideways, her left hand holding a black laptop and her right lazily holding a phone, casually swiping through words. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she stepped in and nonchalantly kicked the door shut with her foot. Tang Ming leaned back with one arm on the table, tilting his head towards Bai Xiaoqi and lifting his chin. Look, our sister has arrived. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.